probably the cleanest macro team, and stars in every single role. You ask me to pick out one player from them, it's hard for because every single player here is a carry. You talk about Gigo, he's either number 1 or number 2. I feel like that's him every single game. In top lane, he's either number 1 or number 2, and a lot of it depends more on Gigo than his opponents. When he's 100%. Popping off, Gigod is Gigod for a reason. He is potentially the best top laner upside-wise. With Robo, the two of them are the most variable. But he also throws games sometimes, and that cost him. I remember their one loss in week 1 to Leviatan was off of Gigo experimenting with gotta go fast Volibear, and that backfired horrifically. So I feel like when you're looking at this Furia roster, my eyes are drawn to Gigo because he's the biggest sort of indicator, weather vane. Or weather vane's probably not the right word for it, because he's the engine that drives them to success or to despair.
Yes. No, he absolutely is that. And this team might go as far as Furia goes, but I think Tuts has a big role to play in that as well, because we've seen the levels of the team around him kind of directly correlate with that. And again, whether it's, correlation, causation, maybe that's a separate discussion, but the correlation is absolutely there. Let's talk Cade for a second. This roster, again, another patchwork roster by CL, and they got ripped on Twitter after Split 1. They it was stunning, and this is why. It's not even flame. This is the result of a passionate and engaged fan base. Remember, kids, fan is short for fanatic. Fans south of the border are insane in the best way possible, because they flipped on CL so fast, because these fans are the most passionate in the world. It's very LCK and T1, right? It's very mercurial. Often it's a vocal minority, but it drives discussion in a way that you simply don't get in other regions. But now they definitely look like they have righted the ship, at least from their Split 1 standards. Now, last game was a bit of a disaster. RMC, why should I continue to believe in Cade?
Funnily enough, the team K-Star tripped over was the same team Furia tripped over. They lost to Leviatan yesterday, weirdly enough, but very different styles. And you talk about how the fans of the K-Stars keep flipping. To be fair, K-Stars themselves keep flipping. We look at how they performed in 2024. Right, the CL first year he's in, he tells us, okay, we're not supposed to perform that well. We're a building year for us. It's a 5-year plan. They come in first regular season both times. We come to 2025 Split 1 and new roster, and he goes, this year we are looking to perform, and they flopped. They struggle in Split 1. They were not coming together. Now we come to Split 2, and Cade Stars, they were performing incredibly well, like you said, but yesterday, they looked like Split 1 Cade Stars. They looked really weak, really messy, very lethargic. They weren't making plays. The Samus and Trimby were invisible on the map. I don't know what was going on there. Now, it is very uncharacteristic given everything else we've seen this split, so I don't want to see it. I don't think we'll see that today. Today, I think Cade Stars came prepared to play, and I'm expecting to see some of the highest, if not the highest levels of macro play here in LTA South.
Oh boy, someone clip that, chat. Look, Brazil giveth and Brazil taketh away. I do think it has the potential for that. To give you some credit, I do think it has the potential for that, a higher potential than most. And the hands are there for these two teams. And Furia, we've praised them as the best macro team all along. And to kind of, as draft gets underway here, Vi picked up, is he going to be on the Ahri? I've liked his Ahri so far this year. MF makes me really nervous, but let's see what setup they get around it.
I feel like all the sins are being committed right now. I talk about the best macro teams, and we see a first pick blind Vi, which I loathe right now in LTA South. We see the blind MF into a Vi, by the way, who's one of the counters to MF, because when you're using the ultimate, you can't run, and Vi gets a free engage onto you. She will interrupt that, and I'm just looking at the amount of sins being accrued by both these teams right now. That's it. I do like the Vi Ahri combo. I do think that's what they were aiming for the side of Cade Stars, because he has been a very solid mid laner this split, somebody who can trust to facilitate plays and make things happen. And I do like the setup we're seeing for the Misfortune as well, with the Serrani, with the Camille. One thing that I've criticized very heavily in the South is that when we get MF, sometimes we don't get setup. I want to see at least 2 pieces of setup, and Sedge is 1.5, Camille is half. We've already got 2 pieces, beautiful. And we're likely to see a support that can also facilitate the MF.
I hope so. I wouldn't be mad at seeing something like Leona, right? Where even if you don't hit your ultimate, right? If it's on the edge, it makes everything else just easier to land. Something that can go forward, right? You need that AoE CC, that lockdown with the MF. And Camille, look, like you said, talking about it in terms of the MF, it's a fantastic pick. But for Gigo specifically, man, this guy made his money on this champion when he was starting out. And he is absolutely awesome to watch in this champion. He and FNB, I really associate them with just kind of in that 2022 peak when she was at the height of her power. They were both awesome on this champion. Ash and Rakan banned away as BKS still looking for their bottom lane. Talia going to be taken away from Tuts. I think that's fair enough. Yeah, Tuts, I mean, he's a great kind of the book on Tuts is interesting, right? Because I feel like he can play just about anything. I don't think maybe he's got as high a ceiling as some of these mid laners, but it's not far away, and he can do a little bit of everything.
Fair enough, and there you go. Silas, a brand new pick for Tuts this split. He has played it in the past before. It's a wonderful effect. Now, I'm looking at the ultimates he's got to steal, though. And I'm going to be honest, Public Execution, Season This Is, those two don't particularly interest me. Spirit Rush is nice, I guess, for Silas, but we already have him Con Duct. It feels unnecessary. So we'll see what other that get selected by Cade Stars. Cade Stars, Mortius has had a wonderul Kai'Sa, and I would like to see that with the buy and the Ahri. The Ezreal feels like it's going the other way, where you want a lot of safety. You're not going to go in, and it feels more like an insurance policy on the dive that you have with the Ambessa, Ahri, and buy already.
I think that's a good characterization. Yep, I think you nailed it. Again, not really kind of high value ultimate to steal. You can, find a true shot barrage, great, right? But it's not really maybe what kind of starts and accelerates these fights. But again, look, when you've got Camille and Sejuani, you've got enough CC, right? So that's something that you don't really need. If it is Sapupi, nope, it will not be. It will be Braum, which is fine. Ezreal, Braum, whatever. Again, this feels like kind of a safe kind of not counter dive, right? But it's a compliment to the dive and the engage that you've got here. I actually wouldn't have hated the Poppy here, right? Into a Silas, to a Camille. Would have been kind of sick. And even if they locked in Leona, right? I think the E gets stopped by that unless you don't go unstoppable on the E. Or on the Z.
No, you don't. You bounce.
Yeah. So, nope. Ignore that as well. It doesn't look like it'll be Leona, but okay. But look, it's a lot of setup, right? The Nico, right, with the Pot Blossom. There's a lot kind of riding on this MF, and the only reason that I'm kind of okay with it because often you see, right, like you see the other side of this where it's like, okay, it is just MF, right, and everyone else is set up, but you don't have another carry condition. Here you do, right, and the best kinds of MF compositions are something that, look, the best kinds of MF compositions are the ones that force the other team to ask uncomfortable questions, or answer uncomfortable questions, I should say, right? You want to go for the MF. What about the Camille that's up your you-know-what, right? The Silas that's dancing all over you and healing disrespectful amounts of damage, right? Oh, by the way, don't stay clumped up because the Nico might just end your life. So I like what Furia have drafted here. They've given themselves a lot of options. Cade, on the other hand, again, I trust the players, right? But into this composition, into this team, I worry a little bit. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you before. Why should I believe in Cade in this game?
Ooh, I mean, with Cade, there's a lot to believe, but the draft is also having me very, very hestant right now. I want to go back to the Braum point you brought up, because I do think Braum and Ezreal are a good combo, but the Braum specifically in this situation scares me for Cade Stars a lot more than the Poppy pick. Because as you said, Poppy, great for disengage, and most importantly for me, it could break up the fight as well and potentially reset a fight, expose the misfortune to 100%. Engage. And the ultimate that Silas gets to steal. Keep his verdict. If you disengage onto a comp that wants to dive you, the worst thing that happens is, oh, well, we just have to reset and we have to walk away from this fight maybe, or we have to reset up for a flank. Stealing a Braum ultimate away on that Silas means that your dive is going to go very, very far south, and it just adds to the misfortune. Like you were talking about, a lot of times, okay, you pick setup, you don't have the damage. Well, Silas is going to have the damage, plus the setup, plus as the Nico pick as well, which I think is going to do wonderfully well. You don't have to be primary engage. You pull up on the Sejuani engage as a Nico, and Nico acts as sort of disengage as well, or counter engage when we do see the likes of Cade Stars kind of try and dive into Furia. So compositionally, I'm looking at this and I think Furia have a pretty decent edge on it. Going back to your original question, why should you trust Cade Stars? Well, it's not the draft. It's going to have to be the players. It's going to have to be the macro and the coaching. And one thing we didn't touch on was the coaches for these teams. We talked about how Brazil has a way of upsetting a lot of expectations. Well, the coaches for these teams aren't Brazilian. On the side of Cade Stars, it's Coach CL coming in from Europe, Oz, Korea, wherever you want to say he's from. He has shown, and he has a proven track record here in Brazil, especially in best of ones. He's really good at it, not always draft-wise, but the team having a game plan and knowing what they want to do. So if you're going to trust Cade Stars, you trust them for that. Furia, on the other hand, they've got Coach Thinkard, who's brought energy with a fairly rookie roster at that time, was it 2023? 2 Worlds, and performed well there. So he's another sort of gringo coach, if you will, coming in and doing very well for the team. Furia, this split has been showing their stuff, right? Their drafts have been solid. Their game plans have been solid. Their macro and rotations, understanding of map and how to move, when to move, and what they should be focusing on has been spot on. So, yeah, that's why I said this should be the highest macro game we get, if not today. Maybe for the entire positioning phase so far.
Very well could be. And I want to stretch, maybe there's a bit of a stretch, but I'm gonna run with it anyway as we get loaded onto the Rift here. And Gigo tries to surprise bowl. Just kidding. Okay, I'll hit it with the W. Fair enough. That NRG roster, right? That ThinkCard took to Worlds and murder blasted G2. Just by the way, Will
Any better than you?
It was a bunch of players, right? And like you said, rookie. I don't know if I'd say rookie, but just like a lot of guys who, I mean, well, for Palafox and Contracts, right? They'd been kind of yo-yoing up and down between NACL and or you know, Academy as it was at the time, right? And coming up, right? There's a bunch of guys who like you saw like what they could be, right? And a bunch of kind of disparate pieces. Ignar, right? Just being like okay, this guy, we've seen flashes, but it hasn't been there consistently. And he made them more than the sum of their parts, right? Really played to everyone's strengths, got the best out of everyone, right? Contracts, I think, is the best example of that, as Gigo takes a really, really good trade here, a level up here on Bull. And I think this Furia roster has some of that as well, right? Jojo's a two-time champion. Gigo's a two-time champion. Tatu is your young hotshot rookie. Tuts is a one-time champion. Ayu, at one point, was this literally like treated like the second coming of Christ. But they haven't, you know, stitch it together consistently. And I think Tuts and Ayu are the poster children for that. And so far, again, because there was a lot of chat also in the chat about I won't trust Furia, right? Whether it was the Super Furia roster or this one, which I understand the comparison, but those are two wildly different roster builds.
Fair enough.
But,
and to your energy point, I think you're right. They're calling them rookies was wrong. Calling them a redemption team, I think, is probably a more accurate term for it.
And that's why everyone fell in love with them.
Yeah. It felt like a plucky thing. And I feel like that's not dissimilar from the Brazil story, and that's why I think a lot of people have been favoring this sort of Furia rebuild roster. Not even a rebuild, but like kind of the wonder kids, if you will. This young roster that Furia.
New look Furia.
Yeah, and it's very similar to what CL did with K-Star's last year as well, which is a very, very interesting contrast and matchup between these two teams. And we look at who's competition for top. The fact that Payne's up there, it feels like almost a perfect storm, right? You've got two different sets of rebuilds coming through. One who's been in Brazil for a year, who's having a chance to kind of build that up. A brand new rebuild, and you've got the oldest org in the league who doesn't really rebuild for the most part.
No,
We talk about the ability
they go from strength to strength. Holy Tatu flashed over the wall. You have to get this kill. There is no option. Gigo expecting the flash as well. Paladins, oh my goodness, the stuns.
Can't get it. They can't get it.
And now Gigo's gonna die for it. Did Samus and now Tatu? No! Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, the humanity. What a mess.
That's macro teams, by the way.
Oh my goodness, what did I just see with my eyes, dude?
5 minutes, and they make me eat my words.
Oh my goodness. That was... They both flashed! Tatu flashed over the wall with the Jeez Louise, dude.
Remember how last game 4-4 we missed the solo kill? The fact that we didn't think Mirio was going to be able to find the kill onto Mago solo because we didn't think he was going to stick around? Yeah, this is like the opposite. The moment I saw Tatu walking up the wall, I was like, wait, I've seen this in Academy so many times. Tatu is going to go for the behind the turret dive, and he went for it. And look, the setup, the ideal was good. They were just lacking ever so slightly that bit of damage. If Gigo managed to get sweet spot on the tactical sweep, maybe gets one more auto off with the grasp.
Yeah. No, they get was the close, but... Yeah, good God Almighty, that was a tough look.
This is why Tatu's an exciting upcomer, though, right? Because he's not afraid to make these plays. This guy goes for high risk, high reward plays. If it worked, this lane, by the way, top lane would have been over. If Gigo gets first blood as a Camille onto Mbessa, we talked about it before. Gigo is one of the best Camille's players. He was playing it before it was cool, right? This lane is done, and Tatu gets to just gank other lanes. Now, because they lost that, it does set them behind, but it's not game ending. Tatu as a Sejuani can fall behind, and that's okay, and he didn't. Gigo as a Camille can fall behind, and while the laning's not going to feel as good, he'll still be fine later on. So if anything, it just extends the timer for K-Stars. It just slows down Furia and their power points of what they want to do at certain times.
Well, you better hope so, man. Look, you've convinced me. I think I want to believe you, man. What you're saying made a lot of sense.
I want to believe me right now but after watching that.
We're manifesting. 2025 is the year of manifesting. And look, it's only a 200 or 300 gold lead, right? It could be a lot worse, is the fact of the matter. But holy moly. Also, Kissy with the Faker skin. Hell yeah. That is. And I think it's just because they have all the skins unlocked, right? But I'm surprised that even then, like, people don't use that skin more. Maybe they do, and I just don't notice. Maybe it's the first time I've noticed it. But Furia, they're gonna get some grubs, walk away with a little bit of a consolation prize. Oh, I'm never gonna forget that. I think as long as I live, like I'm gonna shoot up in the middle of the night, just like in a cold sweat. My wife's, babe, what's wrong? Don't worry about it. I'll tell you when you're older, when you can handle it. Oh my goodness, that was so funny, dude. Now they're going to try to pay it off here, or well, I should say get more out of this. Gigo is level 6, Tatu not level 6 just yet. Oh, okay, he tipped over. Now this could get interesting here, RMC. Okay. Trimby only level 4, Gigo being taken very low. He's got to find a way to survive this public execution, not even going to give him a chance. What a lethal decision there by K-Stars.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the Vi Ari combo and how good that setup is, but Vi and Bessa can do similar things. You saw the public execution. Gigo, if you time the Hextech Ultimatum to perfection, you can dodge one skill shot. But with both of those, it's pretty much a guaranteed that they'll catch you one way or the other. I love that they led with the public execution because the well, first of all, the Summons didn't have cease and desist, but yeah, if he had it, it'd be guaranteed. And Vault Breaker as well. When you jump up, you know exactly where Camille is going to land down. That play, though, was a bit of a, for K-Stars, a bit of a risky one. Jojo was already rotating from the mid lane to cover. And if Jojo got up top, that dive gets a lot messier. They'll get the kill, undoubtedly, but they might leave some bodies behind. And because they went for that, Furia are going to be able to just rotate for the objective instead. They already rotated Ayu into the mid lane. That helped them secure 2 of the grubs. And now with the strength that they have, plus the fact that Jojo's first to move, it will get them first Drake as well.
Might not go down without a contest here. Tribby gets locked up, but able to wait it out with the Unbreakable. Morteus throwing a Hail Mary. True Shot Barrage. Furia, again, look, responding pretty nicely, all things considered. They're down a considerable amount of gold here early, right? And the feet down as well, but getting little bits where they can. Now Furia might be in some trouble here. Very nicely done. Tatu had to burn the flash, but forcing the flash out of the Sejuani, that's not nothing here. Now you've just got the Q ult, and the ult goes right there onto Trimby. He's trying to buy a little bit of time. There goes the True Shot there. My goodness. Tut's able to get out just a little bit there. The bullet time did a lot of work. Now can they mop it up? Tatu's pretty low. Kissy, very nicely done with the Q. Morteus, if he survives this, he'll be a hero. He will not, but he does help get the kill onto Ayu just out of range of the Q. Able to get the Q down. Jojo doesn't have the Pop Blossom. But after all that, Cade gets them really nicely done there.
2 for 2. Are we sure this isn't still IE Red? These teams are really scrapping into it and willing to get into it as well. Both teams really opting for that fight. I will say, I think actually that VKS kind of walked away a bit of the winner in that particular fight. I did think Furia had the better setup. They had Ayu there. They found the initial pick and Trimby got melted. But Trimby, with the Unbreakable, actually tanked more damage than I expected. And that protected Morteus, gave him a lot of space. And Kissy right here, holy crap. The kills healing him, the Triumph procs, were insane. He should have died twice over, but because of the Triumph proc, he gets to live, he gets to kind of kite back, and they actually managed to force Ayu away. Because if he dies there, there's no threat from the Samus, and that means Fury would have run down the Samus as well. So literally the Triumph proc saves not just one person, but 2 from Cade.
5-2 is where the score stands right now. Cade come out positive in that play, up about 1,000 gold. Now Jojo and Gigo, or Jojo joining Gigo, I should say, here in that top lane. I get a little bit of priority as the next set of grubs going to spawn. Neither support at level 6, just as I say that. Jojo taking over. Got himself a Dark Seal out of boy. We love to see it.
Okay.
I do 2-0 though, not for nothing, right? I mean, things are going a little sideways for Furia, but RMC, and tell me if I'm just not remembering here, but it does feel like we haven't had an IU hard carry game in a while.
I know his LTA fantasy points are really high.
Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, they are not, and that's why I was hesitating for a second. To be fair, I do think I hesitate to say he hasn't had a carry game because I do think he's been generally performing well, but he's been overshadowed by multiple members. Gigo able to dodge out the charm, but he's still locked in there with them. Yeah, that Hex Automatum did not lock them in here with him. He just locked himself in. Period.
Yep. Yeah, that door can only be opened from the inside, and that was not an issue. But yeah, no, because I agree with you. This is not to slag off IU. He's had a really good split, but it hasn't been the IU versus the world games that we've seen him have in the past. Again, not very consistently, but and again, even as I'm saying this, the context is important to remember, right? You still have Tatu playing his absolute nose off. Ego is playing his butt off. He's having a great split. Tuts has been really consistent this split as well, so he hasn't needed to. But here, Gigo's 0-3. He might need to.
That's fair, but Misfortune is not the champion that you put a carry AD carry on, right? That's what you do with like Zeri, to a lesser extent with Ezreal, right? That's a champion that they can really try and take over a game. Misfortune, we talk about setup in draft for her, so she's still a champion that needs to play for the team. If IU is able to carry this one, not off his bullet time, I'd be incredibly impressed. And so far, K-Stars are not giving them the opportunity to really do so. IU is the one lane that's really winning out the sort of laning situation, the 2v2 situation. But how often have we seen IU actually been able to leverage that strength? Yes, off the first grubs, his presence secured them 2 out of 3 of the grubs. The Dragon, yes, that's IU being there, gets Furia that early rotate. But outside of that, K-Stars, Desamis, and Trimby have been omnipresent on the map. They are making so much more tracks, whereas IU's static stuck in the lane.
And that goes back to something you were talking about in draft, or right before draft, right? Is when Desamis and Trimby aren't being the shepherds, right, and kind of being the puppet master of this team, it's not that they're bad necessarily, they just look a little lost, a little disjointed, right? Again, you've got some good pieces here. Even Bull, who he's another player who has been much maligned in his Tier 1 tenure, he has looked a lot. This is the best split I've seen out of Bull. Yes, he's on a better team with better coaching, but like, again, it's like, where do you separate the two? And are you going to criticize, right, and dock someone kind of points in your head for being on a better team with better coaching and a better support system, right? Like, he's looked better here and tried to, they have gotten the best out of him. 1-0-2 here in this matchup against the guy who on his day is the best top laner in the league in Gigo. Having a rough one right now, but that's Camille, baby. I mean, you still got the ultimate, right? You still got true damage on your auto attacks with the Q, so you can get back into this game very, very easily. More Dark Seals built up here. Tuts got himself the Rod of Ages. That's going to be really scary in a couple minutes here. But Cade, they've got an item advantage here, especially, again, on Bull. Keep your eye on him as they get ready to start this Dragon up. Tuts looking for a way in here. Let's see which ultimate he grabbed. I wouldn't be surprised if he grabbed the Glacial Fissure in these kind of pinch points here. Going right back in. Okay, going to grab the Cease and Desist. He gets Cease and Desisted on. The CC chain is absolutely brutal. The Glacial Prison doesn't find anybody but Tuts. He's getting lit through here, but he finds a lot of time. But again, the fight just split up. Gigo nowhere near the fight, and it was a disparate, rough decision there to engage by Furia. Cade looked completely in control.
Yeah, and you can see Furia really questioning themselves as that entire series comes through. No, in League of Legends, skins don't buy you power, Rose. But yes, Kissy is definitely putting on a really solid World Championship performance. But I want to go back to Furia, because Furia on that fight looks very hesitant. They're questioning themselves even as they go in. The engage from Tuts and Tatu initially looks really, really solid, but K-Stars have zero hesitation deciding which side they want to go for. And then you look at Jojo, right? He actually popped the Pop Blossom, but ran away. You look at IU, he's spending more of the time fighting or running than fighting, and there's no bullet time. He had an angle there, but he didn't go for it. He was just saying, okay, I don't know how many people I can catch here. I don't know if it's worth burning it on one. I don't know, and you don't do anything at the end of it. Right, and Furia, I love they showed the damage totals as well in that fight, because I suspect Furia's numbers are non-existent pretty much in that last skirmish.
Yeah, how it goes, man. Again, it's like I'm trying to be kind of, a little more unbiased as, a caster. I don't think that's a problem of mine, but as a caster, right, you want to paint the fair picture here. MF, again, talk about an individual that has a wide spectrum of opinions available. MF, very maligned champion, and this doesn't really feel, the way this game is progressing really doesn't feel like it's doing the MF truthers any favors, right? Because it's so committal, that ultimate, right? You sit down, grab yourself a popcorn and a Coke, and you put the seatbelt on, you strap yourself down to the earth, and do a bunch of damage, maybe. Right? It is a lot of risk for maybe not a lot of reward. And we talked, you say, before you say that the composition's so good for it. We have not seen the team fight that is necessary for Furia to elevate IU and this MF ult to be what it needs to be. And I give, actually, the boatload of the credit, I think you'd agree with me, RMC, the boatload of the credit has to go to Cade.
Yeah, and how they're the ones actually starting a lot of these fights. Like, that's why the entire analysis started on that post fight with how Touch just got punished immediately. Cade are not hesitating to blow everything on a single target to remove them. And it's on Furia to recognize that, hey, their comp is a single target pick comp. Once they blow everything on one target, everybody else needs to dogpile in, because all their abilities are on cooldown at that point. And they also need to recognize that, hey, Cade does have a lot of mobility, yes, but that's where we need to pull the trigger, get the CC down, get Jojo in there, get Tatu in there. Heck, even get Tuts in there with a Trimby ultimate. I'm not sure Tuts had it, but here we go. There's a pick on the Trimby. It doesn't find him.
No, the Pop Blossom doesn't find it. Smart Tokyo drifting as Tatu throwing the Glacial Prison backward, and half a bullet time does pretty much nothing here. And now again, Furia find themselves separated. Gigo was on a thankless mission there. This is going really badly for Furia.
Okay, credit to Furia at that time, though. They did try and pull the trigger. They did look for the proactive play. it just horrifically backfired. And this is the one where we completely praise Cade for everything they just did, right? Like, Trimby single-handedly blew multiple ultimates, lashes out to safety, and with that, Cade are going to be able to get this Herald, get push Prio on this top side. They probably can get the entire turret. I don't know if Tatu can hold it with the risk of the Samus nearby, with Morteus being nearby as well. Yeah, if Tatu steps up, it's a 4-man dive.
Believe it or not, IU is 43 gold up somehow. But at this point, RMC, we got to start talking about the wallet diff, right? I mean, it's 5,000 gold, and before that fight even, right, it was at about 4,000. That's part of the calculus now as well, right? And again, you have to give credit here. Trimby walked onto the wrong side of the train tracks. This was the correct call, but Trimby played that really well. And DeSamus, right, they didn't even flinch, go in immediately. Morteus from the other side, right? The way that Cade collapsed. And Gigo, again, that was a bit thankless. I don't even fault him for that, right? That TP was probably committed when that initial engage went off, so it's a casualty.
Wait, for Trimby doesn't even have Merc Treads.
Damn.
He
just got the magical footwear. He's got cross.
And that's terrifying, because for Furia, I thought he already had the Merc Treads, and so that's why the CC duration wasn't quite right. He didn't get the perfect layering. But if he doesn't have Merc Treads yet, when he gets Merc Treads, it gets that much tougher.
No, it's Joker.
And you can tell Trimby, he's the first one in right now. He's willing to be the tank. Even if he died there, by the way, I think it's fine. I think K-Star would still have been able to roll the fight, because Furia blew a lot of team fight ultimates on a single target. It's the opposite problem that K-Stars have, and that's why we saw them being so hesitant and questioning their decision making earlier. And that's, for Furia, it's worse. The mental game is getting so tough for them right now. I want to see them make that play again, though, onto Trimby. Like, yes, it looked really bad. Yes, it didn't work out this time. But, hey, if the flash is down, Trimby, you kill Trimby, maybe you can play out the rest of the fight 5v4. If you hesitate, if you question, if you don't make plays, then you slide quietly into that good night. And that is not how we play down here in the South.
Well, and if nothing else, like, what are your alternatives, right? If you're not going for plays like that, what are you doing as Furia? And I think the answer is you're just kind of letting the game bleed out, right? You're down 5,000 gold, man. You are going to lose this game unless something changes, and those are the kinds of high-risk, high-reward plays you have to make. It's not going to look good. In fact, it might look really troll and really bad, right? It's not going to do any good for your individual stats and probably your fantasy points as well. But these are the types of plays you have to make. And fortunately for Furia, they do have a lot of lockdown, right, and the ability to get picks. IU now joining the fight again. But they burn the flash from Bull, and over the top, a lot of ultimates used. Public execution goes down, and a shutdown onto IU. Get a little bit of something there, but again, a lot of resources committed, RMC.
Good start. And if you're Furia, yes, it's a lot of resources, but you did get a payoff at the end of the day. The bounty is just icing on the cake, and that's exactly what you need to do as Furia, and you need to do it again and again. Because the scaling for Furia isn't bad. The big problem for Furia right now is how Cade have been playing. Cade are accelerating the pace of the game. They are snowballing. They are not giving you time to scale up. If they were sitting back, I wouldn't be this worried for Furia. And you can see right away, DeSamus, right after that play, they're down a man, don't care. We keep going. We're stronger, we know it.
Oh, that's exactly what happened there. Tuts on the other side of the map. Tatu might be fed to the wolves here. Very nice. Blast cone. Get himself out of the way. It is a Chemtech Rift, so that one had a little extra chutzpah on it. Dragon going to be up in another 350, right? Cade up a little bit there. They've taken the last two dragons. Mid-tier 1 goes down, and that is now the third, of the game going to Cade. They pushed up the line of scrimmage very nicely. And again, Cade, they were a little bit on Broad Watch as Shelly gets... Oh, come on, Trimby. You got to do better than that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Trimby's just reciprocating the favor. JoJo's been missing his ultimates. Trimby decides to miss Shelly. Okay. Shelly will still... Oh, she doesn't get the charge anymore. Never mind. She's just going to whack away at the turret. Doing not insignificant damage, but not quite enough to confirm. Bot side, JoJo getting chunked.
JoJo's getting ripped through here. Big old bullet time. A lot of it gets eaten by Trimby, so it doesn't get value at all, really. Tatsu gonna get eaten alive. Gigo can't get in. He's just not strong enough to follow up on the other side of that wall. Cade punishing Furia for, again, the idea is there, but the execution needs to be perfect when you're down this much gold.
Yeah, and meanwhile, all this is happening. Bull's topside pushing as well, completely unopposed. Tuts is looking to try and set up a gank, but I don't know if Tuts can necessarily solo out the Mbessa at this point. And 5-4, Cade are playing this really, really well. We talked about the threat for Furia, and the reason why they need to keep looking for these catches, even if they commit a lot, is because of how fast Cade are playing. And you're seeing that right now. They are complete night and day from yesterday. Like we said, yesterday, uncharacteristic of them. Weird day, weird slip up, and they bounce back hard, as we expected. They are pushing in 21 minutes right now, and Furia's getting completely stifled. The pressure they're putting down is also very important, not just in terms of game speed, but it also doesn't give Furia time to stabilize themselves, to come back into the game. You look at the sort of items, K-Stars are threatening 2, maybe 3 items, whereas Furia is like 1.5, 2 items right now.
Yeah.
And every time they come out to try and fight K-Stars, they're going to lose the fight. That's more gold in Cade's pocket. Bull getting collapsed on, no teleport for Kissy.
No, and again, everyone is committing onto Furia. That's not JoJo, that's someone else. Just kidding. Pop Blossom to the dome. The CC is there. Bull gets ripped through. IU, 4th kill of the game. And it feels like a shame, RMC, that Furia are lagging as far behind when they've dumped all the eggs into the IU basket, into the MF basket, and this is the result right now. They get little bits here. And Cade, to give them, again, to give them their due, because they were on my fraud watch list a little bit. This is the sign of a well-coached team. You talked about the speed with which they're playing. I think you made an excellent point there, right? They are just suffocating Furia. They're not giving them opportunities to get back into this game. Now Gigo and Tuts trying to go back in here. Tatu has the Glacial Prison. You got to rip that thing, homie. Gigo almost dead. There goes the bullet time. And again, eaten completely by Trimby. The VKS support negating this completely. Are you able to get a kill there onto the Samus? Atakan helping out just a little bit, taking some damages. Trimby, but somehow he survives it. And quietly, RMC, Kissy, 6-0-2. He has had some marvelous RE games this split.
And I think he's a beneficiary of a lot of kills. And it's perfect, too, because he did actually have the Dark Seal, which stacked up really quickly. And he upgraded to the Magi. So that's doubly good for them. 14 stack
Magi, 10 stack Rod of Ages in 2025. Oh, my goodness, my brother in Christ. That is tough.
Yeah, he's eating good. And I have enjoyed his Ari. I do think it's a really good playmaker. The charms have absolutely been on point. But this play kind of wasn't on Kissy. It was actually on Furia.
No.
They thought they could find the pick. They had Tuts and Gigo, and there's a lot of single target bursts between those two. There's a lot of bursts in general. But even in a 4v5 situation, this is where the wall depth comes through. This is where that pressure and the timing comes through. Because they're so far ahead, because they're so accelerated, they get to win out these fights. And early on, the gold difference matters more. When you're at 60k gold per team, a 5 gold deficit is maybe components of an item, right? That you've got a small 5-minute window between a completed item and not a completed item. And it's like, you're looking at what, 4, 5 items at that point? Right now, you're looking at the difference between 1 completed item and 2 completed items. That's like a 20-30% power difference between the two teams. And K-Stars is absolutely leveraging that. Now, Furia did slow down, so there was no Atakan take from K-Stars. It's not the end of the world for Furia. But for the objectives, what now? You can't contest this dragon. It goes down way too quickly. When Baron comes up as well, that gets a lot dicier. And next time you lose a fight as Furia, you lose both objectives off the back of that. If you're a win a fight, then we get the question of, can they actually pull up and take objectives? Are they strong enough? Do they have enough bodies left on the Rift?
Let's see how quickly they can take this Atakan if they decide to do it. They don't aggro it just yet. There goes the True Shot Barrage. That'll let them know that they are not alone in the woods. This is a bit of a tangent, RMC, as we kind of restart. Okay. Have you heard of the Dark Woods? Have you heard of the Dark Forest theorem? Because in the news recently, there was an article that, the best sign of life, of alien life that scientists have found, right? There's a molecule that they found on another planet that is basically, as far as we know, produced by microbes, right? And algae.
Okay.
So, but I heard a interesting thing, right? There's the Fermi paradox, which is, we have, there must be alien life because, like, statistically, like, there has to be. There's no way we haven't found any evidence for it. The Dark Forest theory is an interesting one. I don't think it's true, but it's very fascinating and a little spooky. It's that there are alien life forms out there, but they have all masked their presence because there is something even greater that looms in deep space, and that we are the dumb ones for keeping on broadcasting our relationship, our existence, right, into the skies. And there are other alien life forms saying they're cooked. They don't know that the darkness, it hungers.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it. Yeah, the ADHD did kick in. Yeah, no.
I was waiting for you to relate it back to this game, like, K-Stars, they're strangling out Vision, Furia, they're looking at the dark forest right now.
No, I
didn't know about this, so it is interesting to me.
I mean, Cade do seem inevitable right now, again, but they are the dark forest, and Furia, they keep showing their face, they keep broadcasting their signal, and all it does is give Cade 500 gold, 500 gold, 500 gold, right? Little by little, they keep popping ahead. There we go. There's tying it back in.
And that's actually very, very true. And they are now walking to the Dark Forest, looking at. They know Atakan is likely being done, but they are scared to walk in. Gigo has teleport. Does he have a ward to TP to? It's with the rest of the team. It's not going to be a flank.
Nope, they are just walking straight up here, and Kissy and Bull doing a great job of keeping their presences concealed. Extended metaphor. We love it. Jojo gonna drop the Tangle Barbs there. Morteus able to Arcane Shift out of trouble. Glacial Prison pop to Tatu, just try to get in there and swipe that away. Able to grab it. Very, very nicely done. Tatu able to, again, delay the inevitable. Doom is coming for us all. Kissy able to get backwards. Gigo trying to get on him, but knows that's not a smart place to commit. And now going forward, everybody. Tut's actually doing a nice job of playing this fight backwards here. There's the bullet time. Again, Trimby soaks it all up, but Gigo goes forward. Gets the bump back there by Bull. And after all that, you grab yourself the Otacon, and okay. You didn't give over 500 gold that time. Well done.
No, it's absolutely massive. And the fact that it's Ruinous Otacon as well, it gives you a bit of an XP boost. So for Furia, when you're behind, that's going to be massive to be able to try and come back into this game and get ahead. There is still a 5k deficit, but damn it, if we're going to go the extended metaphor, I like our odds as humanity. If we're broadcasting and we can pull what Furia did, down 5,000k and still win a team fight, that's looking really, really good for them. Now, Kate Stars, though, this is just a setback. It's a speed bump. They are still very strong, and they can do the exact same thing at Baron. The only thing they need to make sure is that they don't lose the 50-50. And technically, 50-50 means you win one, I win one, right? That's how that works. So if Furia gets Otacon, surely Kate Stars get Baron, right? If it comes to 50-50.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the interesting kind of subplot in this game, is that Cade's gold lead has gone down about 2,000 gold in the last 5 minutes, right? So Furia have found ways to, again, just get back into this one little by little. Their macro has been good. We praise their macro kind of all split. And again, it's the vision, right? Nothing is getting done, and for both sides, to be fair, both sides' vision, nothing is being done in secret right now. And it kind of feels like, to blow this game open one way or the other, aside from a big team fight, something has to be done in secret. And neither one of these teams is allowing that to happen.
Okay, if Kate Stars knew that Tuts was there, I think we'd be seeing a lot more of a Baron setup. So the teams have been very active in trying to deny away the vision, try and get that secrecy you're talking about to try and set up some of these plays. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out because Kate Stars, specifically Bull, doesn't overextend in the bot lane, doesn't step out. I do want to highlight too, Kate Stars have only lost one turret, by the way. That's an outer turret they're looking to dive, which at this stage of the game, very, very doable. And it's freestanding gold if Furia can get their hands on it. But they are struggling. And if you can't take an outer at this point, yeah, that certainly feels very rough.
Samus and Trimby waiting in the brush. Gigo has no idea. He gets jumped on. Trimby Morteus go backwards now to Samus, isolated with everyone else. Check ultimatum drop. Bull has to get over the wall. He can pop that ultimate over the wall. Pop Blossom goes down as well. Gigo trying to get some damage down, but Bull actually taking pretty low here. Not able to get much done here. But IU has been free firing, but it's just not enough. Samus taking low. Tatu will barely survive. Kissy just barely not able to get that Q down, but this will be Chemtech Soul for Cade.
Oh, that almost tickled Tatu, and Tatu below 300 health would have dropped.
Yep.
Cade, though, despite a 1-for-1 trade, they are much healthier in their aggregate health bar, so they'll be able to pick up the Chemtech Soul for themselves. A good soul, frankly, for both these teams right now, with how many bruisers and tanks, bruisers and tanks that both these teams have. Then its tenacity is also going to feel very, very nice. And for Kate Stars, it's just another way to extend their lead. For Furia, not the end of the world. You can give that soul over. It's not a Hextech soul necessarily, so it's not immediately GG. But yeah, I do like the fact that Furia are still looking to contest, and they did manage to trade even. When you're behind, every even trade is kind of a winning trade for you. And I will blame Trimby for this a little bit. He stepped out, and that put the Samus in a bit of a rough spot because I feel like it was a little bit preemptive, and then the Samus didn't actually have the follow-up to come through that he wanted to be able to find. Kate Stars, though, they're just so strong, they're able to force this fight, and Trimby makes up for the mistake on the Samus by kind of protecting the rest of the team. Him standing up front meant that IU couldn't find a good angle to look for that bullet time, and we've discussed this on broadcast before. Unbreakable soaks the bullet time damage, so if you're squishy, you die. And though IU has been funneled gold and is 6-0-0, we're long past the point where Trimby is worried about dying to bullet time, and his basic ability effectively completely nullifies Misfortune's ultimate.
Yeah, no, it's got to that point, and with the locket as well, right, adding a little bit of extra padding, just in case anyone does get caught in that MF ultimate. Again, it's a lot of 100-0 potential. Dude, all of Furia's kills are on IU. I knew it was the majority, but it is literally all of them. 6-0-0 for IU. That's a tough one. Also, shout out to Snowjo. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for supporting us. Again, join the community Discord. Follow us on Twitter. We're also on Blue Sky, so you can catch us on either one of those platforms. Join our fantasy league. But our Discord really is kind of the backbone, the lifeblood of our league. So thank you guys for those of you that are there. Please join. The link is in the description of the Discord, or of the Twitch chat, I should say. And also, shout out to Not John Titer in the chat. I see you. I love your username. That is my favorite anime of all time. If you know, you know. And if you don't, find out. It'll do you some good. I promise.
Are we going to go on another tangent for who this guy is?
I'm stopping myself. Nope, I learned my lesson. Tuts and Gigo looking for a banger angle here. Gigo, maybe he's got a date with the Raptors. He is getting deep, and I mean deep, with the flangle here. He doesn't have flash, gonna have to pull off a Mondo hook shot, but again, they don't see Gigo. You have to know he's waiting around, though. And the Baron, again, it feels like the sledgehammer that's gonna break this game open, but Cade just can't take it. Furia aren't letting them.
Yeah, they've slowed down. There's no more easy picks for them to look for. And I do think the fact that they haven't been looking for sideline push might also mean that Gigo is strong enough right now to win out against Bull or Kissy. Cade Stars have fallen back onto the Baron. It's at half health. Furia drop a control ward, and just that is enough to dissuade Cade Stars. They have no confidence after losing the last coin flip.
Charm lands onto Tatu. He's able to dash back. Jojo trying to sneak in there with a Pop Blossom. Tuts gets in there. He's got the charm. Big old Pop Blossom. There goes the bullet time that they wanted. And it does take down Trimby through the wall. Bull doesn't hit the public execution, but that's 2 more kills for IU. Tuts gonna grab himself a kill. How the heck are they doing it? It's a quadra kill for IU. 10-0-1. And Furia have tied the game up.
30 minutes into the game, 50-second death timers for Vivo Cade Stars. Furia is looking to push in and get everything they can. They're not even looking at Baron right now. They want to end the game. They've got a minion wave. They might have enough damage.
No, I think they can end, right? The wave is kind of small. You've got Tatu there. He doesn't have a ton of health, to be fair, but if you just keep IU alive, they're going to win. Furia are going to win the game. How in God's green earth did they do that? The threat of the team fight. I mean, Cade, they weren't able to pull the trigger. Tatu's fired up as he should be. Furia, what a freaking game by Furia kids, man. They played their butts off. Unbelievable. Cade never able to pull the trigger because they knew that was a possibility. They needed the perfect team fight. Their fans are absolutely fired up. Again, they should be. What a game. And they executed perfectly. IU on the MF. Hats off, dude. You got to tip your cap. That is one that IU's got to put that in his back pocket and remember that for the rest of his playing days. Absolutely unbelievable.
I'm just in shock right now. I'm still shell-shocked by how that last fight went. Right, they just found the perfect angle. Bull was still split pushing the bot side. Wasn't expecting that collapse to come through. And Tuts and Gigo, the solo laners who have been struggling for pretty much the entire game, find the perfect backline angle. Tribby has to peel back. And IU just gets the free fire. The arguably only good bullet time that IU had all game. And it's the game-ending one. It just needs one. Right? And incredibly well played from Furia. Congrats to them as well, because with this win, 4-4, they are now at the top of the standings. They have the head-to-head against Pain.
I was going to say.
So, they just have to make sure they don't trip over tomorrow over against Loud, who can be a team to kind of trip them up. And for Cade Stars, you got to feel for them. Right? Yesterday, their loss, well-deserved. Right? They just lay down and took it. Right. Today, they were dominating 4-4 from start to finish. Their early game, immaculate. Their mid game, solid. Late game, yes, they got a little bit scared. They're playing a little bit, reserved, not wanting to throw the game.
There wasn't a throw, right? They weren't able to accelerate the lead. But, again, you got to give some of that to Furia, right? Because, again, their vision was really good. There was nothing they could do in secret. There wasn't the way to kind of yoink away the Baron super fast. So you got to give credit to Furia as well for stopping that. But there wasn't any egregious sin committed by Cade.
Yeah, and now they're super weak, which we always knew was going to be hell weak for them. They have lost 11. They have lost to Furia. They're up against Pain tomorrow. Earlier today, Pain demolished Leviatan. It was not even close. In fact, they demolished them so fast that my fantasy points are going to suffer for it because I have multiple Pain players, and there weren't enough kills to go around. So, Cade, they are in an incredibly rough spot right now to end the positioning phase, and I really hope, regardless of the outcome tomorrow for Cade Stars, it doesn't carry over into the group phase, because group phase matters. Group phase has eliminations.
Yep, group phase is where teams start saying goodbye and, 1, 2, 3, Cancun. That's where you go on vacation, at least until split 3. So this is where the standings are right now, with one just minor note. I know that it's not really, it's kind of whatever. This is not Rose's fault. Furia and Pain should be flipped, because, again, Furia, as of now, have the tiebreaker because they beat Pain head-to-head. That was Pain's only loss. And, again, Furia's only loss to Leviatan. So just flip Pain and Furia, and you've got the groups right now. And, again, Group B just looks like an Astro banger group. That looks like such an absolute rock fight of a group. And Cade, again, I would say deserving of third place, right? Again, they've disappointed a little bit maybe in Super Week, and with their game coming up against Pain, they could drop to 4-3, right? And Leviatan and Loud, God, how do Loud always freaking do it? They're going to be tied with Cade at the end of the Super Week. That's such baloney.
There's a world. If Leviatan wins their match against IA tomorrow, Cade aren't even third.
Yeah.
If
I think
Cade lose,
right now,
Leviatan win.
I think right now, Cade are our third best team, and that I think is reflected in the standings just fine. But Wolf, that's a tough one. RMC, any final notes on either of these teams? I feel like we wrapped it up, kinda, right? And I think we did an alright job, kind of in game. But if anything you want to say before we let the folks get on with their Sunday.
Well, for we've highlighted a lot of heroes from Furia, and you asked me a question mid-game. Can I think of a single game where IU had an insane, incredible carry performance? At that time, I couldn't. I can now. For I can now.
10-0-1, game-winning quadra kill, down 4,500 gold. That is how you do it. Very nicely done. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. Whether you're watching from on the Fantasy app, right, on the LTA North pre-show, we appreciate having you here. We're going to raid the LTA North, so if that's what you wanted to watch anyway, stick around. We're gonna dump you on over there. We'll be back here tomorrow with Super Week wrapping up here. I'm 4x4. That is RMC for Orbital and TDS, who were casting earlier. Back here, same time, same place tomorrow. Shout out to Rose, our producer, as well. Yeah, I've been 4x4. That's been the LTA South. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Giant like a titan, ready for combat, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah. To the arena, wild animals. We alliance, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy, the battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now, we're going for gold. This time is for heroes, a new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. World dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. block. We cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay. Made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save. Only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, hey. I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, hey. I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
Big ult here.
I'm behind you soon.
Huge, yeah, they're cooked.
You can not, no
Yeah, we go all of them here. I'm just gonna
Cookies.
One ult.
I'm behind you.
Catch you. He die.
Kanskje.
Rebel die.
You need to kill her.
Yep.
Another Big Mac, baby. Well played, team.
Nice, guys.
26-6. FlyQuest is 5-0.
Viper. I'm
Fight on
coming.
top. Fight on flash.
He's out.
I can W. Xin chào. Fight on flash.
Yeah, maybe.
Can wait, mine.
I'm ulting, tower, no flash.
Looking tower.
I'm gonna die, but maybe you guys can win.
Here front.
No pressure, Nata.
We
No
can still win this,
pressure,
okay?
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Nice, guys.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
13-3. C9 made it easy, and they're gonna take the dub over Team Liquid.
Looks on.
That's dead. I'm coming.
Just kill Fire on that flash, guys. Fire on that flash.
It looks good. I'm going down.
Victor no flash.
I'm looking, Victor. Nice, guys.
We can get threat.
Guys, this is really good.
We need it.
I missed.
I stole him.
I'm ulti.
Can you ult?
Kalunga position.
No flash, guys. Can we do undergun after?
I flash, guys.
It's fine.
I'm going, baby girl!
100 Thieves, they'll complete the comeback, move to 3-2, and take down Dignitas.
Look at Recon here. Look at this here. Just there. Nice.
Really hard.
Galio.
Front no flash.
Hit front.
Yeah.
I'm going rise.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at Galio.
Rise dead.
AMF no flash.
Don't kill me. Mountain Soul, and they are going to try to push for the win here. It's Exu and Huhi alive, but they have got nothing to say about this. Shopify will claim the game.
You first. Hello, welcome to LTA North Easter Sunday. Happy Easter, everybody. Where the question on everyone's mind is, how many peeps can Raz fit in his mouth?
I said 5,
You said
and
5?
that's conservative.
I think
You
it's
can
more
squish
than
them down.
5. I think it's more than 5.
The technique. Okay.
I think it's at least 8.
Because they're all just air, sugar, and food coloring.
That's a
I'm
good
pretty
point.
sure I've one-shot a burger before. I think I can fit it.
How big of a burger are we talking?
Yeah,
is this a
what?
double burger? Is there cheese on it?
I don't think it was that big.
on track. He's changing the narrative.
You can only substitute eggs. Either peeps or eggs.
Oh, God.
So I might just take a bite out of your head.
Eggs take up way
ones?
too much room.
Yeah, that would be aggressive. All right, well, maybe we'll get a poll up in chat since it's early in the show. How many peeps can Raz fit in his mouth? But what we actually want to talk about as well is we saw some great games yesterday, specifically from one team that has struggled early in the split. Dignitas, let's celebrate. We're not going to show the end of the game.
They didn't win the
End of it.
Celebrate. They didn't win. What are we celebrating?
We saw some good gameplay from Dignitas.
Yes, they looked so much cleaner within their game versus 100 Thieves. They absolutely should have won. Emphasis on should. I thought their vision was great. Anytime 100 Thieves were making a play, this one is a great example of it. They shut it down and pushed for more. So, like, there's a lot there to be happy about with Dignitas. A lot.
Yeah, they were really attentive in their early game. I liked a lot of improvements I saw from them from their play in previous weeks. It's always really nice when you can see, like, marked improvement from week to week. And today they take on Disguised, and I think there's a lot of good things they can take from this 100 Thieves match, even though they didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Tomo played, really well versus 100 Thieves. Felt pretty good for him, being kicked off that team after like saving them last year. So there definitely are some positives. But man, they really gotta clean up the late game and the macro. Just like if I will celebrate with you, Kangas.
Okay.
When they win.
When they win.
I will bet will be versus Disguise.
It could happen today. Somebody's walking away from that one with the win. There was another game that we wanted to celebrate because C9, they have a big opponent up against themselves today, but they also had probably the cleanest game that we've seen from C9 all split just yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan was talking about how he was proud of how clean the game was. Like, his performance specifically, he should be proud of. The double ulti from him, and then the flash over the Weaver's wall and gets a double Q off. Like, he set this fight up perfectly.
He was patient, too. Like, he didn't just immediately flash over the wall. He waited for the right moment. Hits both carries. But I think everybody from C9 are stepping up a lot. Emily, we talked about it yesterday. Their team fighting is looking better than it really has all year. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing for me, right? Is, like, not just that we know that these are good individual players, but that they can work together in a lot of these fights. I thought that game before it happened was going to be a lot closer than it actually ended up being. So it's really, really nice to see C9 coming together, and yeah, I'm excited to see them play today.
And they got a win with Blabber's Vi. I know there's a lot of Blabber Vi haters. That's another dub there for Blabber Vi. Sven kind of smurfing on his Ezreal as well. So yeah, Cloud9 getting hot.
And that makes the next matchup today very exciting for them. But before we get into all that, yesterday we asked fans to submit topics and questions for us to discuss during a waiting room. We definitely wanted to hear from you. This was not a ploy by our producers to outsource work to you. But we'll be keeping our eye on Twitch chat, Raz's Twitch chat right here, for any live questions as well. Let's check out what people want to hear from us to kick things off, though. Up first, we have 100 Thieves, 20-minute curse getting flipped on their opponent if they're behind, like Dig against yesterday. So are we saying that this is just a curse? Like, this is just like a definitive thing now?
But for 100 Thieves, it happens frequently, right?
Yeah.
But that's versus like very competitive opponents. We didn't expect it for Dignitas. And I think we're giving a lot. We're giving a lot, I think, of positives here to Dignitas, where I'm like, this is a great early game that they had that they threw. I don't think a lot of people were confident that they would hold that lead till the very end, but it was getting clear.
I take this as a positive for 100 Thieves. Okay. Saying that 100 Thieves are actually able to come back in a game, where they don't have a lead early. Because people are so used to them being cursed, getting early leads, and then throwing. But here,
it was the opposite.
Exactly, they were able to remain focused. Especially Quid, Silas, had a very big one. Ayla, Braum, a lot of big team fight plays for them. And so it is an important thing to see them like fight back from a deficit.
Yeah, so 20 minutes is important for 100 Thieves, whether they win or whether they lose. But it just depends on how they're doing beforehand, I guess. That was from the Ace Trainer 2 on X. Up next, we have somebody, I don't know who this is. Captain Flowers on X.
Oh, no, we don't know about this guy.
How many EU fans could Raz beat in physical combat? Now, there's a couple of stipulations here. 80s action movie rules, you're surrounded, so there's limited space, and they can only go at you one at a time.
It doesn't matter what the stipulation, and I'll take all 10 of those EU fans. Like,
the 10 fans? 10? How many of the 10 fans are G2 fans?
All of them.
Well, there's some KC ones in there.
Yeah, some of them are Carmine Core fans.
Yeah.
Like, I might employ some of you guys to help me here, though.
Also, if it's 80s action
I'm not
movie,
helping
you got me.
They're all gonna fall over in
I mean,
like one hit.
I will try to have your back. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like 80s Because 80's action rules, it's more about your stamina. Like, how many of these guys do you think you can take on in a row?
And famously, Raz trash at stamina. So this is, I think we got to drop that down.
That's not even true.
Wow.
Where did you hear that from?
I'm not going to disclose my sources. I'm like, okay, but Raz, this is you defending yourself. We got to hear what all of us think. I think it's like 5. I think you could take on 5.
5 is crazy.
Just because I've seen what their audience looks
like. That's a serious answer is 5 people?
Yeah.
Do you think I could take on 5 people?
That's a lot of people. Oh, you're saying it should be less. Oh, now I understand. I thought you were trying to gas yourself.
I was gonna say 2.
Let's start with 1, everybody.
Start with
okay?
1.
Could Raz win a fight?
Yes, I think Raz could win
I think
a
I
fight.
can.
Raz, let's see your moves. Can you give us like 1 move?
No.
Okay. All right.
I gotta save that for at least the first opponent.
Well, thank you. Oh yeah.
Are we allowed to jump in and help him? Because I think.
Yeah.
You know, if
Yes.
I think so. You can at least pass him a steel chair.
I'll throw Emily in front of me.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Next question. Let's go.
The next one up is from Petadata on Twitch. Will we see any Yorick jungle in the LTA? Notably, he's been changed a lot. They can't figure out what they want to do with him.
I've been disappointed. I don't think at this point we are.
Yeah.
Because he was more OP and nobody rushed in on it except for Bwipo, and that was top lane.
Yeah.
So I don't think at this point we are going to see it. Maybe when we get to best of 3s or 5s Fearless, then we will. I don't think in Super Week, though, best of 1s. I think we need the Fearless help.
Yeah, I agree with Kobe. I think, like, because I, too, was waiting. Like, I was like, come on, like, someone, we've seen the Fury already on day 1. Like, someone has to pick this. And that was before patch changes, too. So I think maybe if a team wants to throw another one for a loop and then a ton of jungle options are not available, like the standard ones, Xin Zhao, Vi, who are the 2 kind of strongest ones on this patch.
Yeah.
I'm right by Kobe on this one. Like, the chance was there and people would not take it. And I think it's like a little weaker now. So if someone does pick it up, maybe inspired, like, he's somebody that is, has a pretty diverse champion pool, willing to pick things out of the ordinary. And if let's just say if they win today, then they're already locked first. That's already a thing.
We did see that Shaco from River once.
That's true. There it is. True. If you're listening to this, River.
Also, York technically, a flex pick for them because we don't know if it's going top. I mean, it got nerfed a little bit. But that interesting question. We'll keep our eyes on if York pops up. Up next, we have always planned for supers on Discord.
Oh.
Okay, Raz, you're gonna have to read this one. Shea Gilgis Alexander.
Hey, don't disrespect the Canadian GOAT.
No?
Shea Gilgis Alexander is currently having an MVP quality split, but the MVP is still likely going to be Jokic. This is just a straight up NBA take.
Question.
This is straight up an NBA take.
Right?
So that's part 1. First of all, Jokic is unfortunately just playing better this split. It is what it is. He's having a better season. Season. I gotta say this season. What LTA player do you feel is having an insane split, but was overshadowed by inevitable MVPs like Bjergsen or Doublelift?
I have a super easy one for this because this is well before I was on broadcast in the ancient times of me being a journalist.
Ancient?
And I had...
Yeah, you're old, buddy. We all are.
And I had MVP vote, and there were a few times when pretty sure I voted Jensen. He did not win. Ooh. There's at least one split where I was like, I think he was robbed.
Was it the one Afremu won it? Was it 2018 spring? I remember the Afremu MVP was kind of contentious.
It was like 2015, 2016.
It was before that,
Basically, he had won first team All-Pro and then lost the MVP to Bjergsen. That was definitely a thing.
It was a lot of people were then discussing like what does value mean, like in terms of best performing versus value to team.
Yeah.
That was a huge discussion back then. But yeah, I thought I'm pretty sure, or I'm sure I voted Jensen at least one of those splits, and I thought he should have gotten it.
These days, I've always pretty much agreed with the MVPs. There was a first team, like the All Pros are the usual ones where I'm like, there was in 2022 or something. This was like when Jizuke was there alongside like Abadage. And Abadage had like a really consistently strong split, but he had a much better first half than he did the second half. And then Jizuke ended up taking first team All-Pro. I was like, well, damn, like, a little bit of recency bias in there, but like, you kind of have to finish strong.
That happens with every All-Pro.
Yeah.
There's always a ton of recency bias.
Yeah, so it's rough out there. No one wants to remember the first 3 weeks.
That's a fun conversation. Kobe, do you have anybody that jumps to mind, or are you in agreement? Because I feel like Jensen's the obvious answer.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. All right, well, thank you so much for that one. Next up, Morgan Ark on Discord. With the recent popularity of personality teams like Los Ratones and Near Airport, do you think we'll start to see more influencer-focused teams, and what effect does this have?
I mean, I hope so. I think they're cool. I think they're very fun to follow. And I hope that we get more. I'm always pulling, for I'm a cutie pie to come back, get Scar and those type of people
Fox,
back.
bring it back.
Yeah, the Echo Fox experiments, part 2.
Yep.
Ooh.
I mean, this is a conversation I think everyone's having because of how successful specifically Los Ratones has been. Near Airport's also getting a lot of hype around them in the North America scene. So it seems like, even with like Disguised being in our league right now, this does feel like it's becoming more and more prominent than ever.
Well, it's just like a great way for people to be able to engage with viewers, because like it's a big thing in NLC. You already mentioned the big ones, but obviously like Ready Sack, Nord, like these teams that come in and they're very much like, we are great players and we want to still be able to play, but also at the same time, we want to make good content, right?
Yeah.
And as long as the leagues are allowing them to be able to stream the scrims in game time, obviously with like delay, I think it is a great norm to see. And like, I think what's happening right now with, Pro Belter Doublelift team, like they're doing really well while also giving good competition to the other NACL teams. I think they're second right now. So I think it's just the future.
I also think, like, if you really think back to when League was first coming up, right? Like, you mentioned I'm a cutie pie, but, like, all of those players, those weren't, like, content teams, but they were constantly putting out content, and those players were really involved on social media. I remember a time where you could actually just go to the League of Legends subreddit, and occasionally players would just be, like, hanging out, like, back in Season 2. Before I even really started covering League of Legends, I was just a fan. And so, like, personality teams, I think, have always been around. But now with a more, like, structured presentation of them, like Los Ratones, like Near Airport, I think we'll probably continue to see more of them, especially in Tier 2.
And it's more fun if we have multiple and they get to play each other.
Exactly.
So we need to get Tyler to make a team. I don't know.
That'd be fun.
I think that's going to be hard to do, but we need to get that to happen.
And Ziso Slow, if I butchered your name on Twitch chat, talking about like, will there be a chance for them to be able to play in Tier 1? Technically there is, with like the guest slot teams in North America. Like,
especially a team like Near Airport, with these guys. And like, they haven't picked up a win yet. It's looking like that any team in Tier 2 right now is looking at them like, we can do it. We can actually make our way into the LTA North.
So all the content teams should come to NA, is what I'm hearing.
There we go.
I like that sound. I like
that. Make it in.
Good argument right there. All right, next up, we have Aninda on Discord. I like this one. Has FBI reached enough of a caliber to be an LCS/LTA Hall of Fame player if he were to retire? Fibby, is he one of the top guys at this point?
Let's count up his accolades a little bit here. He won 2 championships, one with 100 Thieves, one with NRG. He got finals MVP on the NRG one, if I remember correctly. My answer right now is I think he needs a little bit longer of a career, and also like the whole question of a Hall of Fame. We don't even have a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we have to first fill it with like, Bjergsen and Doublelift and stuff, to get the baseline set, and then you can start.
Is he like first ballot of the first crew? Hell no, but like he's gonna get there.
80 carry then, let's reframe it. 80 carry top 5, because it's gonna be like Doublelift, Sneaky, Wild Turtle, right? As like the immediate NA 80 carries. Maybe like Stixay would be in there, but like, do we think FBI is in that top 5?
The problem is like, you're talking about like historic 80 carriers that have been in the league for a very long time, and we have a very long history in North America. So like, no, but if he has a longer career, then yes.
Right.
But also the Hall of Fame hasn't existed yet, so like, he's gonna have to be waiting for some old players with bad backs, and like they're just like, at some point before I go, please make a Hall of Fame.
All right, well, interesting conversation. I like it. Big fan of FBI. But next up, we have Flo Milino. Flo.
That's a great name.
There's 2 Flo's in there on X. Can we talk about Ayla? But only nice things.
Oh.
Please. We only want to say nice things.
He had some very good Bromholtz.
I like his glasses.
Yes. Great Bromholtz, great glasses. His name's Bill. I like that.
That's perfect transition, because I actually wanted to talk about Ayla.
Ooh.
Because a reminder for anyone who didn't watch last week, he set a record.
Yeah, the 0-0-24.
Yeah, and Jet talked to him about it, so let's hear that.
Ayla, the 0 kills, 0 deaths, most assists in NA history. In 13 years of LCS and LTA, that's the most. The previous record was 21. You had 25 in that game.
That's surprising. I mean, I kind of stat padded, but I mean, that's cool. I set a record.
We're going to ignore the part where he said that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's from that point onwards.
But
that was for the fantasy points.
If you're not aware, Ayla actually has a bunch of kind of weird, like, off-the-wall records. The one that I like the most is that he is the first ever support pentakill.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, back when he was in Oceania.
What champ was that? It was like Senna?
Pike?
No, I think it was Pike.
Pike would make sense.
It was like tier 2 in Oceania, right? Yeah.
That's sick.
Most assists without a killer death in NA. We just saw Jat talking to him about that one. He also has most kills in a game in NA for support at 7 with Pantheon, which is tied with Ignar, actually.
Ooh.
That record, who was on Pike for that. So I have a question for you guys. Here are 3 potential future records that Ayla could set.
Behind this? Oh, you mean like...
Yeah, so Busio is currently in first, right? At 22.83%.
Oh, the way it's
so
worded
he needs
is hilarious.
To pass
Yes,
that.
yeah, I thought he was saying he's...
I think I copy-pasted this from Liam when he was giving me the stats.
Throw him under the bus.
I'm not throwing him under the bus. I'm throwing me under the bus for not editing it.
Fair.
But then the highest objective damage from a support, Hootie holds the record at 42,838. Liam and I had fun looking up a bunch of weird support stats.
How do you even do that much?
But then the first LCS LTA Ost support to win Worlds, he would also have to become the first Oceanic-born support to win NA.
Well, he doesn't have to. He could get second and then still make it, theoretically.
But he also could, you know. So, which of these is the most...
Oh my God.
I'm going to say probably not the third one.
It's definitely going to be Win World.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Me and Kobe disagree.
Yeah.
Also, production is reminding me, and Liam did tell me this, and we were fishing for like some really weird stats that he could get. Ziggs, who he was on Ziggs when he set that objective record. Yeah.
Oh, is this the Senna games?
Yeah,
That just doesn't count. No, Senna games, that does not count.
I mean, are we going to disqualify Pike for pentakills
Yeah.
too? That champ is built for pentakills.
But
Look,
he
it
is
is
a
what it
support. He's in the support role.
Yeah.
I'll
Anyway,
give that one to him
I think it's the
Ziggs.
highest XP personally. But
Yeah, the XP one seems more.
So you just had to come up with some random stuff that he could do.
well, he has a whole bunch of random stats.
And that was a lot of nice things to say about him.
Yeah,
I think
he's been playing a lot better.
He could set
with
the
100
record
Thieves.
for most peeps in his mouth.
Oh.
And he could
Take it
beat
from
Raz.
Raz.
I don't
He
think
could
he
take
That's
it from
another
Raz.
record that he could get.
Well, let's hear from the man himself, because Azale's actually on stage right now to get a word from Ayla.
How many peeps?
Thank you. I am here with Ayla ahead of your game against Lyon. A lot of people have been talking about, top 4, bottom 4. All of the power rankings actually had you guys, TL, C9, and FlyQuest in the top 4. None of those teams have actually dropped a single game against the other 4 teams in the league. Do you see kind of strong top 4 versus bottom 4 in the league, or do you think it's kind of different than that?
I mean, I think they are top teams like always, but I actually think the bottom teams are a lot better than other splits. So like Lyon, Dig pushed us yesterday. I think Lyon are pretty good, so we'll see today, but I don't think it's as clear-cut as other splits.
Why do you think none of the bottom teams have even been able to get a single win then against the top 4 teams right now?
I don't know, the top teams are just winning games, I don't know. They're just good, I guess.
Just built different?
Yeah.
So how are you feeling about your matchup against Lyon today? They're the team that obviously they won all their games against the other kind of bottom 4 teams, and they're the teams that people are saying are maybe most likely to be able to take a game off of a team like you or one of the other top 4 teams. Do you see them as a pretty big threat today?
I mean, definitely not to be disrespected. I think their carries are good. And actually, from scrimming them, their macro is pretty decent as well. So I'd say they're pretty solid, and we have to play well to win.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Ayla. Best of luck with the game today.
All right, top 4 is just better, I guess. Wow.
I just want to know about the peeps personally,
Yeah.
but
I tried, Raz. I tried.
Raz, you have the record, theoretically.
Thank you.
All right.
Theoretical record.
Theoretical record.
In theory,
No
he
challenges
has
came
the
up.
record.
Why does he have a default record? He has not put a single peep in his mouth.
No
All right,
challenges
production,
came
can we
up.
get some peeps in the studio?
That's why it's a
Post-haste.
theory.
Yeah, we need to prove this at some point here. But this is going to be a big match, 400 Thieves. Lyon are the team that everyone's saying they're the one that can get into that top 4
I feel like we
conversation.
were saying that, and then they started losing pretty convincingly.
Strength of schedule.
We were saying that a lot before their TL
Yeah.
game. And I was super duper on.
They had a lead.
They had a lead.
They're doing well.
They had a lead, but a big part of why we're having the conversation about them losing is the mid lane matchup. Saint has been on everyone's radar. He's been super hype early in the split. and now we get to see him against the top 3 mids in the league.
And I think Saint has still been playing like really well individually. He's definitely been the standout on this team for me. I think to answer the kind of question that Ayla was like, we're just better, I think a lot of it has to do with side lane play. And you could kind of see it from Saint. Sometimes he might overgroup when they could play sides, something like that. So those are like the tiny macro differences, I think. But yeah, I mean, Quid started off really rough in his game yesterday, ended up having a monstrous Silas performance in their mid to late game team fights. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing them go up against each other.
Saint also, when I asked him about this gauntlet, before yesterday, before he lost the quad, he was like, quad is for sure the hardest mid lane opponent that I'm gonna have. Quid is the middle, so Quid is the medium.
Quiddle.
Yeah, and then Loki is going to be the easiest at the end of the gauntlet.
Easiest of the top 3, yeah.
Right. So now he already lost to the hardest one, what he said for quad.
Yep. Okay.
So now the question, is he going to be able to beat the medium Quid here? I think Quid is actually going to be pretty hard for him to beat.
He's going to be difficult, even going back to the whole thing of whether or not Lyon can challenge or how good they are. Like, I mentioned the fact that, they had a lead versus TL. You seem like, maybe that doesn't mean that much. TM Killa in Twitch chat says, like, everybody had a lead versus Team Liquid. So, like, some people still need to have that faith. Even just hearing from Quid talking about specifically the matchup, he still says that he believes that, Saint's really good individually, so he needs to lock in laning phase. And that's mostly just him reflecting on his last game, where he didn't feel like he played his best game, and he was really far behind. So he's just saying that he's going to lock in. He's going to lock in. Saint's a great player, obviously won player of the week in week 1, so like there's a lot on the line, I feel like, for him. Yeah, well, let's check back in with Azale now, who's on stage with Licorice.
I am here with Licorice ahead of the game. So there's been a lot of talk about top 4, bottom 4. Some people are kind of in disagreement on who should be where and everything. Some of the pros I've been talking to have actually been saying that you guys in scrims, they think already are in the top 4, and that some of the power rankings are wrong. Do you think that there really is this like top 4, bottom 4 divide, or is it kind of more complicated than that?
I mean, it's really hard to tell with 100 Thieves specifically, because I think they're like everyone's favorite top team to shit on, where they're like, no, they're not a real top team, and it's been that way for a long time, and somehow they're like still in the top. So yeah, I think like based on our scrims against them, it should be a really competitive match. So I'm really excited to play.
Do you like playing against 100 Thieves? Because I know, they're a team that whether they're ahead or behind, they're gonna fight, right? And sometimes I'll talk to pros and they're like, it's just so cheesy. When they win, they just fight, but they weren't supposed to fight. They should have been side lane. And other teams are like, yeah, hell yeah, I just like to scrap.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that style. I mean, it's I think it's something that like Sam and Grayson push a lot. Because like when I was playing with Sam, it was like we had a similar style on Golden Guardians, and I'm a fan of just fighting. Like macro is macro, but if you just win every fight, then like you win the game.
Just hands diff?
Yeah, just hands diff.
Is there anything that you do coming into a match against 100 Thieves that you try to prepare a little bit differently then? Maybe saying, okay, if they're going to fight us this much, we have to be really strong early, or we have to make sure that we're grouping a little bit more. Is there any kind of changes that you're thinking about?
Nothing specifically yet. I mean, like maybe once we get into playoffs, like best of series, we're going to go more of like a deep dive on them. But for now, it's like we just played them in scrims. We have a pretty good idea of how they play, and we're hoping to beat them today.
All right, well, best of luck. It's going to be an exciting game. I'm really looking forward to it, and we'll see you later.
Thank you very much, Azale. Great hearing from Licorice. He's always so respectful in interviews, first of all. But also, again, we didn't learn how many peeps he could fit. We didn't set Azale up for that one.
We didn't. Yeah, that's fair. But I did like his response about the whole top 4, bottom 4, and specifically talking about how like for a long time now, there's always been that level of disrespect towards like 100 Thieves and whether they can do it or not. This is like going to be that challenge, as you can see in front of you right now. The top 4 versus bottom 4 is zip right now for the bottom 4 teams facing the top 4. This could be that one outlier.
I also kind of found the question about how would you play differently versus 100 Thieves interesting, because to me, if I was playing versus 100 Thieves, I wouldn't want to opt into their style more of, we're going to group more because we're playing them and they're going to fight so much. We're going to draft early so that we can win these fights. I actually like what FlyQuest did in the game that we saw them play versus 100 Thieves this split, where they were like, okay, they are gonna, overcommit to stuff, so we will counter it. And we will have some extra mobility tools to be able to get there, if they overcommit to stuff.
It's an interesting stylistic matchup. We'll see what they choose to do, but let's also pull up our predictions to see who we're rooting for going into this one. Across the day, we all think 100 Thieves. FlyQuest
So I think you used the wrong word, though, there. You said rooting for.
Rooting for.
These are predictions of who is going to win.
True.
This is not rooting for.
Unbiased predictions right here. There's only one difference. This is very similar to yesterday, and I think I understand why. I actually told them DISG. Because I thought it was a 50-50 and I couldn't commit. But I guess they just interpreted that as disguised. So
yeah, if I'm the producer and I hear that, I mean, that's
so it was
that's kind of weird.
Both logos like blended together in some sort of weird.
Yeah. You know, it's like when you can't make a decision.
Look, no, one of them has to win. You have to.
One has to win. True.
I will say I did consider, and I had Shopify over Team Liquid for a little bit, and I was considering it. Because I do think Team Liquid are looking very beatable right now, but I couldn't go through with it either.
All right, that's our thoughts on predictions for the day. Now, let's hear from the casters.
Welcome back to the LTA. We're right in the middle of Super Week as the competition continues during our final weekend of Best of Ones before we head back to Fearless Draft and Series Play next Saturday. To start off the day, we've got Lyon still looking to prove themselves against the top of the table, while 100 Thieves continue fighting to show they belong in the upper echelon. Then, still undefeated FlyQuest will face their toughest opponents yet, a C9 that absolutely dusted Team Liquid yesterday and now wants to step up and take down the top squad. Afterwards, TL looks to rebound from that loss yesterday and ruin any chance of Shopify momentum, but the Rebellion wants to keep the good times rolling after starting Super Week off right. And finally, Disguised and Dignitas go head-to-head. Both orgs have had a tough split so far, but one of them will get the chance to start their road to redemption today. Let's get into it. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael for these first couple of games, and Lyon versus 100 Thieves, I have the exact same hopes that Licorice had out there in the interview where you talked to him. I hope it's going to be a close competitive match. I hope we get to see some sparks flying back and forth, a lot of PvP.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I got my flower shirt on for my Flowers cast.
Hell yeah, brother.
It should be a good one. Yeah, I was chatting with Licorice, obviously, before the interview, and one of the things that is kind of really interesting is, we highlighted this with Licorice versus Whippo, but the same is actually true with Licorice versus Sniper. He was saying the game he feels is in a very balanced state where you can play a lot of stuff top lane. Believe it or not, neither of these players in top lane have a single overlap on their played champions so far this split.
Wait, really?
Not one. It is actually really interesting, right? And that is so rare. And the same was true when Licorice played against Whippo. And that is almost never true in pro play, where it's almost always like, all right, you play Casante's banned, you play Renekton's banned, you play Gnar, okay, that's all you're playing.
Yeah, and it's even more interesting because over the 5 games that they've played, Licorice has 5 different champions and Sniper has 4. Yep. So that's a lot of different stuff being played up here in the top side. But let's go ahead and get into the draft, as we do have Kalista, Yone, and Sejuani banned out by Lyon. Over on the other side, 100 Thieves taking out the Rumble, the Vi, and the Yorick. So paying some respect towards one of those less common picks that has showed up more recently lately. Lyon's going to lock in Varus first and foremost. I am absolutely totally unsurprised by this lock-in. Very standard stuff. 100 Thieves happy to snap up the Ezreal and the Jace.
Yep, absolutely. Yorick actually got banned yesterday as well, so it's only been played so far in LTA North by Bwipo, but it is getting some bans, so clearly it must be coming out in scrims more and more. I actually think it's quite strong right now. The nerfs that came through were mostly for jungle in this last patch. It's actually still pretty strong in top lane, so I definitely think situationally it can be powerful, and especially if you're going Jace, that's a matchup that Bwipo actually used it into, and it is a matchup that I think is actually quite good for Yorick.
It's also such a different champion compared to a lot of what you fight, just because it's based around pets and the weird cage that has the incremental health bar instead of a health value. It's just something that can easily catch you off guard if you're not prepared for it. So I respect the ban. As Lyon going to lock in the Xin Zhao and the Azir for themselves. Everything on their side of the draft feels very stock standard so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Quid going to be locking in the Taliyah. Of course, there's a slight possibility that it could go towards jungle, but I am not expecting that. Would be another new pick for Quid this split. He has 4 different unique champions. The only one that he's actually repeated is the Sylas, so the Taliyah would be pretty cool to be coming out. If I'm thinking this is Taliyah mid, then I'm thinking about banning some of these, top jungle pairings, things like the Vi that do have that kind of point-and-click lockdown, really do make the Taliyah succeed very easily.
Yep. Luckily for Lyon, the Vi already banned out in that first half by 100 Thieves, so they won't have to deal with that deadly combo. But looks like 100 Thieves are going to look towards that top side. They know they've already got the Jace, so they're going to get rid of some of the options that they think Licorice would like to play into it. The Scion going to be the first one of those, as Lyon will ban away the Alistar. They do not want to have that one paired up with this Ezreal. We know a lot of the times when you lock in Ezreal, one of the most comfortable things that supports want to do, pick something that can be an early effective roamer, make plays elsewhere, let Ezreal just hang out and farm with a Mystic Shot safely. They don't want to be dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Leona, another pairing that, can be really powerful with the Taliyah, point and click CC, whether it comes from the jungle or down in that bot lane, obviously very powerful. So wouldn't be surprised to see Leona getting banned away, but we'll see where they do want to go. Mostly just all top lane bans, though, from 100 Thieves. You obviously touched on the Yorick, on the Scion. It is also going to be the Ambessa ban. The Rumble was banned out earlier, so 4 to 5 of those bans pointed towards Licorice. Does still have a number of champions that he has played this split that are still up and available, but we'll see where he wants to go.
I'm not going to comment.
Pantheon I think is pretty likely. Pantheon, because Pantheon is still, that potential flex. Neferi is another option when you are pairing it with that AP mid laner. So it is going to be Neferi here in the jungle for River. I do still think they do need some sort of point and click CC or hard engage, or they're going to have to rely on their opponents engaging into them and then just try to play that disengage style. But it is very difficult to play that style without any sort of engage, because if the early game goes bad, then you're kind of just cooked.
I mean, there's really, really limited options for any kind of CC or lockdown at all on this team so far. It's really just, can Taliyah hit a shove, but without any setup, that just becomes degrees more difficult. Yeah. Back over on Lion's side, though, they're going to lock in some strong CC in the support role there with the Nautilus, and the top laner to go into the Jace will be the Cassante.
Yep, so it is going to be Cassante. That is the 6th pick in 6 games for Licorice, so he is maintaining that new champion every game status. Rel making a lot of sense there. Both Rel and Rakan I think would have been absolutely fine, but you do need some sort of hard engage, some sort of setup to be able to start off the fights, and I think Rel can really fit that bill. It's also something that people like quite a bit into Nautilus because there is that interaction with your Shattering Strike. You can break the Nautilus shields. There is that potential advantage in that matchup down on the bottom side, but definitely not expecting Rel Ezreal to be really scrapping too heavily in the 2v2. Varus Nautilus I do think should get the push, should have the priority there, and it's going to be more about picking that Rel for the team fight.
And I feel like Licorice will probably have some pretty comfortable itemization this game, since you're going up against an AD top laner and this assassin-style AD jungler. Cassante loves being able to just slam one resistance for the first couple of big items, and this is a great game to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think, in these kind of games, a lot of times you can just kind of fully stack armor and then buy a Jack Show or whatever to give you a little bit of MR later on, but that's also going to amp all your resistances that you already have in the armor. So I do think something like that can be quite viable, as long as Quid is not just getting super fed on this Taliyah and really kind of demanding that you build more MR. Because I agree. It's Jace Neferi top with Ezreal down in the bot lane. Mostly you're going to be taking physical damage, and that is going to make the job a little bit easier for Licorice. If he can have a good laning phase, it definitely could become a brick wall.
I'm ready for it, man. Lion versus 100 Thieves. Lion hungry to be that first team to take a game off of one of these top squads. And 100 Thieves, they have been looking shaky. Their game yesterday ended up being the most intense game of the day just because it had to go back and forth with 100 Thieves initially struggling up against Dignitas. You know they're wanting to have a stronger showing here on day 2 of Super Week.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting. I mean, Ayla, talking to him, he was saying he thinks that the bottom 4 teams are actually a lot stronger this split than they have been, in the past. And so it's interesting because a lot of teams are talking about, these teams from the bottom 4 are performing in scrims, but none of them have gotten a single win still yet on stage against that projected top 4, which does make that top 4, bottom 4 narrative kind of very easy to talk about, right?
Yeah.
If you weren't around at the start of the split, when we did our power rankings, every single person on the broadcast who did their power rankings had the same 4 teams in the top 4 and the same 4 teams in the bottom 4. The order was different, but that is kind of where that discussion has come from. And since Lion was able to get their 3 wins against those other projected bottom 4 teams, they're then looked at as, okay, well, you're the team that is most likely to be able to punch up and take a game off of one of these top 4 teams.
Also, very important, that is the hot dog skin. Something happened between the last time they enabled
it's allowed now.
Yes,
You're right.
The hot dog is now allowed to be played in the LTA. This is great progress for Nefiri enjoyers everywhere.
And 0 the record, by the way, top 4 versus bottom 4 so far.
That's quite
That's pretty good for the top 4.
It's a strong argument for the line being drawn in the standings where it was. But we are going to see both of our junglers starting on the top side of the map.
That skin is so troll, man. It's one of those skins that's like so stupid that it crosses over and becomes amazing.
It becomes cool again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I also
it's like the Iron versus Challenger thing, there's the bell curve, and then the Iron and the Challenger player have the same mindset.
I like the fact that it has the green chroma too. That just looks like a toxic waste hot dog. It's not the one that we're getting this game, but it's a fun skin. As we take a look at where everything's kind of shaking out here early on in the lanes, FBI and Ayla with that initial push down there in the bottom lane, so going to be happy to not be constantly under the pressure from the Varus, at least for this first shove. Meanwhile, back over in mid, this is when seeing the desk, the analysts, I still call it the desk even after all this time, the lounge was talking about how, this is part 2 of Saint's big challenge week. Yesterday, he was not able to rise to the occasion against Quad. He actually got solo killed. Did not seem like he was really completely prepared for that Cassiopeia matchup that he had to play into the FlyQuest mid laner. So I'm curious how well he'll be able to bounce back here today against Quid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he got player of the week in week 1. He was playing incredibly well, but he is playing against some monstrous mid laners this week. It is a super hard set of games here in Super Week for Saint. You talked about it. He had Quad, now he has Quid, then he has Loki on Monday as well. Does not get much harder than that in the LTA here. So Saint definitely has an opportunity to really kind of build a name for himself and really, kind of catapult himself up into that upper echelon of mid laners. Last week he was amazing. No one's going to take that away from him. But if you do it against the best, that's where you really start getting that respect and you start getting that credit for being one of the best yourself.
That's when nobody can deny it. That's when it's just a matter of fact, as River and Audiolan are going to find one another here in the river. But now it's Ayla jumping in immediately as 100 Thieves are ready to go in for the 3v3. Lions down to below half HP, but FBI and Ayla the same way. First blood over to Audiolan, and Lion are on the board. River's next to drop, and it's a 2-for-0. Lion absolutely smashing this 3v3.
Wow, I actually thought that was going to maybe go the other way after the initial hook miss from Lions, but they're able to just scrap it out here. Audiolan and Henna got so much work done in this initial play, and FBI was already lower on health because they had that prio. They try to move over here. The Q flash from Ayla not getting much done, and that definitely is something that hurt them. I didn't catch on the initial play as Lions did miss his hook, but it kind of buffered him out of the combo there from Ayla. If that had connected on Henna, potentially they could have put enough pressure on Henna to really change the fight. But when that full swing does miss on the initial engage there from Ayla and gets nothing for it, they're just so far down in the overall health. Audiolan fully stacks Conqueror. He's just kind of hammering away. Henna was never really threatened, and Lion come out big ahead.
And the geometry of that fight was just so perfect for the champions on Lion, because Varus got to put the piercing arrow through 2 perfectly lined up champions. Xin Zhao even hit the spear on 2, so it's really hard for 100 Thieves to find a good spot after that. As Saints jumping in, going after Quid, the dredge line from Lions, forcing the flash out of the 100 Thieves mid laner, so a really, really nice first 5 minutes here for Lion.
Yeah, and we saw 100 Thieves in a rough spot yesterday as well against Dignitas, I do believe it was, you know, where they got pretty behind early. Lions playing with fire a little bit here, is taking quite a bit of damage, but the soldiers from Saint are protecting, and Saint has opened up a nice early lead here for himself. You know, is that one wave up as far as the CS is concerned, and going to be feeling pretty happy about that. Henna has already moved up towards topside. FBI and Ayla are around here. You can see Henna was actually trying to let that plate deny because no one was in range. I'm not sure if it did end up dying. Nope. Unfortunately, it's still there. And that's kind of the worst case scenario because then anyone just hits it one time and they're going to be able to cash in. You know, when the plate is really low like that, it's nice to just let it deny to minions if champion isn't around because that gold just goes nowhere.
Exactly. You're just, you know that it's eventually going to be taken, so you might as well just have it die in the most graceful way possible. But 10 seconds now until our first set of grubs spawns. There are still summoner spells down from the earlier engagement in the 3v3 in the river. And as Lions goes for the engage on Ayla, he will immediately disengage that one. Aftershock doing a good job of keeping him mostly protected. Important to note though, Quid level 6, just like Saint, but the Talia Weaver's wall can really be a huge difference maker in these neutral objective river fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Saint, also worth mentioning, he is playing lethal tempo. You know, sometimes we see people go, you know, things like Airy or even Comet in these range versus range matchups. You know, he is going for this kind of like high DPS build that if he can really stand and hit on some of these targets. You know, normally you would see this more against, you know, like full tanks and things like that. There's not a lot of really tanky characters over on the 100 Thieves side, but definitely can get a lot of value if you can have one of these extended fights here. And it is just going to be a trade of grubs for Dragon. Lion up towards that top side. They're going to be really happy about how this early game has gone. They're up 1k and they get 3 grubs. When you are the one who is winning the early game, who is having the pushing lanes, grubs get so much more value.
Yeah. I mean, grubs they're a down payment objective, right? Like, yeah, sure, it's nice to grab the extra EXP for your jungler. It's nice to get the little bit of gold that they reward, but it's really all about how much more value you can get later thanks to the pushing power, and I 100% agree. When you've already got the lead, it just compounds and makes it that much better. As Audieland roaming around with Lions, whenever you're playing one of these junglers that likes to get in there and fight, one of these skirmishers, assassins, whatever, having a CC-heavy support that is just happy to roam with you into the enemy jungle feels so good.
Yep. Absolutely. It is going to be very strong. And we've seen a lot of teams doing that style, you know, who have just been roaming heavily, especially when they are playing these carry-style junglers. You know, just getting locked up with that jungler, going in, stealing away camps, trying to put that pressure on. And you can see Lion left a lot of vision coverage on this top side. 3 pink wards over in that top side river, as well as 1 ward up in that top lane, a tri-brush. So really a lot of coverage to make sure that there wasn't going to be any sort of sneaky approach to them on the grubs, that there wasn't going to be any interruption on their take there. And Ayla just trying to battle back in that vision game, trying to clear out some of this vision and keep Quid safe here in that mid lane, allow him to try to get this push out and take a reset.
Gold advantages across the board for Lion, except for that top lane matchup, but it's Jace into a melee champion. You would expect Jace to be ahead. It's more of a question of how much of a lead can he build, especially with things going south in that bottom lane fight earlier means you're going to have to make up for some of that elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can do that. I mean, yesterday in the game, you know, he wasn't kind of really in a wonderful spot, but because he was actually playing so heavily through side lane and his team was kind of surviving as this 4-man core, he ended up getting a really big advantage throughout the game. He was able to build up more and more gold as he picked up those minions, took down towers. He's also going Conqueror, so that is obviously the much better scaling rune than going something like Grasp that we had been seeing, you know, exclusively last split and still sometimes this split. But that is going to mean in the 1v1 he should have a better time later on. And in this kind of matchup, honestly, it is going to be about him getting towards Cleaver very likely, because we are expecting a ton of armor to be stacked here from Licorice, who looks like he's going to be going Iceborne first, which I'm always kind of a fan of. It is one of those items that does allow tanks to have a little bit of damage, a little bit of the ability to kind of fight back, and obviously quite strong Cassante.
Right, yeah, he can proc it so easily. You're constantly spamming the Intofo strikes, makes it so it's pretty much whenever you need it, you've got that proc ready to go. Lion were trying to find an opportunity there. You saw briefly before Saint standing off to the side in fog, but 100 Thieves also dropping a couple pings on that. They knew what was going on, so nothing else happening here just yet as both supports continue to make multiple visits toward the mid lane. Nothing has happened, but they're really anxious to make that change.
Yeah, they are really looking to fight here. I think honestly for the Lion side, You don't have to be. I think Lyon are happy to just play a slow, steady game, farm it up. You know, you have the Azir, you have this kind of beefy front line there in Licorice. So I do think they're going to be the ones who are less eager to force these fights. But playing against 100 Thieves, you have to be expecting that they're going to be looking for any opportunity to try to make something happen here. And we'll see when they can find it. You know, Ayla is going to be level 6 here. Next time he soaks even just a minion or two of experience. So that is going to give him more of an ability to engage. And Quid, of course, has been level 6 for quite some time and is moving down towards this bottom side, trying to see if there was an opportunity there.
And I think that Ayla hitting level 6 is absolutely massive because it goes back to what we were talking about in the draft. This is the engaged champion for the team. Nobody else here can really start something up unless, you know, someone on Lyon is just not paying attention, gets hit by a seismic shove. It's difficult for anyone else to be the one who decides to go. And so Ayla's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders this game, I think, to make sure that he's picking the right moments and finding those big engages.
And you can see the 100 Thieves looking like they're not even going to contest the 6 grubs here. They're just going to try to trade for a little bit of tower damage down on that bottom side. But they did have this kind of late reset, and River was not even in the area. Maybe they're going to try to move over now and like steal 1 grub. Giving over 6 definitely feels rough, but they're so late to the play that it is going to be, you know, if anything, just 1 steal on a grub. And
doesn't even get it, but Audieland in some danger now as Ayla jumps in to help River, trying to take out the Lyon jungler. Sniper's ready to join the fight now too as Audie has to flash away. A lot of damage though, back onto River, who tries to get away with an Fury W, but he's so very low. First kill goes over to Sniper, picking off Lions as Saint's the next to fall, and Sniper goes to the skies. 100 Thieves striking back.
100 Thieves just fight their way out of it, man. It just seems to happen every single time. It felt like Lyon were there so much earlier and maybe just didn't expect that 100 Thieves were going to contest because 100 Thieves showed up so late to the fight. But 100 Thieves take the fight anyway. They do deny at least that 1 grub. They get some kills. They're getting plates as well. They had Quid down on the bottom side pushing that in. Sniper is able to get some time alone on this tower. And now with a couple kills that he picks up, with the turret plates that he picks up, he's going to open up a pretty big advantage. So, you know, even though it was Lyon here a lot earlier, Saint is over at the tower, Henna was not actually rotating, and they didn't have the TP on Licorice, so, you know, they kind of committed to this pretty heavily. And yes, it is 100 Thieves showing up late, but they're showing up with that extra man, and Lyon ends up being a little bit overcommitted to that play, and you can see the frustration there on the coaching staff's face. A little bit of exasperation, and Golden Glue's pretty happy about it. Jace now opening up a pretty nice advantage, has that early Eclipse, which is a nightmare for tanks, and is still stacking that tier, so definitely going to be in a good spot.
Eclipse done not just for the Jace, but for the Nefiri as well. 2 big power spikes if 100 Thieves wants to fight for this next neutral objective here as Drake #2 has spawned. They only got 1 out of 6 of those grubs like we were talking about earlier, but with the first Drake already in their possession, they would love to keep this stack going forward. Quid's job is just to zone Licorice away, make it so Cassante can't really feel comfortable trying to enter towards the battlefield up here, and it looks like he'll have no problems doing that as the Drake is secured by River.
And it is really nice to see these lane assignments here from 100 Thieves because as Licorice, and we talked about it, you're going up against Jace, and then there's an Fury jungle, so you stack a bunch of armor, and then all of a sudden it's 13 minutes into the game, you got a bunch of armor, you're feeling pretty tanky, and now you're laning against Quid.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, the armor's not doing so hot for you at that point. And Sniper, who, yeah, he has tabbies, but honestly, who cares? You're just building damage, and it doesn't really matter if you're going to be laning against Saint or Licorice. Does have that nice little lane assignment for them, so tabby's going to be completed for Licorice as well. He is still just going to be building heavily towards that armor. I'm a little bit surprised, I will say, that Quid as solo AP is not going a more aggressive build. He is going towards Roa, so he's going to go Roa Archangels, and he's going to be this very kind of tanky build with a lot of health and then that Archangel shield, but it is going to be quite a bit lower damage than if you were just going like Leandries early and these kind of builds, kind of some of the more aggressive builds that you can do. Because generally when you are solo AP, you really want to take the most advantage of that because people aren't going to be stacking MR, right? So you want to be building high damage builds. I guess he just doesn't feel safe doing that. But it is a bit of a surprise to me, and this kind of build is going to punish the lack of MR on Licorice not very much.
Licorice doing a good job staying alive up here, but a 3v1 is never great odds. River looking for a little bit more damage there with the Darkened Daggers, jumps forward, but Licorice goes unstoppable with the Pathmaker trying to get away. Weaver's Wall is going to claim it though, and 100 Thieves get kill #3.
And that's going to be the feat of warfare for them, so pretty important kill. Audieland and Henna are pushing up in mid lane, trying to knock this tower down. You can see Saint is shoving down in the bot lane as well, and they're looking for a potential dive here on a sniper.
Yeah, could be some trouble. Nice CC chain from Lions. Not quite enough damage there. It is the ultimate from the Azir, finishing off the kill, guaranteeing they get what they came for, and this should also facilitate Lion taking that first turret, so 1 feet going back their way as well.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. Going to be able to...
I completely trolled because 100 Thieves got the one on the other side of the map right beforehand.
Still, first tower for them. They are going to be able to grab, and they almost got the mid lane tower. So that is going to be nice. Of course, the feats of strength are going to go to 100 Thieves. They have the upgraded boots. Unfortunately, Nautilus got the kill, I guess with Ignite or something. I'm not even sure. I didn't see how he got that last hit onto the Jace, but that was a shutdown. Would have been really nice to have that gold there over onto Saint, who has his Nashor's Tooth completed, is going to be building in towards the Leandries. And we'll see where he wants to go from there.
Lots of tiers this game as well. You already talked a little bit about the Seraph's Embrace that Quid is building towards, but, you know, it's going to be a Mana Moon Egg for Jace. It's going to be another one for the Ezreal. It's going to be another one for the Varus, too. So all of these stacking up, trying to get to that 360 breakpoint for the big power spike, but the tier 1 turret in mid, now also going to be claimed by Lion.
Yeah, you can see Henna as well went for the really early Umbral Glaive. A lot of people starting to kind of be more of a fan of this item. Did get some changes. I think it was made a little bit cheaper. There was some sort of buff. I can't remember exactly what it was. A couple of patches ago, and people started experimenting with it on Kai'Sa as well as a few different champions. So he's going to have that early Umbral Glaive. It's a great early power spike, and it's going to help, of course, with the vision game as we go further on.
And I think that Henna's going to feel really good about having the like the high damage lethality Varus build in this game, because everybody on the enemy team is so vulnerable to that damage. I mean, the closest thing to a real tank you're going to have is Ayla, but he's on a support budget. It's not going to be that easy to build up enough resistances to tank those things. And the Rift Herald will now be claimed very shortly after spawn, again, by River on the Nefiri.
Yeah, honestly, this is so reminiscent of the 100 Thieves game from yesterday, you know, where it was Dignitas playing that really strong early game, you know, getting themselves into a good spot, and then 100 Thieves were able to kind of fight back and equalize the game. And from there, they were the ones playing better in those team fights, in those 5v5. So we'll have to see if Lion can kind of flip the script as far as that goes, because it is 100 Thieves now in 1 minute who are going to be having the opportunity to move towards Soul Point. And it is Hextech Soul, which is incredibly powerful here. You definitely do not want to allow them to get this third dragon here at 18 minutes, because you could be setting up for a very early Soul. And that is what Lion is going to have to be ready for.
And especially if 100 Thieves keep getting to objectives first, if they can put themselves in a spot where now Lion has to try to walk up, face check into a situation where you're having to dodge accelerated shock blasts, mystic shots, every single rock that Talia is going to throw, well, all of a sudden, now there's not quite as much pressure on Ayla to have these massive engages, because everybody on Lion will just get shot to pieces before it even happens. Audieland, nice disengage there with the ulti, but he's ready to charge back right into the fight. Ayla here on the front line, locked up by Lions. Licorice with the teleport in, and Ayla is in danger. Nice kill going over to Henna, and they're looking for another. FBI on the run. Audieland's got to be a little bit careful here. 100 Thieves disengages after losing their support.
Yeah, they thought they actually had a catch here onto Audieland, but he has a really nice sidestep on the Shattering Strike, the Q flash from Ayla. And then, because he has no mark on Ayla, he's able to knock him out of the crash down with his ultimate. That was beautiful from Audieland. Is able to just completely outplay in that situation and kind of single-handedly wins them the fight, and as a result, wins them the dragon.
Exactly. Sometimes you have a really cool play in League of Legends, but it really doesn't turn into a whole lot. It's just cool points more than anything. That was a really sick play that then completely shuts down the neutral objective stacking that 100 Thieves were playing around.
Yeah, I mean, we can watch this one more time. So the Q flash here, it's kind of going to get sidestepped by Audieland. He was walking to the right and then juked back to the left. And then, as I said, because there is no mark, he has not hit Ayla. That means when you do the Crescent Guard, it knocks them back. So he knocks them out of the air of that crash down, and then is able to go back in here for the re-engage. You can see Henna was able to connect his ultimate over onto FBI. FBI is forced to pop that barrier and get right out. And with the jungler going down, and with the support going down, they weren't able to actually continue that play and weren't able to look for the dragon.
Henna could be in a little bit of danger here if he steps too far forward, but he does have Lions nearby to protect him. I also like how Audi stops the initial engage. But then as soon as he sees Seismic Shove underneath him, he knows, all right, I'm going back in one way or the other. I might as well charge.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Audieland was talking about, scrimming against these top 4 teams. And of those top 4 teams, he saw 100 Thieves as the most beatable, the most likely to get a, quote-unquote upset against. And it's interesting because some players I talked to didn't even think that 100 Thieves should be ranked in the top 4. They thought that Lyon already, based on scrims, should be actually ranked above them. So there is obviously, disagreement based on, how scrims are going versus different teams. But still, I think pretty much everyone is agreeing that these are the teams that should be in 4th and 5th. That's kind of like where all the pros that I'm talking to are kind of power ranking these 2 teams. And we'll see if one is going to be able to kind of upset the apple cart, so to speak.
We talk about that hard line drawn in the standings, but these are the 2 teams that stand closest to the line, that feel like, just 1 foot further in either direction, they could end up being the one to kind of break that trend. As Quid on the Talia has both of those items completed that you were talking about now with the Seraph's Embrace fully evolved. Rod of Ages just now ticking over to 5 stacks, so still has a little bit longer to get that one all the way charged up. You can see in Licorice's inventory, it looks like he's kind of going for exactly what you were describing earlier. You go for the armor item, put in the Jack Show second, makes it so you're tanky enough to survive against the Talia, and you're still buffing up yourself against everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. You're still building more armor. You're still going to be really tanky against the kind of core 3 damage dealers over on 100 Thieves. And looks like it is going to be smote away there, I think, by Audieland. I'm not actually sure who got that, to be honest. They both have a blue buff, so...
It makes it a little bit tougher, right?
But either way, they are going to have that invade. Not too much happening after it. Saint has just been playing heavily through these side lanes, trying to keep his farm really high here, as has Sniper. Sniper almost has the Moramena fully stacked, and... we know, here comes Quid. We'll see if they can pull off this dive, though. The tower is there.
Ooh, nice move from Saint, trying to stop this, but still a ton of damage coming out from 100 Thieves. Saint very low, but the rocks are not there. Quid is now in danger as Licorice arrives to back up his mid laner. The Seismic Shove fadeaway will not find anything, and 100 Thieves is sat down. Saint with the outplay.
Yeah, Saint is able to make it happen. It's always risky trying to go for those dives into that summoned Azir tower, and he's able to avoid so much of the damage. The shift forward to avoid the Seismic Shove. He was also able to dodge out in that accelerated shock blast from Sniper at the end of his combo before he flashed out. And then the teleport coming in from Licorice really does change things. 100 Thieves now almost 2,000 gold behind here with, I would say, a more difficult comp to actually play out. They're in a very tough spot at this point, and Audieland is just going to straight up start the Otacon here. Quid has no teleport and is still dead, so they're so late getting out on the map.
He doesn't have a teleport, and he also doesn't have Weaver's Wall. It is a long walk down here to the Otacon.
Top as well. They have no idea.
Now, Lyon isn't taking this particularly fast, and one thing we have seen before is teams not respect the Otacon resistance shred enough if they're taking a long time fighting it, having everybody stand inside the pit for a long time. But no, 100 Thieves, they can't get there in time. So not only is it the outplay in the top lane, that outplay then immediately sets them up to take the Otacon. Lyon loving this mid game.
Yeah, exactly. And because they got that 3rd dragon, 100 Thieves don't have any sort of a obvious, easy comeback mechanic or kind of win condition that they can actually play towards. So Audieland getting that earlier outplay is actually having a really big knock-on effect on the rest of the game. That plus the outplay from Saint in the top side has put Lyon in such a good spot in this game. 30 seconds until the next dragon, and Lyon definitely feel like they are better set up to fight it. That being said, 2 items are completed for pretty much everyone. So the gold lead, while nice for Lyon, is not actually showing itself in a completed 3rd item or anything right now.
Right.
So 100 Thieves, definitely in a deficit, definitely in a tough spot, especially with the Otacon GAs. But if you really execute well on a fight, it's still winnable.
Well, Audieland will be first into this bot side river to try to secure this Scuttle Crab.
I think they just give this one, though.
Yeah, I feel, because I mean...
into the GA.
You might not be stacking all of the dragons like you wanted to early on for 100 Thieves, but at least those first couple of dragon takes have put you in a spot where you can comfortably give one over in a situation where it could be very dangerous to play into, like what we're seeing with the Otacon buffs. So, yeah, hands off the wheel. All right, whatever. You guys get this one.
Yep.
Fair
and
play.
they're kind of saying, that's what you're going to earn yourself with the Otacon, is we're not going to actually contest this. We don't want to fight into GAs. Even if we could win a 5v5, you're going to be able to come back on the map and potentially punish afterwards. Baron spawning here in just about a minute. So that is going to be the next big objective. Sniper able to get that tier 2, which is huge, and they're looking for a pick mid.
Yeah, Lion's in some danger here. Has to try to Spider-Man his way out of it. The dredge line connects onto the terrain and gives him enough distance to not die to it. But now, very, very low on HP. We'll see if 100 Thieves can really get anything else off the back of that. Without Baron live on the map, it's not like there's much to play for. Like you already said, Sniper got the dub in the top side by taking the tier 2 turret. That feels fine. I feel like 100 Thieves are probably happy to trade the Dragon for that tier 2. And then right afterwards would have really been the cherry on top if they could have secured that last little bit of damage on the Nautilus kill.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper here gets so much gold from that tier 2. You know, 700 gold on that isolated tier 2 tower take. It is so valuable when you grab that. FBI trying to defend here. 100 Thieves are collapsing, but this tower is just going to be gone.
Yeah, tower's already gone, but Ayla goes in for the engage. Licorice here on the front line, very, very low as Sniper is ready to go into the skies. Licorice caught inside the Weaver's wall, but Quid is already down. The first false life is going to be procced as Licorice continues trying to disengage. But he will be shut down by River as the Otacon buff expires right at the worst possible time. Now Adilan, Lions, and Saint all have to try to get away. FBI's low HP, but the rest of the Thieves are ready to chase. River continues firing forward as it looks like there is going to be an escape for Adilan, but no way home for Lions. The Hex Gates getting two of the Lion players out of danger as Saint's ready to re-engage, now looking for Ayla and FBI. He doesn't have the range, he doesn't have the power, and FBI's just laughing at him.
They're able to get a couple kills there. Quid does go down. They're pretty lucky, honestly, that that first Otacon False Life had not actually expired, because there was about a second left or so when they got that first initial kill. So Lion do force down the tier 2, but good engage here comes in from Ayla. As Quid was flying over the wall with the Weaver's Wall, though, Lions actually caught him with that Nautilus ultimate, so he gets locked up, he gets burst down there. And this False Life was so close to expiring. You can see Licorice died right after, but did not have the GA.
Like 2
seconds.
They
waited, 1 second even, maybe 2 seconds at most, they could have even gotten that extra kill and not had the False Life proc. 100 Thieves, though, of course, trying to chase for more. They really want to grab some extra kills here. Had they killed Adilan, there was an angle to try to do Baron right there, so that would have been the big reward they were looking for, but still can be quite happy about it.
And I really like the heads-up move there from Adilan, recognizing, hey, this is super dangerous if I die, just flashing over the wall to grab the Hex Gate before they can interrupt him to make his exit. Lion's still up 1,500 gold, but 100 Thieves at least getting a bit of a punish there for that tier 2 turret.
It is interesting, these last 2 games from 100 Thieves, and maybe this is a symptom of them falling behind early, but they've been much slower, much more patient. Not the 100 Thieves that I think of from last split, where they were the bloodiest team in the world, the highest combined kills and deaths in their games. They're constantly fighting non-stop, and they're trying to be a little bit slower, a little bit more composed this time around, so it is kind of interesting to see. You can also note that Sniper did not elect to go for the Black Cleaver because River was the one who's going to be able to grab that up and shred a lot of the armor for the team, but it is Last Whisper that is in inventory here for Sniper, so he is just building towards that third item still. And Licorice, surprisingly, is going towards more MR. I do find that pretty surprising because it is so much physical damage over on the other side. I thought the Jack Show would be the only MR he'd actually purchase, as River's going to look.
Yeah, River's going in for the full engage, but a nice stop on it there thanks to the Emperor's Divide. Saint gets away, but you can see, even with Nefiri just hitting him with the ulti and a little bit of follow-up damage, he loses 40%. If he mistimes his ult there or misplaces it, he's pretty dead.
Yeah, and it's just kind of a trade of ultimates. You use the Hound's Pursuit, you get out the Azir ult, so it is that trade 1-for-1. You can see Saint now does have the Seekers ready to go, as well as the components, of course, are working towards that Zonia's, but he'll be able to have the Seekers one fight and then very likely complete the Zonia's and have a Zonia's for that next one. So he's going to be a pretty difficult target. And then you're looking over at Xin Zhao. Well, he's not going to be the one you want to kill. Licorice is tough to get through. It starts feeling like it pretty much can only be Henna, and that's tough when you have to fight through all of this CC that Lion have.
And especially because Henna has already completed his third item too. It's Edge of Night. The extra spell shield now has to be procced by something, and it's Lethality Varus. He's comfortable standing very far back, firing off the piercing arrows, makes it much more difficult to find how you want to be able to pop that spell shield, kind of just hoping for an accelerated shock blast, maybe the true shot barrage from a long way away before the team fight. But yeah, 2-man attempt. Azir can do Baron very, very quickly. Adilan will be happy to just tank it up for now, but 100 Thieves sniffs it out, and that immediately forces Lion back.
It's the advantage of having a dog on your team.
Bro. Somewhere out there, Freak's ears just perked up. That was...
I mean, it worked. You've been laughing for a minute. There you go. I understand.
All right. Well, Quid rides in on the Weaver's Wall to block the possible escape route here for Lyon as they're trying to get themselves back to a decent position. Chains of Corruption fly out from Henna, but they don't find a target. 100 Thieves with control over the bot side river as Adilan going forward there. The wind becomes lightning, but FBI disengaging with enough distance there thanks to the arcane shift as River is just doing the dragon the entire time. They are forcing Lyon to need to step forward. Saint and Adilan suffering from some of this poke here. They know that they need to go in before they absorb too much more.
Ayla is on the side, and he could look for a really good engage. He's trying to deny any potential hard commit from Lyon. If they hard commit to this fight, they could get pinched.
Okay, Adi jumps over the wall, ready to go for the smite fight, but it's going to be secured by Rivers Nefiri instead. Now the 1v1 back in the Dragon Pit is not going the way of the Xinjiao as Lions has to try to get away, but a nice seismic shove seals his fate. Now the Nefiri ready to go in once again as the True Shot Barrage flies through and nearly kills off Adilan. A beautiful shot coming out from Sniper to seal the deal, but River may have gone too far. He jumps back in with the ultimate reset, but he gets himself away because the W is a very balanced ability.
That is actually crazy. He dives in 1v3 under the tier 2 tower with the tier 1 tower still alive, gets his 0 ulted, and then just gets out no problem. That is nuts. River definitely using that character's kit to the maximum, and now they're going to be able to get a Baron off the back of that as well. River actually played that whole sequence so incredibly well.
Yeah.
Was very, very aggressive, always being able to bait abilities, being able to shred people, hitting multiple Qs, and just bouncing in and out of that fight expertly.
Even starting it off before the fight ever really even happened, he wins the 50-50, like full fair smite fight in the pit, makes it so then Adilan has to run all the way away because Xinjiao is not winning the 1v1 against the Nefiri. It just started off really well for 100 Thieves. Let's take another look at how it happened.
Yeah, exactly. So Adilan does tag the dragon. He gets in the pit, as you say. Fair fight, down to 1600. Insta-kills it from 1693. So very difficult to actually outsmite that. And is going to be able to actually finish it off. Then they decide, okay, we're going to go for this. The flip gets hit over the wall from Quid, and then River just flashes in, goes to the Hound's pursuit, and then just hops backwards as Licorice tries to re-engage on him. But he's always staying in range, just continue tagging them with those Qs. And then right here, 1v3 under the tower, but the W is available, and then just hops back over the wall, hits a multi-man Q on them as they're chasing after him. That insult to injury there. And I was doing the same thing. I was looking into Furia saying, what is that? Has the Shojin fully stacked the whole time as well. And 100 Thieves just does it again. They just seem to be able to fight their way out of these situations. Comps be damned, situations be damned, gold leads be damned. 100 Thieves are going to fight, and they're going to fight well.
Well, damn. It's looking really good for them now as Licorice is not having a good time trying to deal with this hot dog as 100 Thieves are pushing towards the tier 2 turret, standing here still in the bottom side, but it doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with. One more Baroned up wave, and they might be able to force it down. Also, shout-outs again to Sniper for securing that accelerated shock blast at the very back end of the fight in that previous one. Guarantees there's no way for the enemy team to try to contest the Baron.
He got his one.
Sets him up. That's, hey, he's a sniper. He sniped. That was good.
There you go.
All right, mid lane tier 2 turret pops. 100 Thieves going to pick that one up, and then immediately Quid throws out the Weaver's Wall. Saint wants to go for the engage on FBI, but he doesn't have enough damage, and FBI escapes. Saint immediately forced back down into the dirt, and 100 Thieves now with nobody dead on their own side, with Saint out of the picture for 50 seconds, and even once he revives, he's got no ult and no flash. 100 Thieves can smell the blood in the water.
Yeah, and no Zonias as well. That is really tough. He tried to catch him by Eing forward and then flash ulting to react to that arcane shift, but he used both the arcane shift and the flash to create even more space. Ezreal is one of the champions that it's so tough to actually do that to because they have the secondary dash to avoid your follow-up flash. So FBI able to create that space, stays alive here, and 100 Thieves are pushing. They are low in health, but they get the kill.
Lions is already down. A nice seismic shove from Quid. Didn't even need any setup, and now the second shove is going to force Licorice to try to flash away. River continues jumping forward, and Lion is scrambling just to stay alive. 100 Thieves force their way into the bottom lane of the base. They take the full inhib. They don't lose a single man, and they get out.
Yep, they're going to be able to get out, and now, because of that last dragon, they are on soul point. 1 minute until that Hextech soul is available for them, and I think that is going to be where they are focused here. Looking towards that 4th dragon will be very difficult to deal with if they are going to be able to grab that Hextech soul. You can see It's going to be tough. I mean, Saint's going to have no flash. There's going to be no flash on FBI, but Ezreal's just such a safe character inherently that it's really tough to actually punish that. And I do think the flash for Saint is more valuable as kind of that X factor. We'll see if they can actually get on the map and kind of retake some vision, because it has really been tough. And I just think River has been playing so incredibly well in these fights. He's been putting on so much pressure. You know, and the fact that he's not just playing it like hesitantly, he's not playing far back, he's diving in and forcing them to spend spells on them and then getting the maximum value out of that W to actually immune these spells, then hops back out. You know, he's constantly drawing that pressure. And look at Ayla on the flank.
Yeah, Ayla's ready because the True Shot Barrage already popped the Edge of Night off of Henna. Now the Rel's ready to immediately jump in with a Magnet Storm, and there goes River straight after the lethality Varus. Henna just fighting to try to stay alive, but Quid has already gone on a killing spree. Sniper versus Audieland off on the side, and Sniper dies. Lyon trying to get FBI now, but the damage is just too much. A double kill back over to Quid, and everybody on Lyon except Audieland is staring at a black and white screen. 100 Thieves on the victory march.
100 Thieves finally able to get that decisive team fight win. They find the flank on Henna, and that is going to be that.
There we go. That mid lane turret is already gone. The inhibitor falls right after. They've got the super minions coming up through the bottom lane. There is no way for Audieland to do anything about this. Tries to maybe grab one little bit of a cheeky damage there in the river, but not enough. The ace for Quid's Talia. 100 Thieves will continue the reign of terror of the top 4 teams. 11-0 now. Lyon could not find their way to get this one done. 14-7. 100 Thieves get the dub.
Back-to-back days for 100 Thieves. They do get behind early, but they're able to make it happen with the team fighting here. At the end of the day, they close this one out 35 minutes, but definitely some hope in that one for Lyon. They played the early game well, but it's just the 5v5, how 100 Thieves are so on the same page. Even when one fight goes badly for them early, they never seem to get shook by that whatsoever. They just go right back to it. They're saying, if this is the way we're supposed to play, this is the way we're going to play. Win, lose, or draw, you just keep going back to those team fights, and they're able to make it work time and time again.
Good job for 100 Thieves, yet again racking up the dub. Reminder, LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes like Gigaflowers. That one's mine. You have the nodding one, right?
It is very cursed.
Yes, that's the point. That's what's fun. All right, but now we've got our first game of the day wrapped up. We're joining Kobe and Sniper on stage for an interview.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, we've got Sniper here, the Jace specialist, back-to-back games. How are you feeling on this champion? Some more split pushing?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was a bit disappointed that I didn't kill the Zinzal at the end, but other than that, I thought I played this game pretty good, so I'm very happy with the Jace performance this weekend.
Yeah, you guys actually, you've gotten behind in both games so far this weekend, you know, versus Dignitas, a little bit of a rough early game. This game, how did it feel when you see on your scoreboard, your bottom lane, your bottom side of the map gets 3-0'd? What's the comms like?
Well, I just click tab and I see that everyone's 0-3, or like River 0-1, FBI 0-1, Ayla 0-1, and I'm just up 20 CS, so I'm just like, okay, top lane in an island, so good mental, you know?
Yeah, it's all good. We can come back. Yeah. Is there anything that has changed as far as the practice for your team leading into a super week like this?
Honestly, practice has been like really, really, really bad for us recently. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, so I think it's pretty good that we got these 2 wins. I think it's like very good momentum, and like we're building confidence too. So I'm very happy with everyone on the team and how I played so far.
Okay, so if you have bad scrims, you get practice from behind. I see.
Exactly.
And then
you know what's up. You know what's up.
All right. Well, thank you for the interview. Congrats on the second win. We'll see if you can keep it going. Right now, though, we're going to head to a break and check in on our AT&T comms listen in.
Okay. Can we fight here? This vision? Oh, they go ITV. They go on me, guys. Yeah. ITV. Go fight.
I think it's good fight.
Okay, I'm going.
Kill this guy.
No flash. Yeah, he first there. Oh. Easily. Here. Has flash now. Don't go too deep.
Okay, so
push mid drag.
Push mid.
Yeah.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
What's in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
What's up, guys? Welcome, everyone, to the MasterCard Player of the Week for Split 2, Week 2. Congratulations on winning it, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Have you done this thing before?
This thing you mean?
Or like the game that we do. So basically, 90 seconds, rapid fire questions. If you don't have an answer, or if you can't think of one, you can just skip and go to the next one.
I think I actually didn't, so.
Okay, let's try it. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sweet. 3, 2, 1, go. Favorite footy team or player?
What?
So, soccer player or team?
Barcelona, Lewandowski.
Okay. Biggest scrim inter on your team?
Masu.
Favorite Polish dish?
Pierogi.
Who is the NA jungle GOAT? Because of course you're going to be playing against Blabber today.
I mean, I guess Blabber, he's NA GOAT, yeah.
Okay, I mean, you've been here, of course. When you started as a rookie, who is your veteran that helped you the most?
Vander.
What would going 7-0 mean for you guys?
Not much, honestly. Just what I expected to happen.
Okay. Why did you name your account Andrew Barton?
He's a cool guy.
Okay. Favorite teammate to work with outside the current FlyQuest lineup?
Impact.
Underrated and an overrated player in the league right now? You can even just go with one that shoots in your mind. Or you can skip it.
I don't know. Underrated Thanatos, overrated Quid.
Okay. Champion you want buffed?
Kha'Zix.
Favorite moment in your career?
I don't know, maybe Minions ending the finals.
That's a good one, that's a good one. And the last question, because we wrapped up the 90 seconds. Do you remember this? The first tweet you ever made?
Yeah, it was my first challenger or like high challenger in 2017. Yeah.
At that time, you celebrated making top 50 challenger. That was in 2017, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Reflect on the journey that you had from being able to be celebrating the fact that you made top 50 to now being like multi-regional MVP and champion.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the beginning. I remember I hit challenger for the first time that season playing jungle, and yeah, it looks pretty funny looking back at it. I have 600 LP here and I'm top 50 challenger.
Yeah.
While right now this is not even grandmaster. So, nice inflation.
Pick that thing up. Congratulations on your player of the week.
Thank you. Nice.
Show it off.
Welcome back to the lounge. We just heard from Inspired. Raz, you just talked to Inspired about winning Player of the Week, and it has been a long time since he won Player of the Week. It's crazy to think about.
Yeah, he was like an EG unit for 2022. He's been with a lot of great talent, but you know, it's been crazy that he's winning MVPs, and it was a long time since he won the last one.
Exactly.
And he did it off 2 Sejuani performances, by the way. that's all it took. That's all it took.
Well done, Inspired. He's going up against, as he said, the NA GOAT here coming up. We got FlyQuest versus C9. I think the marquee matchup of the entire split, at least for the positioning phase for right now. And I definitely think that this is going to be a match we want to highlight because of just how good these two guys are.
Yeah, and we see their accolades on screen there. It's also really fun to watch these two go up against each other. Previously, it used to be like a disparate, I think, jungle style a little bit. They're both so flexible now, and they've both evolved so much as players. It's just always really cool because they can be so smart about where they are. And additionally, both of them are working really well with their mids right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I just wanted to even just highlight the fact that while Blabber were able to win multiple MVPs within North America, like Inspired making the lessons and throughout his journey winning an MVP, of course, in the LEC, then coming over to North America, winning that, getting 2 championships to his name. Like, they've been on completely different paths.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that, like, they are now going up against each other, both jungle goats within the region. I love that Inspired, like, I mean, he didn't want to mention himself because he sees himself as European talent, but he's been in North America for a very long time. And he's done so much for a lot of the players when he was on, of course, EG to FlyQuest and all these things. So, like, I think he is the Western GOAT. Inspired is just right now a remarkable player, and Blabber is the one that I feel like he's chasing him after has been like some bad years for C9.
It's interesting to see how that's kind of switched. I think right now Inspired is the jungler leading that conversation. But we want to bring our conversation to the next fact here because, Emily, we got to give people an update on the implications of this next match. It's a big one. It's the undefeated FlyQuest taking on C9, and we have an actual update here with our stats.
They were interested in Team Liquid for a little bit, huh?
I don't know how that happened. But yeah, basically, so day 2, this was updated already. I am gonna go to use my hand.
Height check.
I know. Most common groups. So we have 100 Thieves winning out here. And then this is pretty interesting because it essentially locks FlyQuest into the top group.
Okay. Yep. A win here locks them for sure.
Yeah. Because they will then own the head-to-head against C9 and also surpass them essentially. However, if C9 wins, then it becomes interesting because C9 will own the head-to-head, so outside of some tiebreaker scenarios and them, the records ending up different, that will lock C9 in as our first seed.
And it's going to make day 3 a lot more awkward with FlyQuest versus Dignitas. Dignitas would have a much larger chance knowing that either Masu or Busio would both have perished, not having had a perfect
I know, it's really sad.
That's a good point. I didn't look at it that way.
Yeah, they're going to have to look for a new AD and a new support.
But for those of you who aren't subscribed on Twitch, we'll be back in 1 minute for Champion Select while we go over our predictions for this match. So the question on everyone's mind, is Masu going to die, or is Busio going to perish, I guess?
Well,
I think it's his life on the line.
They bet each other's lives,
so
right?
sadly, you do a deal with the devil, you both end up burning. But the thing is, between both of them, I don't think either of us, any of us, had like a different prediction. All of us had it as FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Which I'm surprised with how good C9 has been looking.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's going to be really close. I think the thing for me is that FlyQuest is still playing so well on the map, and C9 definitely had their best game of the split thus far yesterday,
Yeah.
which is what makes it particularly interesting going in, because I think it's a lot closer than those 3 FlyQuest predictions, like you said, Raz.
Yeah, and my earlier statement, by the way, was super hyperbolic. C9, bad years. There was this one year where they didn't make it to Worlds, right? But like, if you talk to the players, even just hearing from Blabber, they are aiming for first place. They expect first place. They want to be the best team. Like, they remember they were hoisting a championship trophy with a Berserker on their team. So being able to reach that height again is something they really aim to do, and they have great talent on their team. So even though we don't expect them to win, they definitely assume they'll win. Like, this is going to be the best matchup so far this split.
That's our thoughts on the matchup. Now I want to hear from the casters because players are ready on stage.
Thank you very much, Lounge. Let's get into this one, man. This is going to be exciting. I especially like the fact that in Raz's Player of the Week interview that he did with Inspired, when he got to the question, who's underrated, who's overrated, the underrated player that Inspired named was Thanatos, who he's now going up against. So we'll see if he's right.
I also think that's interesting because I think Thanatos is rated quite highly.
Yeah.
So it's like, is he just not hearing that people rate him highly, or is he saying you're rating him highly, but you're not rating him highly enough?
Right, like you're saying he's a 90, well, I think he's a 100.
Exactly.
Or something like
so
that, right?
that kind of makes it interesting to me to hear that. Also, fun to note, it is Vulcan's birthday today, so a lot of the C9 guys, that's
what the party hats are for.
They were all wearing the party hats. I was hoping the players were going to wear the party hats on stage. They had the party hats on backstage, but they took them off. It would have been pretty cool to have them over the hats, but happy birthday to Vulcan. He is out here, and we'll see if he can earn himself a good birthday present.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like that would probably be the best birthday present, is being able to be the one team that can actually take down FlyQuest so
And if you
far.
lose, you still get a birthday present, but instead it's depression.
Yeah, it's, well, okay. There's next year, I guess.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we'll see. We'll see how happy of a birthday it is for Vulcan and the C9 guys here as we are through the first half of the bans. It's Cassiopeia, Jace, and Callista banned out by C9, paying some respect over to Quad with that Cassiopeia pocket pick. Then back on FlyQuest side, it's the Poppy, the Talia, and the Yone all banned away. C9 fast to lock in Vi first.
Going to be locking in that Vi, and it's going to be the Rumble here for Bwipo. Ain't no way you're going to Italy with the Rumble, but Rumble definitely is pretty high priority still. It's getting through the picks and bans more, it feels like, but then it's just kind of getting picked more. Excuse me, I should say it's getting through the bans more, and now it's just getting picked a lot more, it feels like, as we've been seeing it pop up a number of times. We have seen the Galio as an answer come out a number of times now as well over these last couple of weeks, so it'll be interesting to see if Thanatos wants to go for that angle. Just earlier this week, we saw that Bwipo had that same matchup against Licorice, and Bwipo was able to get the best of him after, he had a nice little outplay there. And so it'll be cool to see if Thanatos wants to bring that out.
Well, Varus remains 100% pick ban, and I don't know if we even have this stat, but I would be curious to know how much of that 100% pick is within the first rotation on either side, because I feel like if he makes it past Vans,
I would think probably 100% of it.
Yeah, he's just slammed immediately by one of the two teams first opportunity they get. But the response, well, once again, I feel like we're just getting this every game, man. Varus versus Ezreal, like these seem to be the premier choices for marksmen. that's pretty good. I'm a sucker for a good I'm with stupid joke. That's a classic.
Yeah. That's quality right there. It's an oldie but a goodie. Inspired going to be bringing out his Ivern, another oldie but goodie, one of his pocket picks, going to be coming out here. And yeah, I mean, Varus is just so flexible. You can go poke, you can go on hit. It's really strong in lane. It's a solid team fighter. It can give you some engage. It kind of just does everything. Yeah. And it's going to be really high prio as a result. I do think it's interesting because we were talking last game about how much diversity there is in top lane right now and how there's all these different top laners who sometimes don't even have a single overlap pick between themselves and other top laners. And then AD is kind of the opposite, where everyone just plays like Varus, right?
Do you want Varus or Ezreal this game?
Exactly. So AD is definitely in the depths right now, but both of these mid laners are 5 for 5 on unique picks coming into this game. Bwipo was 5 for 5 on unique picks in top lane, so definitely have seen quite a bit of variety. And to be fair, both the ADs actually have 4 out of 5 games played on different champions. So we have now some more overlap here, but still pretty cool to see how much diversity we've had this split.
I just had producers confirm that you were correct. It is 100% of the time when Varus has been picked so far this split, it is always either first rotation blue side or first rotation red side.
It's basically one of those champions that it's just below the must ban tier, and when you're just below the must ban tier, tier, you're always left off that, but then you're just always first picked or first rotation or whatever, you know? It's like, it's not quite strong enough and game warping enough that they feel they need to ban it, but they still will never not grab it.
Right, exactly. It's just, it's at the perfect level of A+ that's not quite into the S tier of...
This is interesting as well. Tristana going to get banned out. Definitely. This is kind of more of a throwback to what we saw FlyQuest doing with Ivern a ton, where it's Corki Triss, who are kind of those mid laners that they would always play, and they play these double AD carries. It's going to be Lucian.
Whoa.
Is this going to be Varus mid, or is it going to be Lucian mid? I wonder if they're going to like slam a Nami or something and go Lucian, Nami, bot, and then Varus mid. I have seen a little bit of Varus mid, actually, and some people were doing like AP Varus mid and some kind of wacky stuff. I wouldn't think it would be that because you have Rumble in top lane. I'm still under the assumption that it will be Lucian mid and it will be Varus bot, but there is the outside chance that they can do kind of a crazy flex here, because Varus used to be considered quite a good matchup into Azir because you kind of have that outrange and you can just kind of poke him down, similar to how people used to play, if you remember, like Vel'Koz and Xerath occasionally against Azir. It's the same kind of thought process. So I wouldn't be completely shocked if they're like, Lucian Nami tricked you and then, you know, do Varus mid, but it could be either or. So we're just waiting, you know, based on now they see what the bot lane is. It is Alistar. What do you want to play into that? What is that final support pick going to be? It is going to be Nautilus. So I am expecting it just to be Varus bot and Lucian mid. Because it wasn't like a Nami Slam or Emilio, like really good pairings, or maybe even like a Braum or something. But definitely an interesting read here. I feel like C9 had them pretty downloaded as far as what they were actually looking for, and I think their second round bans made FlyQuest's comp a lot harder to play out, because the Corki and the Tristana I do think are a lot easier to play and just kind of like farm and scale and stuff in that mid lane. Lucian kind of has to play aggressive because you're short range when you're playing into champions like Azir. If you just try to play to farm, you're actually just going to get slowly poked out. So you need to trade, you need to be aggressive, you need to be kind of dashing in their face, but that exposes you to being, you know, ganked or roamed on by a Vulcan or Blabber who are playing Vi and Alistar. And if you miss position at all, you're kind of going to get one shot. You can't just sit back and auto attack with long range or spam out spells like a Corki can. So I do think it's a much more difficult draft to play. So I do think C9 deserves some credit for those second round bans.
And C9 also have a lot of engage mechanisms here on this team, right? Like you already talk about the Alistar and the Vi, but Mbessa being able to find a good angle for a public execution, even Azir having the shuffle option if he wants to go full send as he dives in there. So that Lucian is going to have to be careful start to finish in this one.
This is spicy. We also have Electrocute for Thanatos, so I think he's going to go like the full-on lethality Mbessa style and really try to punish a lot of these squishy characters here, because there's Ivern, there's Rumble, there's double AD carry. There's some pretty good targets here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cyclosaurs and stuff. My read could be wrong, but that's kind of what I'm expecting, is that we could get that full lethality style here, where he really just tries to lock on one target and pop them instantly in a team fight. It's a really good build to do when there are squishy targets and you have great setup. And because you have the Blabber Vi here, Vi presses R on Quad or Masu or whoever, then you press public execution right thereafter, and you just try to one-shot this guy in the CC. Exactly. And it is also, I think, really makes sense when you're looking over at this inspired Ivern. Because the key to beating Ivern is very frequently being able to actually kill them fast enough that they can't get multiple rounds of shields out, right? You have to hit this kind of overwhelming amount of damage where Ivern throws up one shield and then their AD carry just instantly dies. And when we're talking about Ivern, we got to talk about this matchup here. It's the match of the jungle goats. Blabber definitely looked at as the best North American jungler ever. Inspired coming in here. Both of these guys are so accomplished, have so many titles. And Inspired has one MVP here. He's one MVP in EU. Blabber has won 2 MVPs here, has been first team All-Pro 7 times in the LCS, now LTA, which is pretty incredible. And these guys are kind of battling it out. You know, Blabber for a long time, it was just a given that he was the best jungler here. But with River joining and Inspired joining, we got some really powerful junglers that he is now competing with and having to, once again, kind of prove himself and fight for that title at the top.
Yeah, there was multiple years there where the conversation was just like, okay, who's the NA jungle go? It's Blabber or Xmithy. And, you know, people would argue back and forth on that. And then Inspired has really just been the guy who sets the standard for just high-level jungling in North America. here for the past couple of years. So definitely fun to see these two go head-to-head. We'll see who can manage to get the better of the jungle pathing in this one, especially with the state of the mid lane like you're talking about, with Lucian being this very unusual pick, at least for the current meta game in League of Legends, and having to play aggressively. I expect both junglers to be paying plenty attention to this. I mean, look at how far up Quad is already.
Yeah, exactly. And we have Inspired here. He's going to go split map. They did ward this out, so now I'm curious to see what Blabber's response is going to be. He's not going to look for a counter invade, so he's just moving over towards his wolves. So we'll be down that one camp, as Inspired going to be able to steal away the enemy blue there, and then just go back to his side and take down his own camps. So is going to be feeling pretty good about that. But something... this should disengage. Something else I wanted to talk about is the improvement we've seen from Loki and Blabber as a duo. I really felt like in week 1, you know, Loki had some struggles, but we have seen these guys come together and really be playing incredibly well. This Sylas game, the Sylas Poppy game,
was really good.
Was so good. They were so on point with how they were actually using the synergies here. They steal the Azure ult mid, the flash stun into it, and then this was actually really difficult to pull off. He scoops him back, not even straight into the wall, then stuns him with the Abscond Duct into a flash Poppy stun into the wall. Like, everything CC chained perfectly on a Gnar that was about to mega out, and if you mistime that and don't pull it off, then he goes mega, and you probably just die. It gets turned around on, or at least fails there. But they were so on point with those engages and with those combos, and that was always kind of one of those C9 hallmarks, is that they really played aggressive and they were really on point with that synergy, so it's nice to see them developing that.
Okay, Thanatos continuing to play aggressive up here on the top side, does have Whippo down to 100 HP,
Blabber's
but Inspired has decided to show his face. Both junglers ready to join the battle, and as soon as they see the enemy, Whippo and Inspired have to try to fall back. Whippo still only at 100 HP. Inspired going to be taken very low. The Mbessa going forward. It's first blood over to Thanatos.
That was so close. Really well played on both sides. Blabber flashes early to try to flash past, then get range for the Q onto Whippo. So Inspired flashes defensively to block his path so he could not get that Q onto Whippo and get the immediate kill. Loki having to flash out there, but both teams really playing around cooldowns well. Thanatos kiting out to get those rounds of cooldowns back up on the Mbessa. He had that early trade, but the early Mbessa cooldowns are very long here, and so you have to be able to play around that. And Cloud9 able to pull it off expertly. This was just so nicely done. You know, Thanatos gets this really early trade here. This is very powerful. This Tri-Brush ward, though, does give them pretty early warning. He chunks him down, he procs the Electrocute, but then he knows, okay, I need to buy time here for Blabber to arrive. So he gets back into the bush, he's just kiting back. Whippo flashes in, Thanatos response flashes. He flashes past the Q to try to get this on him, and then Inspired very clearly flashes back in response to block the Q coming through, so it couldn't get on Whippo. Whippo overheats, so he looks for the turn, but he doesn't quite have the damage to follow it up to finish him off. That was a game of inches, and that was both sides, I think, playing it so incredibly well. That's just beautiful to see.
Yeah, they were both playing it all the way up to the line, and it was just by that smallest sliver that Cloud9 ended up coming out on top. But they'll be happy to have that early lead, especially with what you're talking about. If Thanatos wants to go for this very aggressive Mbessa style, getting ahead early is going to provide so much threat as we start to get into bigger skirmishes.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to go for an early Hexdrinker here, just based off the null, unless he just wants to sit on that. So he may not be going for that build, but definitely going to be aggressive. Blabber here is going to get contested.
Yeah, we got FlyQuest bringing down the three-man party, but Vulcan defending Blabber on this one. They do not want to oversend on the FlyQuest side, so Blabber secures it.
Inspired had no smite, so you know what, they decide we're not going to go for it. There's no point in trying to risk something here and getting that turned around on. Whippo down towards that bottom side here on the Rumble. Likely to be able to absorb pressure in a 2v1 better. Of course, it is just a 1v1 up on that top side for now. With Thanatos now taking over to level 6. Masu's still 4, so he's got to be pretty careful until someone is around him. If you overcommit, you definitely can get punished. Quad doing well in that 1v1 so far, just continuously putting this pressure onto Loki.
And I like the fact that Busio is looking to do something about that mid lane too, since Loki already had to spend the flash earlier. I mean, after we got done seeing the top lane 2v2, the camera pans mid, and Loki's down to one auto attacker. He's dead. So really nice early pressure from Quad. There hasn't been any punish yet on it, so he continues to play that aggressively. And FlyQuest are going to go ahead and start up these grubs. They've already earned the first two, and C9 doesn't seem to be ready to challenge for the third.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanatos is going to be clearing out this wave. He knows that they were over on the grubs, and then now he can just try to play safe here. Sven not going to be in too much trouble here, I think, unless he really overextends, but you do have to respect that damage coming through.
Yeah, Bwipo's going all the way for it. Okay, can't go any further. I think that if Bwipo has flash there, he maybe can try to like full send it, go for the kill, but without the summoner spell, and Sven still having both of his on a champion that just last game we were reminded exactly how slippery full summoner spells Ezreal can be, you just don't want to risk it.
Yeah, exactly. And Sven, obviously a very good Ezreal player here. This was him last time versus FlyQuest. Had a really good performance, 13, 4, and 22 on the Ezreal, bringing out here again. I feel like Sven has actually really been stepping it up in Split 2. I think he's been having some very good performances against some of the tough teams. Cloud9 was looking great yesterday as well. And hey, I mean, they're the team that has a chance to catch up to and potentially, pass FlyQuest this weekend. Bwipo, when I talked to him yesterday, was feeling confident about their chances to be able to go for that 7-0. But Cloud9 could stop them in their tracks right here, tie them in the standings, and then own that head-to-head.
And the Sven and Vulcan duo, I think, is one that has a special place in the hearts of a lot of Cloud9 fans. I know a lot of people were happy to see them playing together again. Yesterday, when I was reading through the post-match thread for that C9 game after Vulcan's incredible Bard performance, people were like, see, all Vulcan needed was to be back with his good old buddy Sven, and now they're running the show again. So good stuff yesterday from them. We'll see how well they can keep that up here today as FlyQuest, despite the fact that they went down early with the 1 kill, honestly, the game is still just dead even. The trade for the first Drake for the first 3 grubs, everything there pretty standard. We aren't going to have any more neutral objectives for a couple more minutes still, but both of them are going to be spawning almost the exact same time.
Yeah, exactly. And these two teams have a lot of history against each other. They have battled time and time again over the years here. And you can see, when FlyQuest came into the league, this is kind of that new FlyQuest era post-logo change. It has been mostly C9 getting the better of them, but in these kind of more recent years, of course, FlyQuest has been getting stronger and stronger, and FlyQuest really rising to the top. And that has been one of those teams that has been looked at as the very best in the league. Of course, outperforming Cloud9 last year and how they did last year, obviously doing very well at Worlds. And this year, again, coming in as one of those heavy favorites, looked at as the title contender, absolutely.
All right, so 90 seconds now until we get that next round of neutral objectives spawning, and it looks like both sides are most concerned about the top half of the map, but you can see Blabber moving down into the bottom lane now, seeing if maybe there might be an additional angle here on Bwipo, but Bwipo has to know that something could be going on here. He knows that his own team is all the way up on the other side of the rift, but now Thanatos misses the public execution. Beautifully sidestepped from Bwipo. They wanted to do that Vian Ambessa combo, but they don't time it right.
No, what actually happened, it was the Vault Breaker from Blabber bumped him out of it, I think. So he ulted him, and then he had the Vault Breaker follow-up. But of course, if you don't do the Vault Breaker follow-up, Bwipo's going to flash out of it. So they just weren't on the same page, I think, on when the Vault Breaker was going to come through and which direction it was going to bump him. And that is one of those things that is, tough to communicate in the moment, because of course you go in with the ultimate, you get that knockup, but then you have to Q immediately thereafter to keep the CC chain going. And if we watch it one more time, I'm 99% sure that is what happened. He just kind of got bumped out of it, and they weren't on the same page on exactly where he would be getting bumped towards. So unfortunate, because Thanatos also flashed to even get in range. That's 2 flashes, that's 2 ultimates to just get the flash out of Bwipo. Bwipo was playing very respectful, went for a max range equalizer on the wave, and then is able to avoid that gank.
Busio hitting Sven there with the dredge line, but very easy for Ezreal to buffer away from that one. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to take a look at that replay. It is worth pointing out, you called it correctly earlier, Thanatos going for the early Hex Drinker. Could be building it fully into the Maw, maybe. A lot of times, though, the Hex Drinker will just be its only checkpoint at the start, and then you'll just build towards your more standard stuff. The C9 have decided to start up the second set of grubs. They will secure the first one, but they know that FlyQuest is nearby, and they aren't wanting to overcommit to the rest of the set here just yet. Masu going to make his way back towards the mid lane. As you can see, a ward was placed down in the Drake pit by Bwipo. And here's our replay. Yeah, so
here's the flash ulti, and then I think he Vault Breakers from behind and unfortunately bumps him just out of it. So that is one of those things. It's like, I think a lot of people are going to blame Blabber in this case, but if he does not Vault Breaker there, like if he doesn't use the Q to follow up, there is a gap in the CC chain, and Bwipo can flash it. So I think this is more of like a failure in communication than it is a failure of like one individual player. Some people are going to disagree, but it is one of those moments where you have to really understand what your other teammate is going to do. And had Thanatos maybe waited to actually use the R on the Q knock, then he could have hit it. And Likewise, had Blubber maybe communicated that better, maybe they could have actually made it work anyway.
Well, either way, FlyQuest will be happy that it didn't work out any better than it did, and they will now take their opportunity to secure the second Drake of the game. Nice. So Drakes are going to be split 1 for 1, and Grubs are going to be split 3 for 3, right down the middle here on the neutral objectives.
Fair is fair, and we are pretty much dead even, so they're splitting the gold as well. Amasu, we have not really touched on, is going on hit. Varus, we've been seeing mostly poke these days, and he is also playing Ghost, which has really kind of fallen out of favor. But I guess he is thinking, against this kind of comp, the additional move speed might allow him to kind of, kite in, kite out a little bit more. So we'll see how well that does work. It is interesting because generally when I see like Vi and Vesa, I'm thinking I'm going to get one shot or I'm not going to get one shot, and barrier might save me. I would be thinking about it more in that sort of term. But maybe his thought process is, with Ghost, maybe I could like sidestep the public execution or sidestep of Allbreaker, or have some sort of outplay in that way. Or maybe he's just thinking, barrier won't save me. So
it's too much damage.
If it all hits, I'm dead anyway, so I'd rather have Ghost.
Ooh, Thanatos going in for the public execution here on Bwipo, but the redemption from Inspired could be the difference maker. Thanatos has to get away now. He's already lost his Hex Drinker, and the support from all the way away from the jungler saves Bwipo.
Yep, nicely done. And the reason, if you're wondering why Bwipo backs off in that spot, is because he is counting basically in his head, okay, when are the cooldowns coming back up for Thanatos? Thanatos pumps out all this damage, and then your time to fight back into Abessa is immediately after she uses her rotation of spells, because she really doesn't have much coming out after that. Yeah. Then as Bwipo is going forward, if he over chases and the spells come back up, he's going to turn right back in around on you. He's going to finish you off with that second rotation of spells. So that's why Bwipo wasn't over chasing. Plus, obviously, did not have full information on where Blabber could be, and as a result, it is just that kind of trade of abilities, trade of ultimates. And Inspired coming in clutch with the redemption.
Yeah, we've seen a couple attempts from both teams so far in this early game, but man, we're 10 seconds away from plates falling, and there's still only the 1 kill on the board.
It's also worth noting, for Quad, he's also going a higher DPS build. It's on hit for Masu. I talked about that, but this is not like First Strike Collector, just kind of Spellcaster Lucian. This is Essence Reaver Rush. This is PTA. This is high DPS. And if you do go this build, people generally think about Lucian as something that doesn't scale as well, but when you go the Infinity Edge auto attack builds, if you can actually stay in the mix and be able to play the fight well enough to not just get one shot and be in there actually hitting, your damage is crazy and scales very well into the late game. People always obviously going to be referencing players like Ruler and how well they can play out in those situations. So it's not easy to do, but if you can manage it, and you have a better chance of managing it because you have an Ivern in your pocket, it's really powerful.
Yeah, Lucian's one of those characters that scales incredibly high off of player skill and mastery over the champion.
Not a good champion for me.
Yeah, I cannot play Lucian at all. I get Lucian in an ARAM, it is very quick to trade him away.
I'll be playing the Poke Varus, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Give me a tank or something. I don't think I'm an appropriate Lucian pilot, but Quad has been having a good early game here so far. It is a slight gold lead the other way for Loki, so honestly, really nothing to write home about in any of the individual matchups. I mean, the greatest gold lead is the 400 there for Sven's Ezreal, but that's just the call difference.
Yep, is not a big lead whatsoever, and you can see even though Loki, every time we kind of watched the mid lane, it was like he was getting chunked out a little bit. He has a nice little CS advantage. He's scaling well. Obviously, nothing really came of that missing flash that Quad was able to force, and this is why I say it's really hard, playing the Lucian in this kind of matchup compared to the Corki or the Tristana. Tristana just kind of scales and has this long auto attack range, and you can kind of just get shielded and walk forward and hit. Lucian kind of has to dash in. You kind of have to get in there because your range is pretty short, and Corki, obviously, you can just be scaling up and using spells to clear wave if you're uncomfortable, spamming out rockets in team fights.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Quad is going to be able to pilot this. It will be impressive if he can pull this off.
Okay, Busio going into the enemy jungle here, but does have to be a little bit careful. Daisy summoned up to try to block some of these spell shots from being able to connect with the Nautilus, but no, it's the full commit from C9, and they've already found the kill into Busio, but now they got to be careful because Thanatos is taking a ton of damage here in retaliation as Vulcan is already down to 100 HP. Support for support traded as the fight continues, and Loki's eating a ton of damage from Quad. Bwipo finishes the kill on Blabber, and FlyQuest gets a 2 for 1.
Yeah, they get that 2 for 1. Nicely done by FlyQuest as Cloud9 tried to look for this play. Even though Busio goes down, I think he actually played this really intelligently. Doesn't even bother flashing out. Instead, on the teleport, he just turns and just roots up Thanatos to set up Masu to get so much damage down on Thanatos. Because with that passive auto, if we watch it back, it sets up the Chains of Corruption and just is saying, I'm going to die here, but I'm not going to waste my Summoner, and I'm going to set up my team to get so much damage out that we are then going to win the fight. So in a lot of situations, I think we just see the support flash here, but instead turns, gets the auto down, throws down the ulti that sets up the Chains of Corruption. The ulti is there, timed out really well afterwards, and Masu is free-firing this whole time. Sure, you killed Busio, but the carries were hitting, and that's what really gets the advantage here for FlyQuest in that situation. You can see in the extended fight, though, Quad, after those spells, we're back to live, we're back scrapping.
Yeah, we are not done. Vulcan and Blabber got to try to get away from this one, but no, Blabber has no chance, man. They get the kill over onto Masu's Varus. That'll be Feat of Warfare, claimed by FlyQuest, and now with the enemy jungler dead for 20 seconds, they're starting up the next Drake.
Yep, going to be able to grab a dragon here. Bwipo and Thanatos scrapping it out on that top side.
These two never really stop doing the top lane 1v1 scrap up here. It's fun to watch. I mean, both characters have pretty spammy skill sets that you can just keep consistently trying to trade on pretty quick intervals with.
And when you play a melee champion into Rumble, you kind of have to. Like, you don't really have a lot of options, because when you're farming the wave in their face, you're just going to be getting hit by Flamespitter, you're just getting poked down. So if you're not trading back, you're just going to slowly get chipped out and get pushed out. So it kind of necessitates these aggressive trades where you're going back and forth and you're trying to, give as good as you take to try to maintain that position in the lane here.
All right, so let's check in on where our itemization is going, because FlyQuest have secured the feats of strength for themselves, so the extra powered boots are going to feel really good. We've already seen the redemption there for Inspired, a big playmaking tool available, and Bwipo's getting closer and closer to second fully completed item as well.
And we're going to get IE second for Quad, so he is working towards that. So he is going, like I said, really high DPS build. This is not Caster Lucian where you just sit back and just pop your ulti and then hope your team wins the fight. You are getting in there with the Essence Reaver in the IE, and we'll see where he wants to go from there. Sometimes people do like rapid fire. I'm not the biggest fan of the rapid fire. I think like BT in these kind of situations can be quite strong where you're really in the mix, but we'll see where he wants to go as that third item. And Masu, who was the beneficiary of some of these fights, has picked up a couple kills, working towards that Rage Blade. So itemization definitely progressing well on both sides.
2-0-0 for both the Mbessa and the Varus, and I think a lot of this is going to come down to, can Blabber and Thanatos find that combo that we've already spent so much time talking about to pop Masu or Quad right as one of these fights starts up. FlyQuest ready to try to begin the Rift Herald here, but Vulcan and the rest of C9 are ready to challenge. Busio, again, going to be the initial target, but between his own shields and that of Inspired, it's very difficult to kill him. True Shot Barrage will take him down to about half HP, but Daisy is down, so C9 now feeling confident to make their move on the Herald.
And Quad didn't TP, so they made the choice, we're going to give this up. How much can Quad get from that bottom tower is the question. Will Thanatos actually teleport down there to try to protect this turret? Doesn't look like it, so they are going to be taking the Herald, but they are going to be giving that bottom lane tier 1, which is an interesting trade-off here, because it's, the possibility of a tower for a guaranteed tower, and that gold going to be dumped right into the pockets here of Quad. He's now sitting on 1,500, so he likely has that IE ready to go, or will very, very shortly, and it's going to be really strong. There's the IE completion, so he is definitely super strong at this point.
Scary, scary stuff for C9, but hopefully they can get some value out of that Rift Herald take. 2.5 minutes until the next Drake spawns. A lot of times if you can't do anything else with Rift Herald, we see teams, just like to drop it mid, create a distraction. C9 have done absolutely no damage to the FlyQuest mid lane tier 1 turret thus far. This is going to be like the first time that they can even get the wave crashed into it because of how aggressively Quad was always playing in the mid lane.
I wonder if Thanatos is going to go Serpent's Fang as his next item here. I think it could make a lot of sense. Busio has a shield. Rumble has a shield. Obviously, there's the Inspired shields. There's quite a few shields kind of just naturally in the kits, plus the Ivern. So I do think it would make some sense. And he was on the components, so we'll see if he actually does like to go for it. And there, he just actually purchased it up. So I think that's pretty cool tech. I think it's actually quite smart in this situation. And lethality, obviously great on Mbessa either way. So we'll see how much value it actually gets throughout this game.
I feel like Serpent's Fang, Ivern is one of the champions that should most often be sending up this kind of big red alarm, you need to build this item. Someone on the team needs to have this to deal with all the shield spamming. Moonstone Renewer now also fully completed for Inspired, so the second one of those thrift store pricing support items that can make Ivern so obnoxious to deal
value.
with. Yeah, then the worst thing is, I'm not even memeing, it is such a great value, and it's what you were talking about earlier. C9, they have to get one of these kills in a very explosive way, or Inspired can keep people alive for a very long time. Bwipo in some danger, flashing away from the Emperor's Divide. Loki and Blabber wanting to get that kill, but Whippo will commit the summoner to stop it.
Yep, Whippo just going to let the equalizer go as well. He's saying, you know what, we're not going to mess with that, but that does mean no flash, no equalizer. Loki didn't go for a flash ulti or anything like that, so still a really nice play from C9. Bit of pressure there from Blabber up towards that top side. Allows Loki to get aggressive here and get that little edge.
You could see Busio going for the dredge line there on Vulcan. He only has Inspired near him, so it's not like they were really going to threaten like an all-in type of kill, but maybe you could scare him a little bit, force out the ulti or something similar. Like the Drake is spawning in 30 seconds. And FlyQuest knows, yeah, we just had to lose Whippo's flash and ulti, so trying to at least get one of those similar resources back. If Vulcan doesn't have Unbreakable Will, he dies instantly as soon as he goes in.
And these are the career stats here for Inspired on Ivor. An 80% win rate, 10 KDA. He's involved in everything, just about 86% kill participation. Has been really successful for him, even internationally, is something that, you know, comes out, gets wins, often then it's going to get spam banned after that. They're like, okay, our bad. It's kind of one of those picks that every once in a while people forget about, and then like, damn it, he got us.
And then you pick up your free win with your Ivor and lock-in with the 80% win rate. Like you're saying, Busio goes for the dredge line on Sven, but a nice arcane shift to get the distance back. Busio in danger. Public execution does the job. Loki's grabbing the first kill, but it's immediately traded back as Thanatos drops to the culling. Now the Herald's been summoned up. Loki's trying to run him over, but Vulcan's going to be the one jumping in. Shutdown credit over to Blabber, but he's got to be careful. Vulcan and Blabber both incredibly low, and Quad is looking to keep the aggro on. He's got to be careful. The Emperor's Divide. Loki gets the kill. Quad has to flash away back over the wall, and everybody else on FlyQuest is down.
What a fight between Cloud9 and FlyQuest. That was so close on both sides. Really explosive. Quad limps out of there, has 50 health as he's recalling, so would have been even lower. Blabber almost got the last hit to finish him off, but it was looking like FlyQuest for a moment there would have been able to take the fight as Quad and Masu and Inspired were standing and fighting. They get this initial chunk here onto Masu. Thanatos is coming over. Busio looks for the engage, but it's a great shift from Sven. And then Vulcan here stepping forward, looks for the combo. I think Vulcan needed to walk forward and block the culling. But we're back to live.
Back to live. Quad's in danger, and Thanatos has already killed him before Busio can provide any protection. The Ambessa damage is absolutely out of control. And the extra shield from the Eclipse keeps him alive. Busio can't get the trade, and now he's going to die as well. That's enemy mid laner down. Enemy support down. Otacon right here on the map, and C9 are having a great few minutes of gameplay.
You know what? Maybe Inspired was right. Thanatos is underrated. Thanatos making it happen there. Gets the pick, survives as well. Ambessa can be deceptively tanky. You know, when you have that Eclipse shield, plus you have the W shield as well, can really be high value. And those couple of kills are going to mean they grab the Ambessa off the back of this. So Cloud9 now 3,000 gold ahead, even in Dragons, and really starting to pull away on this game. Thanatos just TPs in, and Quad not really respecting. He says, you know what? I can just flash on you. I know you're missing flash from that previous play. He's able to get in there and just straight up burst him down before Busio can arrive. And then even with the equalizer, the presence of mind there to use the W while as he comes out of the CC, then turn back for the final auto to get the Eclipse shield to be able to walk out of that dot. Now they're onto the Baron here. FlyQuest have got to do something.
FlyQuest need to move in and try to stop this, but they're going up against Voracious. Otacon falls life buff. It's so hard to do. Thanatos going to be zoned away here by Quad as immediately Busio jumps into the fight, but Blabber's into the back line already, and Masu is down. Blabber's still standing and fighting, and C9 is just letting it rip. Inspired and Whippo trying to get away, but Thanatos and Sven are on the hunt. Inspired's the last man standing, and C9's getting the better of them.
Cloud9 running them over here, looking to be the first team to get a win against FlyQuest this split. Not going to be starting the Baron up immediately, but are going to be going right back to it now. We can watch this fight one more time. Thanatos, great sidestep on the initial hook here from Busio. Was looking for an angle to find that public execution, but couldn't actually do it. They mark him well, they push him out, and then when they go for the engage, he can't actually hit. But on the other side, it's Busio going forward here. Loki, though, sweeps around everyone, catches Masu, knocks him back into the team. The equalizer was good, but not good enough. Even with the public execution missing, it just didn't doesn't matter. Everyone from Cloud9 piles in with the false lives, are able to take down FlyQuest and get the Baron off the back of that. 6,000 is the gold lead now. Cloud9 running the way with it.
And I want to go back to what Emily was talking about on the lounge before this, because if everything goes to expectation with C9 and FlyQuest both winning their games tomorrow for the last day of Super Week, for the last day of positioning phase, that means that they would both then be sitting at a 6-1 record. C9 would own the head-to-head against them. That would make C9 the #1 team at the end of this phase, despite FlyQuest kind of being the guys to beat the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, can really flip a script very quickly like that, and Cloud9 definitely looking like they are poised to be able to take this one. We'll see if FlyQuest can find any sort of an opportunity here. A failed engage from Cloud9 still would give an opportunity to FlyQuest because they do have really high DPS with Masu and Quad here.
Okay, Bwipo and Busio holding the line in mid lane, keeping that tier 2 alive, but the problem is Loki and Sven have plenty of damage down there in bottom, so they can immediately force that objective down instead. Equalizer used to try to clear out the wave, but the Baron empowered minions and all of the extra damage is way too much. Bwipo far too far forward, and into the back line goes Blabber. He's found his target on Amasu, but he can't secure the kill. Bwipo is already down, but so is Blabber. 1-for-1 trade there, but now Inspired's about to drop as Sven and Thanatos just do so much damage. Busio's about to die to the burn. Quad unleashes the culling, but it's too little, too late. C9 have already won the fight.
It's just the 280 carries here without any support around them. It's going to be so hard for them to get anything done. They're TPing back in, refilling the health bars. Cloud9 pushing for the Nexus.
C9, they've already got that bot lane inhibitor down. Quad and Masu have to try to defend here, but the first Nexus turret is about to die, and Masu's already in the dirt. Quad the last man standing, but Thanatos is on the hunt yet again. He'll finish the last kill, and for the first time in Split 2, FlyQuest is gonna fall. C9 take him down 17-5.
What a birthday present for Vulcan, taking
Happy
down
birthday.
the undefeated FlyQuest. FlyQuest looking really strong this split, but Cloud9 coming out on fire today, and they are pumped up after that win. You could see how happy the Cloud9 guys were after being able to take them down. Really good performances across the board here from C9. Was absolutely a team effort, and showing up when it mattered most here.
What a fun game to see, from the very first 2v2 in the top lane to all the team fights later on.
This was the best game of the split, part 9.
It was really good stuff. Action-packed. And don't y'all miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champion Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Man, what a game that was. I am pumped after that one, man. I'm going to have to go back and watch it again later just to notice all of the small things in every single fight. It just felt like each and every time, multiple health bars just at the brink.
No, absolutely. I mean, I just think it was really, really well played. This is the final fight one more time. And we highlighted Thanatos a lot, but I also think Loki was incredible. Every fight, it seemed like he was catching someone with his ulti. You can see the initial play was onto Bwipo. They're pushing it back. Then Blabber gets in to try to put that pressure on Masu, while the rest of the team is able to finish off Bwipo. Then Loki stepping up. You can see that Busio's marking him, throws the ulti over, trying to defend here. Quad comes out looking for the culling, but Vulcan is there to block. You know, both teams really playing the fights well. And then this final push here on the Nexus, both Thanatos and Loki have teleport. They're able to get back, come back up, and we know that Loki found Masu with that ultimate. Kangas out here. Looks like he is ready.
All right, Kangas standing by for an interview with Blabber down at the fan zone. Party hats locked and loaded.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I'm here with Blabber. We're celebrating Vulcan's birthday right now. I'm imagining that's the purpose of these ones. Congratulations on the win. You just took down the undefeated FlyQuest. I want to start with that. What were your expectations in the match? How you feeling?
I mean, I think we're just really confident as a team right now. We're doing really well in practice, so yeah, I think we all think we're the best, and hopefully we can keep this momentum forward in playoffs when the games actually matter more.
and that's the big thing, is that with a win here, if everything goes according to plan, you'll be first seed going into the group stage. Was that an expectation for your team? Did you come into the split thinking that you could be the #1 team going into group stage?
Yeah, we definitely thought we could be the best. We had like a really good boot camp in Korea this time around, and I feel like we improved a lot as a team, so yeah, I'm really hopeful.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I want to start off with something that inspired who won Player of the Week last week. We got to interview him, and he mentioned you are the NA GOAT in his eye, for junglers at least. I want to get your thoughts to continue the conversation. Remove yourself from the list. Who are your other top 3 NA jungle GOATs? Do you have anybody in mind?
For jungle?
For jungle.
I mean, jungle is going to be Xmithy, Svenskaren, and third? Shout out to, give it to Medios.
Medios?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, notably not Inspired. Interesting, interesting.
I mean, Inspired's he's an EU jungler still, you know, like he was born there, raised there, and played in the LEC first, so I still think of him as a EU jungler, but yeah, I think he's played in NA maybe longer now.
I think there's actually a chance. We'll have to check that. But there's another thing that we're celebrating, not just the FlyQuest win. But I hear it's your birthday. Vulcan, let's get you in real quick. Happy birthday, Vulcan. Where's your hat?
It broke.
Okay, do you want, here, I got a new one for you, actually. I don't think I earned that one. Here you go, Vulcan. Do we think we can sing happy birthday for Vulcan? No? No, nothing? All right, well, you know what? We tried. Congratulations on the win, though. With that said, happy birthday, Vulcan. Congratulations, C9, on the win. And we'll be right back.
Happy birthday, Vulcan.
There's no minion on you.
Nice.
Thank you, thank you. Happy birthday. Let's go. Nice.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I have no flash. Okay. I kill Rumble? Yeah. Nice.
I'm down the TP as well. I'm gonna TP a bit late.
Yeah.
Looks interesting.
I'm best. She can't ult me. Matsu, just fight.
Yeah.
Rhino ulting. I hit.
Rolling.
No hook.
No hook.
Look, no turret.
I'm
touching on the turret. Okay. Run us.
Nice.
Look, Tantos. I'm dead.
Sorry.
Come back 2 seconds. Yeah. Oh,
I took turret. That's okay, maybe.
I can TP back 40 seconds.
Flash. I don't want to give this jump.
Look, flash. No, I'm on bars.
Yeah, bars. Bars dead. Kill mouse next. Come on, 3 seconds. Lucian flash.
Lucian. Nice.
Look, Rumble. Look, Lumber. I'm dead, but it's okay. No problem.
Guys. Keep going, guys. No flash, Rumble.
How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
I mean, that's a dub. That feels good.
It does.
You snapped a losing streak.
Finally.
Crushed DSG. How did that feel? That go according to plan?
I mean, we played pretty well. We actually played way better than scrims, that's for sure.
You played crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we played a clean game, I feel like. It was really, like, stable, and we didn't... I feel like against teams that aren't, like, Korean, you just don't make mistakes, you know? If you just play a normal, slow League of Legends game and you have a scaling comp, it's kind of just a free win.
Can I ask a question? When their Rise did that ult into the pit, was that dumb as
that was terrible.
Okay, it was just
he,
bad.
Like, solo lost him the fight, I think.
Okay, what was did he have an idea? Was it like that you were going to go to the fight and then he would somehow sneak in?
He like thought his teammates would come with him, I assume. Like he thought his teammates would like run to him with his Rise ult because Azir probably had no like spells or like no E. But it was like literally the solo reason they lost that fight. I'm pretty sure the fight at the start was not that good for us.
Yeah.
And he decided to give us the free win. So thank you, Abadage.
Like, do you know what Y equals MX plus B is?
No.
Straight up?
I've heard it, but I don't know what this means.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared?
I've heard it before. I don't know what it means.
Okay, all right. Do you know where Lesotho is on a map?
Lesotho?
Lesotho.
That's a country, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Okay.
Do you know where Australia is on the map?
Wait, so you were
Americans out of everyone. Wait, you're American, right?
Yeah, I'm American.
Yeah. I feel like Americans out of everyone are generally pretty bad with geography.
Aren't you
no?
Kiwi?
Oh, I'm from Australia,
You're
mate.
born and raised.
I'm Aussie.
Where at?
Brisbane. You know Brisbane?
Gold Coast.
Yes, we love the Gold Coast.
Please. Isn't it?
You ever been to Gold Coast?
Not one time. Why would I?
The Asian food in Australia is honestly better than the Asian food in Asia.
Huh? That's got to be the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And I mean this no disrespect. That's crazy to say. You mean that with your chest?
You haven't tried it, though.
I literally have.
I probably just haven't found the spots, though.
Have you been to Asia?
I've been to Asia.
Where?
Well, I've been mainly to Korea, obviously. League of Legends.
Oh, sure.
Mainly to Korea.
Okay, yeah, but I feel like...
Okay, Korean food in Australia is better than the Korea food I found in Korea.
What? Wow.
But maybe when I go to Korea, to be fair, when I go to Korea, I don't leave the room.
Let me defend you, because I think the sushi...
I've dug myself into a hole.
I think the sushi in LA is as good as the sushi in Japan. And I've been to Japan like 4 or 5 times. I'm telling you, because all that matters is the ingredients you use and then the people who make it.
It's true, but like, what about the price though?
It tastes better when you spend more.
It's true. It's true.
It tastes better when it costs like $40.
And the team dinners we have taste better when Ludwig's paying for it, you know?
I'm paying tonight.
Straight out of his pocket.
You go crazy tonight. I got you. With the dub under the belt? Well, no, I'm Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A,
yeah, it's Saturday. You guys are good.
I'm down for McD's.
Oh, dude, I saw at the office you have a board, and I'm not going to leak, but you have a board where you rank how you played that day.
And I was on 2.
Yours are the funniest.
Yeah.
Because you have huge variance. So basically, chat, out of 10, they rank how they play, and you'll be like, I'm an 8, and then you'll be like, I'm a 2.
Yeah,
like
legit.
a day apart.
The next day, bro, you'd have to see the scrims to believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But who do you think is the most honest?
Most honest?
On that board. Like, do you ever see someone on that board and they write their number and you're like, okay.
I mean, the thing is like, B-Boy writes like 2 or 1 every single time. But he is inting a lot, so it's like fair enough. You know?
He is always a 2 or 1?
Nah, he's not inting that much.
Oh.
I mean, Powerfox or contracts for sure. They like have pretty honest answers on the board. What do you think? What do you think, mate? Yeah, good.
You're always honest?
That's good.
All right.
He's never honest.
Any final word? Any final thoughts?
My thoughts are tomorrow we play against Team Liquid. That's a hard game.
Is that hard?
I mean,
I guess compared to DSG?
Harder. What? It's Team... I'm better than them, Zach, for sure. Yes, sir.
So then what's the problem?
No problem.
There is no problem.
There's just work to do.
And a reminder, those are just some of the highlights. You can catch the full Unhinged interview on Shopify Rebellion's X account. That is a fantastic interview. I'm going to say, saying that Asian food in Australia is better than in Asia is crazy.
And, well, with the context that when Fudge has gone to Asia, it's just Korea, and it's in a boot camp, so he's just
and
inside.
Only in a hotel room.
Yeah,
so he's still crazy.
He's just getting some like random delivery stuff.
That is not a fair comparison. And for those of you who aren't subscribed on Twitch, we will be back in 1 minute for Champion Select. But for the rest of you, we can continue talking about the game. Exactly. Only the people who are subscribed will find out. But definitely going to be an interesting matchup here. Shopify does feel like, you know, they're in and having some really competitive games against some of the top teams, but they're not really able to close them out.
And I would say they are clearly performing much better than split number 1. So that is a big benefit.
Yeah.
You know, Seo's coming in. He's integrated with the team very well. You know, their support jungle synergy looks like it's going well. But like you say, just closing out some of the earlier advantages that they do get has been the issue. TL are not without their own faults right now, though, working through a lot of stuff. You know, they've even started to incorporate substitutes in their scrims to try and identify communication issues versus individual issues and really work through this bit of a tough period for themselves. That being said, TL still have not dropped a game to any of the bottom 4 teams, and they are definitely favored here.
Yeah, they are favored for sure, but yeah, I mean, it was both against C9 and FlyQuest that at least at one point in the game, Shopify was very close. It was like 30 minutes or so. Against FlyQuest, they had a lead of 27 minutes or so. Against C9, they had a lead. Just slight leads, but it shows that they are in there. They are being able to be competitive. And honestly, we've kind of seen some similar things with Lyon, even Dignitas yesterday, you know, showing that these teams in the bottom 4 are able to be competitive, especially in the early games. And I think the issues and the difference in the teams is mostly in the mid game and the late games, where teams struggle to know how to play out the maps, how to really kind of convert on some of these advantages.
And we'll see it, especially in these Shopify games. They hard commit to side lane plays more often than I would say any other team in our league. They will send 4 people side lane very early on to either go for dives, and they really commit to these plays. Like, they stay there for over a minute sometimes. And that is sometimes where the opponents will get either cross maps or come with some defense. Let's take a look here, though. They have drafted again the Azir for APA. I mean, it is only very recently that he had that really good, he even said his very best game of Azir ever on stage. So TL looking to keep that going.
Yep, and Rumble, I was just talking about this last game. It feels like there's just a flip has been, the switch has been flipped, and now it's not getting banned anymore, and it's just getting picked every time.
But this is also with a Jace, so I really like this because we definitely have a lot of flex possibilities between these two. Yes, the solo lanes, but also I know Contracts has in the past played some jungle Rumble, so it is also still movable there as well. But TL don't care about whatever flex you're going to go for any of the lanes. And they think it's probably going to be just the more standard Rumble top and Jace into the mid lane, and so they say, yeah, fine, you can have your poke Jace into our Azir. We're going to go with our counter of the Galio into the Rumble again, which is like the third time this weekend that we've had this
the other ones. But I do think, to be fair, I think it was the team that was favored was the one playing the Rumble both times. So now, you know, it's kind of
higher ranked.
Exactly, the higher ranked team was the one playing the Rumble. So this time, maybe we'll get a bit of a more fair comparison here. We'll see how Impact is able to do on it. I feel like this really should fit the kind of style that he is really good at playing. Also going to be interested to see if he's playing Phase Rush or if he's playing Aftershock, because we saw one of each. And when I talked to Bwipo about this matchup, he was saying he really feels like it's about playing around the Phase Rush and only going in aggressively when you have that Phase Rush, so you can't just get slowed by the Electro Harpoon and kind of like all in by Rumble.
I do really love Poppy right now as well, and so I'm assuming this is jungle Poppy now.
Just right now, not like a...
No, definitely right now. In the past, not so much.
No.
Because right now, the newly buffed Umbral Glaive, which is cheaper by the way, and has more AD, is such a fun solo queue build for Poppy. Of course, for pro play, not expecting that, expecting much more tanky. But Poppy is so good into every one of these champions that TL have drafted. So I think that is an amazing third pick there for Shopify Rebellion. Really, really good value out of that versus Azir, Galio, and a Nefiri.
Are you expecting the Poppy jungle or
I'm expecting the jungle until they show a need to have some sort of flex down to the bottom.
They could really be cooking here, but
they definitely can.
It's probably just their top side.
They definitely can. I really do like Poppy jungle right now. Ever since they buffed the Q damage, so you can annihilate the AoE camps, and you can do them just running away too, so you save a lot of travel time between camps because you don't have to auto attack. You just throw your Q down as you walk away, and we will get the reveal at the very end since Shopify have their red side 5th pick. And they're saving it to keep the Poppy support / jungle flex alive.
Keep the mystique, you know?
It's always good to retain a little bit of mystery.
Exactly. Don't want to be too obvious. Ash going to be coming in here, obviously a very strong laner. I do wonder, how Ash will be able to survive over what was already showing as a pretty heavy dive comp with Kai'Sa coming through. We're probably going to get hard engaged support, and it's going to be even more towards that heavy dive style as it is Nico. So this is going to be a scary game, I think, for B-Boy to be able to survive. That being said, obviously, if you're diving through Equalizer and all of this other stuff, there can be a lot of power there as well that can look to punish you. So we'll find out what Seos wants to go for. I do still think that Shopify also kind of needs that primary engage unless they are really going to try to play, more the defensive style and want to look to try to answer that dive with something like a Renata. But I am expecting him to play hard engage, and Alistar definitely fits the bill. Can look to disengage some of these dives, knock away the Nico if she's going for an ultimate. That's a really key kind of interaction there, but definitely rounds out their comp well.
Yeah, a lot of times too, being able to have the Alistar with the ultimate ability to be able to stay inside when a Galio ult or something is coming down and try and create the space for the rest of the squad. Definitely very valuable. So Headbutt and Poppy W here, some two critical kind of peeling moves for Shopify that are going to have to be used very wisely. The positioning for Poppy is critical for all of these team fights. Sometimes you can deny Azir ultimate simply by being in position to pop your W and kind of holding it. So definitely going to take a close look at those team fights, but this one should be explosive.
It really should, and it's also CoreJJ's first ever Nico game in pro play, so we'll see how he actually performs on it. This is a totally random question. I'm not sure if you're going to know. Does Proto Belt trigger the stun in Poppy's W?
I would assume so because it's a dash.
I would assume so as well, but because
so I'm gonna say
item,
yes.
I wasn't actually.
I'm going all in. I'm committing. It is a dash for sure.
I'll double down. I'll just be a sheeple and just blindly follow you.
Nice, I like
and then
it.
I also have the bailout of if we're wrong, it's more you're wrong, and I just had too much belief.
For the record, this is not financial advice. I just like the dash.
Fair enough. I like the dash too. We'll see if Team Liquid likes the dash after this game or if it's going to be going back in the garbage bin. Shopify Rebellion trying to be the first team from that projected bottom four to get a win against these big four teams that have been absolutely running things. It was 10-0 going into last game, so 11-0 now. Top four versus bottom four. As Impact DCs, and so does Contracts. So hopefully they're going to be able to reconnect really quickly. Actually, everyone's DC
looking
now.
Like everybody.
It's
So
like
I think we might have to redo a champion select, which would be a perfect
Apparently
moment.
every PC crashed. So
mine didn't.
A new one. Yeah.
So
log in, buddy.
Should I log in?
Yeah.
Can I get in there?
Yeah.
I was telling you I like Poppy Jungle. I'm gonna go in for
that
contracts.
The next question is which team you're subbing
No,
for.
I'm going in on the Poppy Jungle right now, and I'm building an Umbral, and then he can log back in after I've already made the Umbral Glaive.
Okay.
So he has to play it.
Yeah, and then he just has to play it.
Yeah.
You're like 0-6.
Yeah.
But you've got an Umbral
Whoa!
Glaive.
Where's the faith? What the heck?
You're 6-0.
Okay.
And you've got the early Umbral Glaive, as I was saying. It was just a little bit of a...
You're dyslexic, a little switcheroo right
these
there.
Things happen,
Okay, understandable.
Yeah.
I know you got my back.
Of course.
I mean, the Umbral Glaive is just so good, especially because like Poppy's attack speed is terrible. So it also really helps out when you have to, clear wards and stuff as the jungle. But we will hold our breath for the remake.
Don't hold your breath. It might be,
I can hold my breath a pretty long time.
Yeah.
I don't know about fully making a champion select.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That could be a while. I'm like, that's
what's the world
impressive.
record? Like 5 minutes or something?
Oh, isn't it crazy? I'm actually going to Google this.
Yeah,
Let's find
figure
out.
that. It's got to be one of those like deep divers or like, some Wim Hof believer or something who does the rapid breathing and the cold
sweat.
37
seconds.
No way!
24 minutes and 37 seconds.
Holding your breath.
Guinness World Book of Record is held by Budimir Sobat of Croatia.
No, that actually just sounds so insane.
It says it's important to note that this record was achieved with the use of pure oxygen prior to the death hold.
Okay. There's we're like, all right, so we're just like pumping up his blood.
A free diver almost did it by 25 minutes as well.
All right, it's still crazy though.
That's crazy.
So
I'm thinking we can't break that record.
No. But
do you ever, when you were a kid, did you ever, when you're watching a movie and then like, the action hero has to like dive underwater and hold their breath to save someone, did you ever hold your breath along with them?
No, but I did. I did.
That just popped in my head, and I was like, does anyone else do that? Am I a weirdo?
But I did. You know, when like they shoot something at the screen, I like dodge in real life. Yeah, I like move to the side, dodge in real life.
I used to have a friend whose little brother, whenever we play Mario Kart with him, he would like turn. With
Yeah, I do that. I do that for sure. You turn the controller and you're like leaning on the couch.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely helps the moves.
Yeah, you gotta get in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I especially I had good practice, and then when we did when they got the 3D movies, you know, and IMAX and everything, and you get the actual like spear coming straight towards you.
Yeah. And it's funny, like VR and 3D and all that stuff. I feel like everyone thought that was going to be, you know, like future of gaming.
I still do.
Really?
I love it. I love VR games. Yeah.
Yeah, VR I feel like fell off.
The problem is, it for sure fell off.
I mean, like crazy.
The problem is you have to buy this whole setup and then like have all this junk in your living room and have a space. And if it was easier and cheaper, then
yeah.
You know, I'm still waiting. I'm
gonna
hold.
Waiting.
I'm still holding for it. It's gonna pop off.
The stock is crashed. It's worth nothing, but you're holding.
I'm gonna hold it. Like, why would I sell now? So still not financial advice, by the way. And we are getting right back in. I see a bunch of reconnects.
We're gonna remake, I believe. I heard the producer was talking the same time as you, so I wasn't 100% sure. But I think we are going to be remaking Champion Select. And while we wait, we are going to check out the newest Spirit Blossom cinematic. As an update, upon game start, all PCs on stage restarted, so League officials determined to remake the game from Champ Select to ensure that the player hardware settings were in fact correct. So that is why we see Fudge there in lobby right now, so we're just waiting to get that kicked off, and then they will just be blasting through with the same picks and bans as they already had for the game. So I'm just going to take a couple minutes here, and hopefully we will be back without any more issues in game.
Okay, chat, does anyone remember the full pick ban? I'm looking at chat right now. List it out, but I need proof.
Yeah, so we'll see if anyone. What do they get if they know it?
You get a gold star.
We'll see if they.
Maybe I'll log in and gift a sub.
Okay. Now the stakes have been raised. We'll see if they get it.
Everyone's just saying no anyway. Everyone's just saying no.
Nopers.
Raz is trying.
Zed mid rumble top.
But he's wrong. Jungle. He said fiddlesticks. All right, we're out.
Well, Zed was also not in the game, so Raz is not doing so hot there.
How can you ever tell with Zed though? You know, the shadows, and he's very tricky, dude.
That is true.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're blasting through picks and bans here. Hopefully, gonna get through this very, very quick. These two teams, of course, are pretty close in the standings, but the expected win is definitely TL. We'll see if Shopify can take a win though, and kind of throw things into a little bit of chaos as we come towards the final games of this positioning phase here. Of course, we are deciding who will be in which group for the best of threes that are going to be starting next week, and then of course for the rest of the split, it's all going to be best ofs. We're going to have best of threes throughout that group stage, starting next week, and then we're going to be going into a double elim best of 5 playoffs.
I'm excited for that.
So we're going to get a lot of Fearless. Our first true taste of Fearless, I feel like, is going to be this playoffs, because we only had the one best of 5 last split, and it was a 3-0.
Yeah. We said we were fearless, but we had a little fear in us.
We were scared
still.
of Game Force.
You know, in our heart of hearts, we were a little scared.
We didn't see any Game Force.
But this time, we're going to be
surely in a double elim playoffs, it's not 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0.
Surely.
It couldn't possibly be.
Definitely no chance. All right, look at that full draft. Who got it right? Was it Bench 8?
It says Timo top, and we got Sona.
Oh man, some of these
person just started listing random champions.
Some of these Twitch names, I don't know. We can't say those.
Some of these guesses have many more than 10 champions.
Yeah.
And so those already are not going to be correct. All right, well, TL going to be coming on in again. It is going to be the first time we've actually seen CoreJJ on the Nico. And Impact going to be busting out the Galio here, so that should be fun to see.
It does, and it also gives us the chance. Everyone loves to judge, you know. Every time it's your first champion, or first time playing a champion on stage. So everybody out of 10 will be judging CoreJJ Nico here, and that will follow him forever.
Pop quiz: how many games of Galio do you think Impact has?
4.
11.
Well, okay. I was too conservative.
You were too conservative. But,
way too conservative.
He's doing pretty well. He's got a 63.6% win rate there on it. Impact has played for a long time. I wonder if it's even like the modern Galio, if it's like old Galio, or, you know. So who knows? But we are in the game. We are kicking it off. Third game of the day here. Second day of Super Week. We are here on a Sunday. Remember, we're going to be back tomorrow as well for more games on Monday to round out the positioning phase here.
I'll see you there or here.
That's true. There and here.
In the future, in the same location, though. Well, we'll see what goes on in the early game here, because Palafox is heading down with the duo lane.
Yeah, maybe just...
There is a ward, so they went for the early ward in Brush.
Good luck, have fun. Round 2. Who won the first game? Was it a tie?
It's whoever got out of the broken lobby first. Whoever got all of their players
Whoever's
out.
top 4, according to the graphic.
Okay, well.
So it's 11-0 is the combined record of FlyQuest, C9, TL, and 100 Thieves versus Lyon, Shopify, DSG, and Dig. Not a win on the board yet, and we are getting down to the end of it. We only have 6 more games remaining, and some of those are going to be top teams versus top teams, of course. This is the closeness stats, though. This is what I was talking about. Versus C9 and Fly, they were very, very close here. You know, even late into the game. About 27 minutes in, dead even versus C9 versus FlyQuest. About 30-ish minutes, 29 minutes, whatever. They were actually still up gold. They had that one kind of swing back where they were able to get a slight advantage, but they weren't able to close out any of those games. They're running out of chances, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here against TL.
All right. Core JJ so far on his first stage game, Nico, looking good to me. He's got some damage here. Abused the level 1 Alistar before Alistar can do anything about it.
I mean, Core is definitely a really flexible player. It's always interesting because, like, myself included, everyone kind of talks a lot about how you know, you like him more on engaged champs and how important he is for the team. But it's not because he can't play the other styles. It's just because he's been so core to what TL needs.
And luckily for him, Nico is both a lane dominant poke champ as well as an engaged champ for them for later, so he can be that main shot caller.
Impact just went in there and actually missed on the E, so doesn't proc the Aftershock, misses out on the spell damage, and then takes a lot of damage there from Fudge on the return with that Conqueror. And this is kind of what happened when Bwipo was playing the Rumble against Licorice. Licorice went in for an aggressive E. Bwipo was able to kind of backstep it, then overheat, and really run him down. So Impact definitely has to be careful. Even though you do get Prio in this matchup, you have the magic damage shield, there's all these nice little things, you have great wave clear. If you overstep, you can get punished.
Definitely can. We saw it in that game. It was brutal too, because Licorice also flashed at the end, so dying and losing the flash, critical in that matchup. Impact here hitting that Justice Punch.
I'm going to be able to get a nice trade there. Fudge actually really low, so will likely be going back to base as Jan is in a lot of trouble. Jan almost just gets ran down as Contracts made an early trip down towards the bot side. We didn't see the start of that, but we can see missing flashes for Seos and Contracts, and the Ignite was used, and the flash off of B-Voy. They do get the summoners off Jan, but he lives, and now Fudge has stayed around. Can they set this up? Umpty is up here. He is level 4. Fudge does cancel the recall.
They need Umpty to tank the tower because he can drop it with his W, so then they can finish off Fudge.
All right, here we go. We're going to see if Umpty can start it up. He is going to pull aggro. Nice flash, avoids the taunt. They're going to be going back in, and Fudge does get knocked down, and they get out. Contracts now, though, can threaten the Hex Flash. They can double Hex Flash over the wall here. Are they going to actually go for the double Hex Flash play and look for one onto APA? APA is playing respectfully, though. He's playing up towards the top side. I think he would have to be below the tower for him to go for it, but they're going to go for it anyway. Nice flash out, responding to the play from APA, and now Umpty is here. That's pretty spicy from Shopify. The double Hex Flash over the Raptor.
They're not done yet. Umpty wants.
Now Umpty going in on Contracts. Contracts has no flash, and he's gonna get chopped in half by Umpty. And Palafox chunked low as well. He's gonna be sent back to base. This is an amazing start for TL.
And an amazing start for Umpty on Nefiri. He had a pretty good game last.
Got that dog in him.
he's got all 5 dogs. You see the little mini ones too. He had a good, Nefiri game last time around, but this one is gonna be a really good game with 2 early kills on this champion. You can go insane. Eclipse is a very cheap early item. You can rush it, and then you will dominate at grubs. You will dominate
multiple senses.
Yeah. Very cheap. So is the champion because you see there, used very easily. You use your first Q, and then he W's to get all the bonus damage for the second one that has all the execute. And this is always what you have to think about as a jungler. If you're going to gank mid, especially if you did not full clear and you're only level 3, if you go gank mid and you're soaking tower shots, you have to worry about your path afterwards because the enemy jungler just showed top in a successful dive on your top laner. So Umpty very intelligently moves over to counter after the long attempted play from Shopify towards mid lane. And yeah, it's cool to do a double Hex Flash, but like you were saying, they actually took a long time to do that play. And this is one of the things with Shopify. Sometimes when they decide on a play, they take a very long time to actually do it, especially some of these early game ones, and it leaves an opportunity for some of these top 4 teams to then punish the play afterwards. Umpty did just that, and we'll see if they're able to get the Nefiri under control afterwards.
APA is scrapping pretty well here with Palafox. Actually comes out on top as Core JJ going to be able to interrupt the recall there. Great ulti from APA. He just hit 6 as Contracts comes in here. And again, it is Umpty in the area. Contracts now down a level, is going to be in a tough spot if he actually runs into Umpty in the jungle. And Umpty's going to be over the wall there, going to be able to take this down very quickly. So Contracts not likely to be able to get any of the camp whatsoever, besides maybe a mini Krug, but not even that likely. And Contract's going to get pushed out of his own jungle. And at the same time, the root landing there from the Nico, not able to finish off Palafox. He does flash back. I'm assuming that CoreJJ entered as a minion or something there because he didn't flash, was able to get the root down, are able to push down Palafox. And TL are just winning out everywhere because Empty steals the jungle, goes over to the Grubs here. They win out in mid lane. They push out Fudge in top lane. They're winning bot. This is looking so good from TL.
Yeah, and Contracts knows, you know, this the Fury champion, Shopify were ones with really high priority on it early in the split, running 2 games of it, and he was the one going for all these invades. So he knows to definitely give respect. And here we go. There's the minion CoreJJ. He gets in line. He's actually kind of doubles up with the other ranged minion there, but it's fine because he gets all the way up and hits the root. So we talked about, all right, CoreJJ, first game of on-stage Nico, and so far, it's looking like a
completely
8 out of 10.
Well, knows he can turn into a minion. That's another check.
Yeah, looks good.
Yep. Check, check.
You know, the cool ones are always when people have, you know, playing against some sort of champion that has a champion-only interaction, and then you turn into a minion when they try and trade on you, or, you know, to abuse their runes that only proc on champions. Because the game really does count you as a minion for the purposes of like runes and items and champion kit interactions when you do that. So it's always cool to see those little things used with the kit.
I've seen it against like Sejuani ult and stuff, which doesn't hit on minions. You can turn into a minion, just flies right past you, and you can actually turn into the Nefiri dogs, the little dogs as well.
Yeah, just go walk around.
Just walk around
with
Umpty. Yeah, we'll see if he can blend in.
One
if
of the
the pack accepts him, or if he'll be rejected. Contract's going to be able to try to take down the big raptor there.
It's hard to catch chicken. So I have spent some time on a farm, and it's kind of fun to like wrangle them, you know, go around trying to chase them. I've been there, Contracts. You know, that chicken's.
Yeah,
those things are slippery.
Oh, APA gonna get tagged from downtown by B-Boy. Palafox not getting that much damage off of with it though.
But they did hit everything.
They did hit everything. That's a plus.
Accurate.
Yeah. Caught that chicken.
Caught that chicken. It's also, too, there's a lot of Zelda games where you have to go catch chickens. But
that's true. Some old Zelda games, goated.
Very, very goated. Meanwhile, we got to check back in on this Nefiri that got such a strong early lead. I mean, it's over 1,000 individual gold lead for Mr. Umpty. And once he goes back to spend, I believe he's just saving up enough gold to just one-shot the Eclipse by. So just finish up clearing his bottom side, and then after you reset, his next reset, he will come out prowling and just looking to fight anyone on the map. So will be a scary time there for Shopify. They're gonna have to give over some priority.
Like right now, he's like one of those cute Pomeranians, but he's gonna come back like a giant Rottweiler or something. You know, a lot more intimidating.
Never underestimate the Pomeranian because
bad experiences. Pointy teeth.
Yeah, they can be dangerous too, buddy. He still has not gone back to buy, so he doesn't care. You know, gonna go finish up the or at least start up the dragon.
If they get challenged though, because Contracts is coming over, and Contracts actually has more combat stats right now, even though Umpty is like over 1,000 gold ahead because he has bot. And they are going to be looking for this. They are going to get pushed back by the Shock Blast. Doesn't connect. Seos has been chunked out quite a bit, though. And now TL looking like they have a pretty good angle. Contract's going to whiff on the ulti, and it's going to get poked down, and that should be enough to gain TL the Dragon. Nice attempt from Shopify, but can't find an angle.
And so I'm looking at Umpty's gold the entire time. He has 2,000 gold in inventory while that fight is going on. But yeah, if the Poppy ult does not hit anyone, that is your biggest tool for this dragon fight. So as they're like walking back towards the Tri-Brush and the annoying slow from the dragon attack is going off, Shopify cannot contest it there. And now, not only did he get Eclipse, but his tier 2 boots. Crazy cooldown reduction as well for this champion. Biggest power spike in the game by far. No question about it. Let's see what he can do.
He's definitely looking strong. Does have the ulti available here. Fudge is going to be spotted out. Looks like Umpty wants to try to get in there. We'll see if he can actually take him down in the 1v1 and how heavily he's going to commit to it. Impact trying to get in there. They are able to force out the flash immediately. And Fudge trying to run, but not long for this world. Going to be taken by the Winds of War as they claim the feat of warfare. Impact grabs it, but it's Umpty doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah. when we knew, as soon as he comes back, you spend a bunch of money. Okay, another root lands, a little bit of chunk there in mid lane too, but nice stuff there from Umpty, immediately going and using his power spike before the grub spawn so that they should be able to get this grub full 6-pack, unless Contracts wanted to blast cone over, smite one, and then flash out, which would be a high investment just to deny the full 6 grub. Plus, it'd even still be probably pretty hard getting out of that alive because there's a lot of ability to follow for TL, so doesn't even want to try that. And TL with this ginormous lead centered on the Nefiri still.
I mean, 6 grubs when you are already behind feels so tough to play into because it's so difficult to actually defend the towers. Then all of a sudden they're getting more plate gold as well. And Fudge up here on that top side has no flash, so has to play pretty safe. Impact down towards that bottom side has the Hollow Radiance completed, so now your wave clear is really
winding up the
strong.
punch.
Going to be going in, does hit the taunt, not the Justice Punch, but going to get a nice little chunk down anyway. And as you see, you can kind of just like insta-kill the waves with your passive because you get that nice little pop that does come out from the Hollow Radiance. But I feel like TL have just done such a good job of preempting any plays because every time I feel like we see Seos on the screen, he's getting rooted by CoreJJ and he's losing half his health. And then it feels like you just don't even want to try to go for these engages. And now Umpty down towards this bottom side is going to get eyes on Palafox, but won't commit to it. Contracts is coming in now, but he doesn't have eyes on it to him, and he's going to get interrupted on the dash. He's trying to get back towards the tower. Impact's actually tanking up the tower now because of the burn, and the Ash Arrow comes in from downtown, and it's going to get them the kill. Can they get a second? Palafox flashes forward. It is going to force the flash from Umpty in retreat, but they did not see Contracts coming in. He was hugging the wall there, stayed out of vision for so long, and then Impact tanking the tower in that spot really hurt him.
That was very fortuitous timing for Shopify Rebellion. Also hitting the Ash Arrow to ensure they can get at least one of those shutdowns. It's desperately needed. It does not equal a comeback or anything like that, but it was certainly desperately needed to slow down the control that TL have built here. So much welcome golds, and Contracts does have at least the Sundered Sky done, but still no boots and still going to be in the hole quite significantly. Still, I mean, the kit of Poppy, just the pick itself is so good against this comp, so maybe we will see some value here.
Doesn't require gold to press W.
It does not. But gold does help because then you get more cooldown reduction and you can press W more often. So then you have more chances at good ones.
You got me. But APA going to be pushing down here on this bottom side, just trying to work away at this tower. We can see this replay one more time.
Yeah, so as you say, you know, he's hugging the wall coming down, and Umpty just wants to use his giant lead. So he's like, as soon as I see somebody, I'm going to go in. And Impact was trying to follow up on the play, so that's why he was just walking straight through. But nice little shot there. Boink. Full accuracy. I think he's hit every Ash Arrow, even the Ash Arrow in mid lane that did not result in a kill or anything.
There you go.
Accurate.
Second one did. Scaling. Nicely done. And yeah, I think they wouldn't have actually even died had Impact not picked up tower aggro there, but just a little bit of one of those situations where you're walking through a little bit early because you don't expect the Poppy to be there and you pull aggro. Now another Ash Arrow is going to connect again as ABA flashes and gets caught regardless. Can Contracts find the angle to send him into the wall? Doesn't even need it. B-Boy has just got a homing missile for an Ash Arrow here. Hits another one, 3 for 3. The last 2 have gotten kills. This one gets a flash as well.
Hawkeye over here gets one and got the flash. Like that's
That'd
a critical.
Be the worst superhero, by the way. You could like be invisible or invincible, and this guy just like shoots an arrow.
So I need confirmation. Is Hawkeye actually a superhero, or is he just a regular dude that's very accurate?
A guy with a bow.
Yeah, or is like his superpower that he's so accurate?
I don't actually know. I always kind of saw him as a superhero. Because that's like, man, that's a rough deal.
We could call that like a mediocre power.
Yeah.
How about he's
not that super?
He is a hero, but he's like a mediocre hero.
Yep.
Anyways, Dragon Fight.
TP coming in here from Fudge. We'll see if they can get it. Hex Flash getting threatened from Contract. Not going to go over the wall. Seos getting chunked down so heavily. Great equalizer across 4 members from TL, but they're able to get out of it quickly. They do secure the Dragon. Now can they get away? Umpty's going to go in. He's going to get knocked out of it and shut down by B-Boy. Great job interrupting the dash and bursting down Umpty before he can get into the W. This is a series of good plays here from Shopify, and now with the Dragon, it is really feeling like a bit of a comeback.
Umpty saw Rivers Nefiri play earlier where he was just ulting in and instantly jumping out or instantly using the W and thought he was going to pull that off. But if you hit the Nefiri as they're coming in, then they can't dodge the aftermath. Like, it's only after the ult hits, then you're able to outplay. But here's another look at it. So the Rumble ultimate gets them so much room here. Fudge and Palafox push them off. Contracts is able to push Umpty away from the dragon. Then they peel back to the dragon to get their objective. And here's a look at it. So the interrupt does come from Seos with the Q on Alistar, and then Palafox, wham, bam, double hammers there from him and Contracts. They're able to get the kill and just take down this fed Nefiri and once again chop down on that early lead that they got. But tower,
APA getting wrapped on. We'll see if anyone else is here. He's going to be able to get the tower. A nice knockback, trying to summon up his own passive tower to survive. We'll see if he can do it against Palafox. Palafox trying to chase him down and finish him off, but in comes Umpty. He does get the kill. He will fall, but a nice 1-for-1 there from Palafox. It does cost him his flash, though. On the other side, we'll see if Shopify do want to try to force this Herald. They're definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, they have numbers for a very small window here, and it looks like they are still going to use the extra numbers to start up the objective because Umpty is split pushing in. Nefiri wants solo tower gold here. Umpty wants to retake the throne of being mega fed.
Later died, I'll do it myself.
There you go. I mean, they got the first turret, and they're going to be able to get secondary one. This one is just really, really big for individual gold.
Contracts can't do this, though. He has no one helping him at all, and Impact's coming in. Now the teleport going to be coming in to join here from Palafox. Palafox, has he gone too far with that TP? Not going to be jumped on as he does arrive, and Shopify should be able to grab this and get out.
Gotta leave
TL
quickly, though.
Trying to do something about it, but just can't actually find any exit kills here. They weren't really on the same page. They did get the tier 2 bot, though, and that is a lot of gold. You can see their gold lead back up to almost 3K as Seos gets incredibly low there. We'll be able to limp away to safety, but TL are pushing mid lane now, too.
So CoreJJ keeps turning into the big dog. He keeps turning into actual Umpty, but I want to see him turn into the mini dog. Like
Wants to be
saying.
the pack leader, you know?
Yeah. So the only problem with that strat is, like, if the enemy team already knows the Nefiri is fed, then they're probably not going to get tricked.
Oh, nice sidestep. A Contract's going over the wall and going to get the stun onto CoreJJ. I don't think he has a way out of this one. Contract's tough start, but able to battle back here. 2-1-2 now on the Poppy, finding some really good plays as it's a great punish onto CoreJJ.
It certainly is. Let's see. B-Boy 2, again, still, it's like he's artillery from the middle of the map.
This could be tough. Yon does have the killer instinct, so if Impact can land any CC onto Fudge, Fudge is likely to fall, but Yon is saying, you know what, I can't actually spend the time because mid lane is already having that wave crash, so they call off the play. Fudge is able to recall. Shopify pushing on the other side of the map and do have the wave crashing mid, so Shopify moving around the map here very well. As Palafox again gets some more chip damage onto APA, but Umpty is here, and as is CoreJJ, so Shopify have got to be respectful of the power that they still have.
Yeah, especially because the deep wards in their jungle do see B-Voy over there on like the half rotation, so they know he's pretty far away right now. The Ash Arrow not back up yet from the previous play, so they don't have that one to come through, and TL on the push back, they're actually going to be the ones with the priority to force another tower. So while Shopify get close on some objectives there and they get the tower low, TL keep getting a lot of tower gold very, very quickly here. It was outer bottom, secondary bottom, now outer top as well. And that's doing a lot to fund this gold lead that you see on screen.
Absolutely. B-Voy doing well, though, is the one with a slight gold lead here for his team. You can see the opportunity was that first item there for Palafox, and now has that Muramana completed, so going to be definitely ramping up the poke damage here. But APA also finishing his Leandry, so a lot of key items now coming through as we're kind of hitting that 20-minute mark, and a lot of these champions are completing their second one.
Yep, getting a little dicey here as the Hex Tech Dragon will arrive. Early arrival, definitely huge benefits here to TL, especially if they get CoreJJ in place first. The tricky Nico, and it looks like they're going to fight over the crab first. They do get the smite win. Umpty there gets smite win originally. Contract's pretty close, and the rest of the squad here revealed.
It looks like Contracts is going in towards that Force of Nature second. Shopify posturing pretty aggressively here with the Herald, but we haven't talked much about the AD carries. Yon has just been so incredible for TL throughout Split 1 as well as Split 2, and B-Boy on the other side, also a real threat, someone that gets a lot of credit from his competitors, from the other pros in the league. And these two guys are definitely threats to take over the game, even though it has been a relatively quiet early game. You've always got to respect the skill that these two players have.
Yeah, especially with the accuracy of the Ash arrows so far. I don't think we've seen B-Boy miss one yet. Impact on the bottom side.
Impact looking here for Fudge. Fudge going to be able to overheat, though, and B-Boy's coming in. Impact's now sectioned off from the rest of the team. Impact going to flash away, but Fudge is there to follow. He's stunned up, and he is knocked down. APA pushing for the tier 2 mid. I think TL have just got to bail out. Is pretty far up here, but he is by himself, and Palafox is liking his odds in this fight. You can see that CoreJJ as well as Yon are on the side, but they do lose the tier 2 mid for it. So it is still an extension of that gold lead, even though Impact dies, and it is the Dragon going to Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, TL, they still, like you say, get the towers here. They're getting so much tower gold in this game so quickly. And secondary Dragon doesn't do a whole lot for you right now, so it's really going to be about, can Shopify get some sort of kill, some sort of pick for themselves, another good Ash arrow or something like that to try and even up. Wait a second.
Oh, APA is here. Can they actually find the play? Umti's getting CC chained so much, but he's going to try to get out of there. We'll see if he can actually do it. The equalizer gets dropped, but not really the right way. And at the same time, APA knocks down Contracts. He was just free firing the whole time with the lethal tempo Azir. They kind of overcommit onto Umti, but at the same time, Palafox takes down the tier 1 and he's pushing on the tier 2 bot.
Exactly. They're doing this WoW split pushing. So Otacon will be the focus for Team Liquid. Palafox has teleport on the Jace. He wants to finish bottom tower first, then we'll see.
Oh, B-Boy in a lot of trouble. Yon goes in with the killer instinct. In comes Impact. Can he get the follow to take him down? Can't quite do it. Doesn't have the flash because of that earlier dragon play. It is going to mean, though, Otacon should go their way as Umti just slowly but surely knocking this down. As long as you're actually dodging out on the abilities, Otacon does very little to you, but you can't afford to tank these abilities because they are really punishing. You just dodge the orbs, and then for the GA, you step outside of that kind of AoE zone. They do get an eyes on it right at the very end, but not before it is knocked down. And now the GAs have been claimed by TL.
All right, let's see how they can use them, because there is not going to be a large neutral objective on the map for another minute and a half here in the Baron, and they're going to have to force something. I think, Contracts and Palafox versus Team... Wait a second.
Palafox in a lot of trouble now, trying to retreat back, but B-Boy nails another arrow here. Core going to be blocked for there by Umti, but yeah, Palafox and Contracts actually dead even as a duo against TL, which is pretty impressive, because of how strong TL has been over the years. But this duo has really been the core of a number of different rosters now, and when Shopify grabbed them, they were really looking at Contracts as Palafox as these guys that were going to create action, create plays for the team, and so far this game, I think they have been able to do that.
They certainly have. A lot of these comeback plays off of the back of a couple of these, plus the Ash arrows, of course, but now we're still looking at this Guardian Angel effect, these revives in the hands of Team Liquid. It is very different now. You don't want to just give them away because it still is a substantial amount of gold with the 200 plus the permanent stats that you're going to give over. So you can't be as reckless, but you still do want to force. So you're kind of looking at, will CoreJJ get some sneaky Nico playoff? Shopify have to be very careful for this next little window on counting minions and looking for any of these pathways, because TL Vision is fully complete coverage right now. And you have to be so scared with the vision coverage of TL plus the Nico on their team.
Yeah, I mean, when you have those GAs, you don't want to be too crazy, but you do want to be a little crazy, right? Like you want to find exactly just the right amount. Just enough spice there. As we're touching in on Yon, who is doing this full AD build that we've already seen from him before, and is kind of catching on quite a bit. It's not still as popular as the Rage Blade and the kind of into the AP, but this full AD build does scale very well, and the Acathian Rain does a ridiculous amount of damage if you can get an isolated Q on someone. You ult into the backline. If they are isolated, they're pretty much just dead. The Q does a ridiculous amount of damage once it is evolved in your full AD. So we'll see if Yon can find those types of plays later on. B-Boy, as we've already touched on, looking pretty strong, but Contract's going to get a good chunk here down onto Impact as TL are already on the Baron. They're trying to two-man it here with Umti and APA. Yon, though, is in the area. Impact's lost half his health, but TL still are on the Baron. There is vision of it for Shopify. We'll see if they can actually find a way to punish this. CoreJJ on the side does find Fudge, who does have his flashback now, and APA in the middle of everyone scoops him back, and the follow-up is there from TL. The Equalizer going to get dropped to the wall, but it's Yon into the back line here, cutting them to pieces. Seo's trying to run. Contract's fighting back.
back, doing what he can here. They do take down 2, but Umti is going to chase him, and Umti wants even more as TL come out way on top here. They've already taken 4, and they're looking for number 5. It's only a matter of time here as Contracts picking up the honey fruit, picking up the passive, trying to survive, but he can't do it. TL get the ace, and they're going to grab the Baron.
They're going to get the Baron, and Impact is also pushing mid lane at the moment, so they're going to open up the base at the exact same time. That fight is everything for Team Liquid. APA Azir is in a new era.
He's always pick Azir.
Yeah, always pick Azir. Perfect acronym for him nowadays. Scoops him right into the waiting arms of Core JJ's first stage game, Nico here. APA scoops him, Core JJ boops him. Let's take a look at it.
Boop.
And then
watch it one more time.
Umti gets to clean them all up because the Fury has crazy mobility too. But here's a look. Seos tried to get the Alistar Q on him as he's going in, but yeah, the huge knockup right into the boop there from Core JJ and the annihilations. Umti and Yon both on these mobile, dangerous champions just get to jump into the back. In the craziness, and then Impact also surviving and going straight for the minions afterwards. So nicely done stuff from TL.
Yeah, that was a really sick engage from APA. Finds it, and the follow-up was perfect. Great engage, really. I mean, and it's so interesting how, you know, he had this one really good Azir game earlier this split, and it feels like it fueled a lot of his confidence, right? To be able to go for these plays, and sometimes that is all you need. You need to see, hey, I can do this. I can find these angles.
Yeah, I like the interview afterwards, too, because Emily asked him about it, and he was like, yeah, you know, I just went to watch a whole bunch of Azir games of legendary mid laners, and then I got it. I guess.
Locked in.
You watch a bunch of Faker replays and stuff, and
crack the code.
Then just go ahead and do that.
There you go.
Watch it, then do it.
Yep.
Perfect.
That's the Korean advice. Just get good.
Yeah.
How do you win this matchup? Well, you hit all your skill shots and you dodge all theirs, and then you tend to win.
You got to go scoop the enemies while either surviving or sacrificing yourself for many other members.
There you go. Sounds pretty simple. Don't know why everyone doesn't do that. As Umti's going to be jumping in on Fudge. Does have a massive gold lead and is able to enforce his will on Fudge, pushing him back. Impact knocks down the tier 2, extending the gold lead to 9.3K. Absolutely insane. As the 6 Grubs going to make short work of these towers. They're pushing in all 3 waves right now. The Ash Arrow does connect, but it's just on Impact, and he is so damn tanky. Not sure they can really do anything about this. They do get him down to about a quarter HP, but Contracts losing a lot of his health as well, and they've lost the mid lane turret. They lost the mid lane inhibitor, and now there's a wave coming in through bot that is likely going to mean the end of that tower. This is looking like a very easy triple inhib here for TL, unless Shopify can find an angle to go right now.
Yeah, and the angle is not looking good. It is closing quickly here.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can find something here on Umti. Umti getting chunked down, but Umti is still very strong and trying to kite out. In comes the Galio ultimate to back him up, and Umti's just going to turn and he's going to fight. The equalizer gets dropped. B-Boy trying to find something here, but the taunt lands, and in comes Yon with the killer instinct. APA not able to find that ulti, though, as Palafox flashes out of it. Still, though, TL too strong, fighting through here. Umti going back in off the reset. Fudge trying to clear out the way. Seos standing, trying to survive, but it's just not looking like it's going to be enough. The Grubs are spawning out here. Maybe they can hold for a little bit longer because they got APA and because they got Yon, but they're still going to lose the triple inhib here, and it's going to be so hard to come back. Great W does immune the knockup there from Seos, but then he's going to get grounded. Fudge, though, just can't get in range, and Impact is closing in. They've got to try to get out. Seos has no ultimate, is creating a little bit of a space. We'll get back to the fountain here to try to heal back up, and B-Boy's going to be up in 12, so TL will back off. Shopify do hold, but they are holding on to the tatters of a ruined base.
Yeah, and I think the Fury's looking very good this weekend as well. There was some discussion, you know, not broken anymore after the nerfs. Still looking quite powerful, and Umti is having a very fun time on it. You see how much healing is coming through, too, with the Death Dance and the fully stacked Conqueror, and he wants another piece.
Yep, and he is going to like any fight he can find, pretty much. Level 17. By the way, pretty ridiculous. Highest level in the game, higher than either team's solo laners at this point.
Yeah. We'll say Yon got really hyped in that last play. You know, he Kaisa, you know, killer instincts in, and then he finds himself in the middle of all the other enemies and just instantly gets knocked up.
What's that minion doing there?
Taken down. Well, it's harpoon in it and getting a little snare back. Just waiting for the rest of the minions so they can go finish the Nexus turrets
That's
here.
where minions are at their strongest, you know, as a pack.
Yeah, exactly.
You're rarely taken down by just one
Especially
minion.
when they got the big brother super minions
When they start
coming.
swarming like this, though, they are not to be trifled with. We'll see if Shopify can even clear out the waves. The Hurricane going to help. Great stasis there. Immunes the Ash Arrow coming through as Impact does buff for the taunt, just kind of stopping any threat of that engage here. Poor JJ on the side as a minion. We'll see if he can find an angle. The towers are starting to go down, though. They need to look for it right now. APA is the target, but they can't find him. In comes the Equalizer, but it's not doing anything. Fudge in the backline, trying to survive. Gets back to the Fountain. Contracts on the other side, trying to put pressure onto Jan, but Jan is standing. Jan is firing. Jan goes in with the killer instinct, and it's 2 kills for TL, and it's looking like it's going to be even more. Jan gets a double. Jan gets another as they ace him on the steps of the base. TL finish the job. Take down Shopify.
Team Liquid, another win over here. They still have not dropped a game to one of the bottom 4 teams, even with people critiquing them after first stand, after a lot of, the trials and tribulations that they have gone through with this team, with this roster. Able to hammer this one home off a huge early game from Umpty on Nefiri. Fully going for the clear, going for the top side dive, and then being able to counter the mid lane double hex flash over Raptor walls. Once they got that big lead, TL really kind of took over the map.
I mean, he was so far ahead in this game and really able to make it work. But remember, during the LTA North Split 2, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues. Use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win. We are now going to be joining Emily and APA, always pick Azir, on stage for an interview.
I didn't know you changed your name. That's great.
It's just what's it called, like acronym for it. Always plays Azir.
Going in, we're going to touch upon your team composition a bit because I actually did really like their Poppy and Alistar response, and it seemed they were able to get a lot of picks, especially with Ash Arrow. So how did you guys kind of absorb that pressure and then go back out on the map?
I mean, to be honest, I just hit some minions for the most part of the game. I kept getting like Poppy coming mid and Alistar coming mid, so I kept just absorbing all that pressure, and I was watching Umpty just 1v9 the entire game.
Yeah, I was going to say mid lane was a little bit of a party, and then Umpty was everywhere. You guys did have a few overextensions, kind of starting at 13 minutes and then going all the way into second Drake. How did you regroup? Because it seemed like even though they were getting kills, you guys were still taking down turrets, and your gold lead didn't really change that much.
I think they just overgrouped way too much. Like when the Jace solo killed me bot lane, but Umpty killed him, they like overgrouped so hard for Rift Turret, Umpty just gets a free tier 2 turret. So they were making good plays, but they were grouping way too much to make those good plays.
And then one of the strengths of TL, I think, has always been, even when you're struggling, your map play, which was really good in this game as well. Was that something you guys were looking at regrouping from the loss yesterday?
Wasn't like really from the loss yesterday. I think we're upset at the loss yesterday, but not for like our map play reasons.
Okay, and then looking forward, I guess, how much do you think you guys have shored up on a lot of opportunity areas, especially when you're looking ahead not only to tomorrow, but towards best of threes?
I think over the split, we're just slowly trying to get better and better. It's not a race. Playoffs still haven't happened. Playoffs is pretty much like, I won't say all that matters because you still want to get a good seed, but it's like mostly what matters. So we're just trying to ramp up as much as we can for playoffs.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Always plays Azir, or always pick Azir, I believe. We'll be going to a break, and then Dignitas versus Disguise is on the other side.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say...
I'm on my way.
No way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I grew up just playing League all day since I was 11. I love the game, but I always watched LCS, and I never really thought like, okay, going pro and playing on that stage is something that I could do. I always wanted to be a pro League player. Even on my first collegiate team, Converse, I knew that the best program in the nation was Maryville University. So that was my goal. I grinded as hard as I could, and I just wanted to play as well as I could in the collegiate tournament, because I knew that if I played well there, that's where the teams would start looking and paying attention to me.
Goes in for, that ulti is not sequel. I gotta flash in there. I gotta go for it. Jerry shuts it down. And we go back to bot lane. They do not stop. It is another early kill for Scary Jerry. Will be a sacrifice to the god of bot lane, Scary Jerry.
Scary Jerry runs collegiate at this point, no?
It was a super cool opportunity, and in the tournament, we made it to top 4. It really just cemented in me that, competing in League of Legends, this is something I want to do. Shortly after we got eliminated from the tournament in top 4, I remember Maryville's director, Clerky, he reached out to me, and he was just like, hey man, here's the offer to join Maryville. We really see something in you. And I told him, I'll think about it, but, I was never going to think about it. That's just where I wanted to go.
The scary carry is Scary Jerry. They're trying to lock down Dardoch. Adorn's still alive. That's Dardoch down. Borg's in trouble now too. Yeah, he's got no escape path. MU just turning it right back on its head with a double kill to Scary Jerry.
One of the biggest takeaways I had from being at a program like Maryville was just how much the people around you can impact you. At that point, I pretty much thought it was just you got to do this on your own, you got to get better on your own, it's just you and your skill. But being at a program like Maryville, I was just influenced and taught so much by the people around me that I just kind of learned it really is the people around you that shape you and that they help you learn lessons.
I think as a teammate at the time, Jerry was very hardworking as a player. I consider myself a hard worker, and I think he was working equally or even harder than me. Based on time with Jerry at college, I think that he's definitely a person to have the tenacity needed just to survive here.
So from there, I felt that my chances of making the LCS it was kind of a coin toss. I knew that there was a team looking to join the LTA, DSG, and I actually reached out to their manager. They didn't reach out to me. And I was like, hey guys, I heard you were maybe interested. And they were like, yeah, we are, we just need some time. And I ended up signing the contract, and it was just an amazing feeling. You know, I felt like, you know, this was my dream the whole time, and I ended up making it to the LTA. So it was really just like a great feeling.
Keep Shaden alive. Shaden's burning down and gonna get sniped by Scary Jerry. Hold the line, Scary Jerry. 1v1 against Vivo. He takes it. Shut down to the buy, and Scary Jerry can now unleash. Big damage. Busio goes down. Scary Jerry continues the chase, and Scary Jerry, this is your moment.
I've played with a lot of veteran and a lot of like successful players, and I feel like what they have and Jerry has like similarity is the work ethic. He does have a lot of expectation to himself and a lot of pressure that he puts to himself. So I think he just has to kind of build some experience on LTA stage and kind of just build that confidence, because he has what it takes.
This opportunity right now in the LTA, it means a lot to me. I love League of Legends, I love the fans, I love just being able to compete and just better myself every day. I really just view this as something where I have one shot, so I'm not taking this for granted.
Got a lot of respect for the work ethic that you're putting in. All you can control is what you can control, right? You know, and that is the amount of effort you're putting in, you know, how hard you are working every day to get better. And it sounds like everyone is saying he is putting in that work. And, you know, you don't always have a long pro gaming career. You know, you have to get results quick. That is the reality of the business. So this becomes a pretty important game. They have not yet got, you know, a series win on stage. Of course, they did win one game against Dignitas last split, but that was in a best of 3 that they lost. So they still haven't had that first kind of celebration as a squad. And realistically, this is their best chance.
It definitely is. I mean, both of these teams are coming in with 7-game loss streaks. If we count the end of split 1 where both of them lost 2 games, I think equally for the Dignitas side, even though we do have this full interview on Scary Jerry, for a lot of these Dignitas players, it's fairly similar stories, you know, finally getting into the LTA, LCS, you know, caliber here up on stage and finally getting their moments. You know, or looking to reprove on, you know, other teams that have dropped you in the past and prove that you still have the drive and can make it. So it is kind of equally tenacious on both sides, where it really does mean a lot.
For those of you who aren't subscribed on Twitch, we will be back in 1 minute for Champion Select. But absolutely agreed. It really is kind of that similar story. As you say, you know, it's 2 teams that haven't gotten a win yet this split. They are trying to fight for that first win here to get a little bit of momentum, to get a little bit of confidence going here. Surdy, obviously, you know, a player that there's really high expectations from. And people, you know, we're so impressed by how he was doing in solo queue. He won in collegiate, he won in NACL. He kind of like done everything that you could do before you go pro. And now he's got to try to live up to those lofty expectations that everyone kind of has of him.
Yeah. All right. Well, everyone locked in. Still some smiles up there. So still enjoying the moment. Always got to remember, still enjoy the present time, because now is going to be everything for both of these squads. Honestly, pretty excited to see how they get into it. And the last time we saw these 2 teams match up, it was the end. You know, it was a best of 3. And like you said, DSG won the first game in the series versus Dignitas, but then dropped the next 2 consecutive ones to plant us here. So it's kind of DSG, I would say, that are the underdogs in this game, both from that previous record as well as what the most recent games have kind of looked like, you know, where Dig got some very big early leads as well. And we'll see if DSG can make it a different story this time around.
Yeah, Dig were actually really in a great spot yesterday against 100 Thieves. They won the early game quite heavily. Had things gone a little bit differently, maybe they can actually close out that game, but we are into it here. We'll see who can actually take them down. And if you don't remember, it's actually quite a rivalry kind of between these teams. XU, you know, used to be on Dig, got dropped, definitely took exception to that, and the way that it was handled by Dignitas. Talked a lot in the show match, in the group draw about it.
I also know, that Katarina hover, XU always hovers Katarina for his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And now Surdy's hovering it too. There must be a little extra trash talk behind this. I don't know. Well, probably reading too much into some random drama, but the Vi first pick, regardless
the
of
hidden
it.
meaning behind the hover.
I got to investigate,
hover, the counter hover.
What does it really mean, Azael?
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. It's going to be Vi locked in, so they're going to take a little bit of a denial pick there. Obviously, great combo between that Vi and Thalia. They will grab a Varus that has been picked again. Everyone's doing it.
It gets deeper.
Yeah, exactly.
Shaden, though, let's see what they do lock in for their mid lane answer into this Thalia. I feel like it's been so common where we've had so many of these first pick Vi's, and then the opposing team almost always just like breaks up the Thalia combination because it is just so good with it. And Thalia is also good individually. So again, we have the breakup of the mid jungle duo there, and we have the exact same Varus and Ezreal AD carry matchup that we have seen become the most common for us.
So it is going to be Ahri very likely being locked in. Another really common pairing there with the Vi. Katie, I thought, played really well yesterday against Quid. He was playing the Grasp Victor, if you remember, and was looking really strong in that game. He got a big early advantage for himself. Wasn't able to actually close that one out, but it is going to be the Nefiri getting paired up here with the Thalia. We saw this earlier today, and I do think that they are going to need then some hard engage, some lockdown, especially from Huhi. So that's likely what's going to be targeted here in the bans.
Yeah, definitely. They need CC both for the Nefiri and also for the Thalia. Need a little bit of help to set stuff up. Right now, like, they can fish around with Varus ultimates, but you want to be more secure than that. You want to have some more guarantee than that. And Huhi has the most time for any support spent with their jungler. And when your jungler is Nefiri, you definitely want like a Leona, a Nautilus, something else there to really start the plays off for you.
I'm surprised to see the Scion ban coming through. I would have expected it to be more like, okay, banning out some of these picks from Huhi. He likes the Rakan a lot. Maybe ban out Rakan and Alistar and Nautilus and these types of
I feel like Huhi's pool of engaged supports is just too deep though, because he likes to get real crazy with it, Amumu's and sets and everything.
By the way. Wow. That's pretty impressive for a poster, not gonna lie.
We have some very good artists in the LTA fandom, for sure.
Yeah, all the player cards and all the fan art that I've been seeing. Just saw some other sick fan art that someone did for Vulcan's birthday. Toast, that's a good poster too. Okay, respect. Both the fans showing up here. And we do have Poppy going to get banned out alongside that Karma. Obviously, Karma, great pairing with the Ezreal, can really make for a deadly 2v2. And it is going to be Alistar, so one of the picks that I was kind of assuming might be banned out is going to be taken away. And of course, I'm interested to see where Surdy wants to go. Is it just going to be like a second round Jace, and that's why they actually banned out the Scion here, because that is kind of considered to be one of those good answers into it, and has been gaining a little bit of popularity here in the LTA.
Yeah, and Jace has become so popular, definitely highly likely, but let's see about the full bottom lane matchup first with this Ezreal. The Rakan is very quick with these engages, and they're already indexed really highly here for Dignitas into picks with Ahri and Vi and Rakan. Lots of very quick plays possible for them. See about this Surdy blind pick with only the protection ban of the Scion and the Gwen going down from their side.
The Scion just made me think it's going to be Jace, but we'll see if he's going to cook something else up. He has played 5 unique champions so far up in the top lane. Actually, a lot of top laners have. And there's still so many of the primary ones available. There's Ambessa as well. That would be, but yeah, Jace feels obvious because of that Scion ban, so he's going to lock this in. And most of those really good Jace answers
insta.
We see a lot of, but this time there is going to be one.
And it's such a good such a good matchup for the York, because the cage is insanely annoying for Jace. Insanely annoying with the short range. You can easily land those. We saw Castle himself be on the receiving end of this exact matchup. Castle versus Whippo was our first York top in the entire league, and Castle goes, "What the hell with these ghouls just chasing me down?" And Castle was running phase rush too on Jace, and he was still getting chased down by the ghouls, and he was still he was actually avoiding a decent amount of the cages, but still unable to handle the side lane pressure later. So I like that. Whenever you It's like it goes back to like Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan style, you know? You get beat down, you learn from it, and then he's going to be able to use that power now.
Become the Yorick.
Exactly.
The Super Saiyan in this case.
Castle, because he lost to the Yorick, but he didn't die. So you always just get stronger after.
Aiden Krillin?
Maybe we'll diverge from this. Maybe we'll diverge from this analogy now. But now, has Castle learned enough at the hands of Blippo on the receiving end of the Yorick?
Becomes the master.
Exactly. It's like, all right.
I've been playing a lot of Yorick lately. I think this champion is crazy strong. I will say, as strong as the cage is, basically every Yorick matchup comes down to one thing. Can you hit your E? And if you hit your E consistently throughout the laning phase, your chip damage is really, really high. That is actually how you win, even post 6, how you win the all-ins. You've got to hit that mark to get the ghouls on target. And the other thing is, your opponents, if they don't understand the champion, they don't understand that when you miss your E, that's kind of this big weakness where you can look to actually punish. Surdy is actually going Grasp, which is interesting here. So I'm going to really want to track, does Surdy kind of punish these missing cooldowns here from the Yorick? You know, if he misses that E, is he going to go aggressive? But at the beginning of the split, we asked all our pros what fuels them. And for XU, his motivation was clear.
What fuels me? Beating Dignitas. What fuels you?
I like it. Short and succinct.
Are you going to answer him? Ask you a question, Kobe.
What fuels me? Playing Volley Bear.
I thought you were going to say getting LP. Because I feel like that's the reason you play Volley Bear.
Yeah, true. Better answer. But yeah, the Grasp is exactly what Blippo did to Castle in the exact matchup, you know, and along with the Grasp, you get the second wind in the same tree, and you go the Doran Shield, and so you soak up a lot of this damage for Castle, and then yeah, you're trying to hit your E's, you're trying to hit your cages when your jungler comes. Look for the Nefiri to try and help you out with that pressure too.
Yeah, we'll see. I definitely think that Yorick scaled incredibly well. You know, the early lane can be fine, but you can definitely get chunked down. And until you have your ghouls set up, it is very hard to actually fight back against the Jace. You do get a grave every time you hit a champion with your Q, or every time you last hit a minion with your Q. But you can see Surdy is trying to trade pretty aggressively here. And of course, until you're level 2, you can't actually sick the ghouls on anything. So, you know, it is definitely tough in these early levels. Castle has to not take too much damage. And we'll just see the level of familiarity, I think, is so important in some of these matchups, especially with champions like Yorick that aren't very popular, even though they are quite powerful. If you don't understand the matchup, I feel like in top lane more than anywhere, you can get absolutely cooked because it's such a long lane and it's so punishing when you make mistakes.
Yeah, certainly is. Both junglers are also clearing towards this matchup, so we should have even jungle pressure when it does get down to it. Popping the bone plating there as well, so some nice defensive runes on both sides. And we'll see about the sustain wars there, especially if we get some junglers in the action. But should be able to have plenty of time after full clears to go down and get your Tri-Brush ward as well. Nefiri is very mobile, though, so can sometimes sneak around them.
Yep.
Ooh, he did the little fake. I like it when top laners do this. You know, you position down like you're going to place your ward, and sometimes the enemy top laner will communicate that it's there when it's not actually.
Oh, nice hook actually lands on Tomo as Isles went past. Is going to be the Ignite used. Traded for both the bear and the heal there. So good backstep by that DSG bot lane. Avoid the initial engage from Isles and are able to get some big summoners out of the enemy bot lane.
Rough. Woof woof.
Either or.
Which do you prefer?
I'm going to let you go with this.
You're the one who has an actual dog. It's also
I feel like it's more of a woof than a rough, okay. You know, if I'm...
Depends on like how angry you are.
Yeah,
woof is like, wait, oh, I'm happy to see you, Azael.
Yeah.
Welcome home.
Honestly, my dog doesn't even sound like a dog when he gets really excited. It almost sounds like he's screaming. It's well, very strange.
I definitely need to hear that now. Give me a recording.
Well, we'll provide it later on as Avidaga is going to have to flash out there. Good collapse from Dignitas coming in from multiple angles. Are going to be able to push them back and secure the bot side scuttle, therefore shaded.
Whoa, it's actually kind of crazy, the value out of that play. No flash on the target that has to play into Ahri and Vi. Now we got to look at the timings. Like the full cooldown of your flash, it should not be up for the level 6s of the Ahri at least, probably the enemy jungler too. So Abadaga is going to be under a lot of pressure. Vi ultimate into Ari charms. We'll see about his positioning.
This is kind of interesting. You don't often see people pulling for a freeze in these kind of spots now. People just generally play so heavily for prio, but Scary Jerry, because he has the teleport, he goes up towards top, and then he held the whole wave and then dragged it back to deny this wave. So he is going to deny the full 6 minions from Tomo. So that will equalize the CS deficit a little bit. So I think in this spot definitely is nice. I think that was well played because the grubs still aren't for 1 minute. So push in this spot didn't really do anything. So you deny a full wave. That allows you to equalize. Now you're going to start that slow push up to try to build the minions in your favor. And these are these little things that don't seem that big, but definitely can pay dividends throughout the course of a game.
Minions, the dividend stocks of League of Legends. League of Legends, there we go. Definitely well invested to be able to get a bit of extra value there. I have to say, with the grub fight, when you have the mid lane difference of the flash being down, I feel like it should be DSG though that are the ones first into the river to try and set up for these grubs. They're the ones that are, okay, it's going to be Dog first though.
They're going to be able to land that hook in onto Isles. Isles will just jump back to Tomo, who does have the shift and should be just fine. His XU is here covering and will clear out the ward. We can see though that Shaden is also up here on this top side, and who he's stepping forward, gonna look, tries to go for the predict on the shift, but Tomo doesn't bite.
Look at all these advantages though for the setup for Dignitas. I mean, mid lane push plus the level 6 Ari and the no flash being on Talia. So DSG are rushing in. I feel like you should probably just grab one and get out of there since mid lane's pushed and top lane is pushed right now.
Ari is coming, you're right. They could get pincered here. Scary Jerry also not a very mobile character, would be a bit of an awkward spot, and now comes Tomo and Isles. They have the information. They are going to be able to find their exit here, though. Abadaga goes back in a little bit haphazardly. They do get 2 grubs, though, and they get out.
Okay. They stick around. They got the extra one.
Oh, the sweeper does spot Scary Jerry. Isles tries to find it. In comes Caney. Can he actually find the charm? Goes point blank. He's going to go over the wall as Scary Jerry. He misread where he flashed because he flashed into the bush there on the side. I think he thought he flashed over the wall upwards. So he tries to follow, but Caney can't actually spot him. I would like to see that again from Caney's vision to see if it was actually one of those tricks where he kind of did just kind of misread where he was going. Not sure they would have been able to get the kill either way, but they do force out that flash, and at the end of the day, it's just that one extra grub advantage. Abadaga going to be able to push in the wave here.
Yeah, and I think that actually turned out very well for DSG. Considering the setups, I really thought Dignitas were going to get more out of it. Let's take a look at the chase. Of course, Isles is sweeping the ward. He wants to use the information on Jerry to go for him, and then straight from Caney's POV. Scary Jerry does a good job hugging that wall, so I think
was actually really nice.
He makes it look very realistic. And then at the end, it's just a 50-50. And Caney, you can like try and hug into the brush, so that would have helped him if he hugged a bit more that side. He would have known.
Surdy wants a teammate to hug, but there's no one around. He is going to be having to run here from XU. XU flashing forward. Surdy does flash. The Q follows. Can the dogs finish him off? Doesn't look like they have the move speed. And now Shaden is coming in, as is the rest of Dignitas. And XU's in a lot of trouble here. The hook comes through from Hui, but it might just be another kill that's going to be given over as the reinforcements have arrived. Caney is here. Hui's got nowhere to go, and they're likely to even be able to give this over to Caney. Instead, the double kill taken by Shaden. Dignitas get first and second blood.
Surdy absorbs the pressure, lives, and buys enough time for the rest of Dignitas to come and collect. That is massive for them on the bottom side of the map. I mean, DSG invests so hard in trying to get the kill onto him, but giving up 2 here. See what they can do with the money because it's all in onto Shaden. So the Vi is going to get very dangerous very quickly, and they're still pushing the minion wave. So it's basically just XU versus Surdy right here, and he invests his flash for the flash, but with the potion ticking here, with those defensive runes that he has for Surdy, with his full green tree, with his second wind, he was able to survive. And then you're so invested from Hui and XU that there's no way out for them when the rest of Dignitas arrive.
Yeah, definitely a very costly play here. Shaden now going to be pretty far ahead of the curve as far as that is concerned. We are going to be back to live now, though, as Abadaga, again, just kind of trying to push these waves in. We can see Castle going to be working towards the Triforce. That's pretty much guaranteed what you go for these days. I do think it's the strongest first item. Has made a pit stop for the Tabbies. Makes a lot of sense. You're against Furia and Jace, and Jace has already got some early lethality there. Excuse me, not Furia, you're against Vi and Jace, but still double physical up on that top side is going to pay quite a lot of value.
So he caught himself a little recon there, so nice little bit of chunk damage. But the vision behind them.
Flash, Scary Jerry. This could be trouble. They're going to be able to flash in. Great engage there from Miles, and the Q flash catches him from Shaden. The ulti came out from Scary Jerry, but without a flash, nowhere for him to go. It was a nice earlier play with it, but now really hurt and missing that flash. XU up here to cover. They are going to be able to grab one plate, though, and the kill. 3-0 is the lead for Dignitas. All 3 kills on the Vi. Already has the Sundered Sky.
Smart from him, too. Shaden with the lane gank. Now what can he do? Fully completed, as you say. Plus, he got his magical boots have arrived, so he is the most powerful one on the entire Rift right now. And the objective spawning right in front of him, so ultimate ready for Shaden, items ready for Shaden. It is go time. Looks like they don't even want to chase the crab up because he knows the rest of DSG were hovering on the top side. So cautiously played here. He does have Smite ready, and they're just playing catch with the crab. Send it on back.
Yep, going to be able to grab that for himself. Remember, DSG did get 2 of those first grubs, but Dignitas definitely in a strong spot now to try to grab these ones. We'll see. There's a scrap down in bot lane. It's going to be the Charm landing on a Huhi, and he is gone already. Abadaga does arrive. Can they find the damage to take down Shaden? XU trying to do it, but on the side, it's going to be Tomo pushing back Scary Jerry. Tomo's back with the rest of the team, and it's back to DSG getting wiped. Canids still 2 charges on the ulti. The True Shot Barrage connects. Scary Jerry flashes over the wall, tries to flash follow, but it's a face plant into the wall there. Tomo looking like he's going to be able to take down Abadaga, finishes the kill and should be out of range of the piercing arrows. Down on the bot side, both these top laners very low, but Castle getting the worst end of it. He's going to be pushed back, and it's 6-0 for Dignitas.
All right, let's go. Dignitas, this, we said they had some really good early games before and not being able to finish. This one, they definitely...
Oh, Castle connects there. He's going to get the ghouls on him, but he uses the acceleration gate. Can't get in range to actually cage him in. I think he actually didn't even have the mana because the cage is actually fairly expensive, but does delay the base. And now Huhi is down here. Huhi going to be able to nail the hook. Can they actually give the kill to Castle? Okay. They can. As he goops him and takes him down on the bot side. He goops him. Hits him with the ectoplasm. And is able to grab a couple plates off the back of that as well.
Ah, where's the Ghostbusters when you need him? His team did not arrive in time to save him this time. 30 down. Well, he calls Isles, but it's a little too late.
Yeah. At least impressive of the Ghostbuster.
Isles is not, in fact, even a Ghostbuster.
No.
Okay, he's like an intern.
He's more like the van that brings him there.
So this fight, we just went over it. I don't know why DSG even wanted to fight it because no member on their team had a completed item, and Shaden had his full Sundered Sky, plus Kaney had just finished the Rod of Ages on Ahri and teleported back out.
These are good points.
Plus, those are 2 champions that are some of the most mobile, pick-oriented champions in the game. It's okay. He already got plenty of kills.
Give him a pass.
Didn't need that flash. Yeah,
You're making a lot of compelling arguments, but hear me out. What if they just won anyway?
But they didn't, so...
Well, you know, but if they had, it would
if they had,
sweet,
if they had, I wouldn't open my mouth.
There you
go.
go.
Know what? You got me.
You know what? Results-based analysis.
Yeah, you
were
go.
correct.
You got me.
Fight. Yep.
But what if we won?
Yeah, exactly. Well, now the Ghostbusters are here as Castle is going to teleport to safety. And,
the ghost left.
The ghost just flew right away. And they're up towards the top side, and it's going to be a race for the tower. And it looks like DSG is winning this. Castle has a lot of damage here with that Sheen and did have a Demolish proc ready. It looks like they are going to be able to claim the first tower for themselves. So that is pretty nice. A good job there by Castle being able to survive. I do think it's so important that Castle stays strong in this game because if you do have a side lane threat, it can make things a little bit more difficult for Dignitas, draw pressure down there, buy some time for the rest of the team to maybe scale up and find some angles. Because as things are going, it is looking tough for the rest of DSG.
Yeah. Nice little move. Castle gets out of there. Castle gets his Trinity. Shifty Ghost. Gets his Trinity Force completed as well. So maybe they can find something. I just think Dignitas, with the start that they have had, there's a lot of room for them to make picks They've got Flash on Shaden ready, so Abbedagge and Scary Jerry are just like the most viable targets, and neither of them have their flashes just yet, even though the cooldowns are fairly close to coming back, but their carries are just so low on mobility. And with the lead that Dignitas have and the capability to make those picks, even though we did see in the end of the last replay the flash charm towards the wall, not having the range, I still think that is just going to be so hard for DSG to like play the map while not dropping resources, but still stay safe.
Especially for Scary Jerry, who doesn't even have, like he's playing teleport, right? He doesn't even have the additional combat summoner. At least Abbedagge is going to be going much more of a tanky build. He has Roa going in towards that Seraph, so he'll have a lot of HP, he'll have that shield. Scary Jerry's going to have none of that, so it is going to be tough for him to survive, but we'll see if they can kind of find the poke earlier before the fight, maybe soften people up and dissuade them from coming in. Is XU going to get a nice little chip onto Isles there as he's trying to control that bottom side. And the Dragons have been pretty slow in coming this game. Only one has been claimed, so there's no big threat of soul or anything that's going to draw Castle to them, but could be trouble here for Huhi as he's going to have to flash the wall. Will they follow? Not going to elect to do so, so it is the ultimate used there by Isles. Traded out for the flash.
Flank.
Scary Jerry going to be in some trouble. Will he flash? He will, but he still has the charm, and he's going to be able to connect, and in comes Isles, and in comes the rest of the team. The Avengers arrive in the mid lane, and Scary Jerry's got nowhere to go.
Yep, meanwhile bot side.
Surdy could be in some trouble here. Can he hit the seismic shove? Surdy does still have his flash. He is going to be able to use it to flash. Nicely done. The tower is heated up, and they are tanking shot after shot after shot. The shock blast gets one. Surdy with the outplay. Tomo with the assist from downtown as well. Nicely done from Surdy.
Even with Surdy getting the classic top lane treatment, I feel like he is thriving under all of this pressure. He won the game of dodgeball right there for sure at the end, both trying to finish each other off with his skill shots. He hits the empowered shock blast. And Surdy here, let's take another look at it honestly, because this is just after the mid lane pick, and so the idea from DSG is we need to get a play back. We need to get a play on the other side. But Surdy's forcing flashes everywhere with the extra tower shot and the extra damage from the Ezreal ult. He's able to win the poke wars at the very end while surviving.
Yeah, really well done by him. Dig take the Herald. They're likely to take this top lane tower as well. They do have 4 grubs, so they're going to be able to have that little Void Might spawn. Things looking really good for them, even better than their game yesterday against 100 Thieves. And it is really kind of Castle is that lone hope, it feels like right now for the team. He's got that 800 gold lead, but everyone else is way behind.
It's the other side of the top lane experience, you know, where you're like, I finally, I learned from the last time I got this pick, this exact matchup. I took my notes, I'm doing great individually. And he's looking around.
Yep, you hit tab at 20 minutes. You're like, all right, guys, I got my items. Took down the tower. Things are going. Oh God,
everything else is on fire.
Yeah.
He walked into the room and
it's 8-1, and you're the one.
You are the one. You are the ghost.
Yep, it is definitely tough. York definitely can get a lot of work done, though. I mean, if they misplay in the side lane, there is potential sometimes to be able to find those 1v2 angles, but definitely going to be tough when the Vi is this fed and is already on 2 items. If that is the 2 that is joining down towards Surdy, it is going to be really difficult for Castle to play. And because his team is this far behind, they have no vision, but Isles there had no vision either, and Scary Jerry going to be able to get a kill, so that's a little bit something working there for DSG as they're able to grab their second kill here of the game and equalize the gold lead just a little bit.
Good old-fashioned death brush. Group up, hide on brush, and hope somebody walks in. And somebody did indeed walk in, so a little bit of payment there. But as you say, it doesn't help a whole lot as far as the way that they're going to play the game anyway. So still is going to be the fight here over Dragon Vision. 30 seconds ahead of time. We're getting our resets from Dig already. So Dig have priority. They can just walk out into the river, push mid lane here, get their setup for the Dragon. I don't think DSG should walk into this one, but they did try and fight the Grubs fight when they were down some resources as well. So maybe that's the case. Castle, though, heading out to try and get the split pushing going for them.
Yeah, and York, honestly, even though they've made some changes, kind of like make them a little bit better, you know, when you group, you still generally want to just be in the side lane, to be honest. It's pretty tough to actually find a lot of value in team fights, especially against teams like this where the carries are very shifty. It's like Ezreal and Ahri are just going to get kited out and CC'd up and rooted, and it's very tough to actually close the gap and find a lot there. So he is just going to be pushing up towards that top. Will force the response of Canids to move up here towards this top side, but they already lost their tier 1 mid. They do lose the dragon. It is only the second. Castle does get the Demolish proc down, but something you actually have to be really careful about is they changed the way that the Ghoul AI works since they did this mini rework. And one of the problems with this is it actually makes it very hard to hit the tower in your opponent's face, as he's going to get charmed under the tower. And now Castle misses the E, does get a nice heal off of his Q, but in comes Isles, and it's going to be a shutdown. Went too far there. The minion wave was gone, and does get shut down because of those additional tower shots he took. But they changed the ghouls basically, so now the ghouls will randomly hit the enemy champion when they're under tower, even if you don't hit an E. So they'll pull aggro onto you, and that can make it really hard to actually progress the game sometimes if you're not very far ahead and can't pull off a dive.
Yeah, I mean, that one was rough too. Castle just kind of moves up, nothing there to block or anything, and that was one
an oopsie.
That was an oopsie, and that was like the ray of hope for DSG in this game.
It's looking rainy.
It's definitely looking rainy now. Honestly, I like the Death Brush play. Just group back up. Go.
Yep, all right.
Buy control
side
work.
lane's not working.
Do that again.
5 people in a brush. Let's see how we go.
Do that. And see about anybody walking in, because everything else is kind of flopped.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to find much.
The split push was kind of like the last bastion.
Yeah, and sometimes these things happen when, like, we've all been in that spot, as we're going to see a potential engage here. Nice disengage, though, from Abadaga, but it's not even going to matter. He's going to get charmed, and in comes Surdy now. Castle arrives on the teleport, but he doesn't even have an ulti, so York is useless in this situation. Abadaga tried his best to disengage Shaden, but he was able to buffer the ulti on the seismic shove. The CC landed, Kaney followed up, they got the kill. And things looking good now. Is going to be able to force a flash there out on that hook. Katie, though, in the back line. Scary Jerry does avoid the charm. Exu on the other side trying to fight, but Exu's going to get charmed up, and Exu's going to get knocked down. In comes Surdy. Kaney cleans up another. Scary Jerry is gone. It's Castle versus the world. He is on the run. Flash forced by the jump in from Isles, and they can just go right down to Otacon if they want to, but they want the tier 2 as well. Tomo is there. Q flash from Shaden. They get the kill. They'll get the tower. They'll get the ace, and they will take everything.
All right, Dignitas, this is the one to end their loss streak. Just destroying DSG in the middle of the map here. Bunch of flashes blown, but look at the re-engage. Surdy had gone back to split push, but once they see DSG investing out into the open here, they call in Kaney and Surdy to come close the flanks. Shaden here on the front line locks them up. They get the re-engage from Isles to lock down the first kill. Finish off the second. I mean, they're just also so far ahead that once DSG decided, hey, we're going to make this attempt. We want to keep losing stuff, so we're going to go for it in mid lane. Dignitas, they pull through the flankers there from their solo laners, call them back. Both Kaney and Surdy able to collapse and close death in upon DSG.
Kaney's so strong now. Does have Magi's, and he already has his fully stacked Roa plus Leandries. He's got a large rod on top. Ridiculously ahead in mid lane. You're ridiculously ahead in the jungle. Bot lane is way ahead now too. And DSG going to get spotted over by the Otacon there, saying, you know what, maybe it's time to just flip it. And they're just going to decide, you know what, they saw us, who cares? Let's just try it anyway. As Abadaga does spot Isles there, is getting some chip damage down on him, but it just doesn't die that fast. Yorick does crush objectives, and they're kind of just depending on that Yorick damage from the Maiden here. It is getting quite low now, and the teleport's going to be forced here from Kaney. They're looking for the turn. Can they actually find it here onto Tomo? Tomo flashes out as in comes Isles. Kaney now arriving. Flashes in, lands the charm. Scary Jerry is gone already. Hui on the side, though, fighting strong. Castle and Exu are still alive. It's a pretty even fight thus far. Can they actually make something happen? No, they cannot. Exu down incredibly low. The charm's going to land on Castle. Castle blast cones out, but not the safety, as on the other side it's Exu dead, and again it is Castle alone versus everyone. Shaden will go back to where it all started and start up the Otacon for Dig.
The Super Blast cones are one of the coolest things that they've added to this game. I like the use there to go for the chase on the kills. But yeah, Otacon is shredding all of DSG's armor and magic resist right now. They know, though, they're trying to force something. So they flash, they go up towards Tomo, they full send on the top side. Meanwhile, Abadage and Scary Jerry, your two carries there, got pushed up against Otacon and destroyed by the rest of Dignitas. So while they did get like their full send up into the top half of the map there to get their kill, still cleaned up and collected by Dignitas.
Well done by Dig. It is a dominant performance from them thus far. Nearly a 9,000 gold lead, 18-4. Pretty demoralizing stuff, honestly, for DSG, because this is the other team at the bottom of the standings that you are going up against, but haven't been able to get really any purchase in this game to try to get something going. Third Dragon will be collected here for Dig. Of course, you're not going to fight into those Otacon G8s at this point, but really, DSG, only chance now is just fully overload one side, try to find 3v1s, 4v1s, try to get quick kills, hope Dignitas starts to pile up some mistakes. Otherwise, I think this is going to be a quick closeout from Dig.
Castle got a purchase of a Hull Breaker.
That's true. He does have a Hull Breaker, but he does have no ultimate. We'll see if he can actually win without it. It's looking pretty good for him so far, but Surdy just kiting back, not allowing him to have that full all-in. Good hook from Huhi, but it's not going to matter as it's buffered out by Tomo. Tomo is pumping damage into Huhi. Shaden's going to get knocked down, so they do get one withdraw. Can they push forward and try to find more? Seismic Shove does connect there onto Isles, but they don't have the follow-up damage to actually knock them down. DSG, if there's an opportunity, it might be right here, right now. Nice charm, though, does actually connect there onto XU. XU going to be pushed back one more time. Caney is just playing so aggressive. Not threatened at all at this point. He's level 17, miles ahead of where Scary Jerry is. 5 levels up on the Varus right now.
Yeah, he's definitely scared. Even under tower there, taking a lot of damage. Tomo not scared at all. He walks into the tower, going to shift over the wall, I assume. Or not, just withdraw.
No, I think he was just trying to trade out his withdraw for the tier 2, but couldn't quite finish it. It is a lot of gold if you get it, but...
That's the thing now, with it 200 gold, plus the extra stats that you're going to get permanently for any team, I think teams are still being too free with giving away their withdraws.
Yeah.
Because it is a decent amount. I mean, there's a lot of comeback potential here.
He does have his flash, but is it going to get him out to safety? Huhi decides not to flash the wall. Wasn't sure if they were going to fully commit to that. Would have just been the withdraw, so they decide, you know what? We'll just push him out and take that.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are being a little bit too free. So unless you're doing it where there is some sort of objective that you can then go force because of the timing difference. Like if you're going to go int because you know the timing difference is going to mean a lot, then sometimes that can be beneficial, but there is a real cost to giving those over now. Still though, they're very comfortable, large gold lead and everything.
Yep, they are very far ahead. And are going to find a hook here on Isles. They're trying to turn around. The Chains of Corruption there to follow, but there's the flash in, and oh my god, now you see him, now you don't, and that is scary for Jerry. He is down, and Dignitas piling in, looking to put the finishing touches onto this one. In goes Caney, trying to finish off Abadaga, and he's going to do it. Nails the charm and takes him down. XU will fall as well. Again, it is Castle alone versus all of Dignitas, and he's got not much to do here.
Okay. Well, he's going to try another... What is he going to try?
He's going to try to kill some minions.
What's he going to try? He's got a Jace on top side. The rest of the enemy team's on Baron. All he can do is try and focus on the wave. Like you said earlier, Zale, focus on what you can control.
He's in his lane. He's relaxed. He's driving.
Try and kill those minions off.
Got the wave.
Because Dignitas, they're going to collect everything else. They put the pressure on top side. They get the Baron for themselves, and that should be the rest of the push. They got so close with...
Watch how fast this Varus dies.
Okay. Varus identified on the right side of your screen. When do we start counting? Boom, boom, boom.
That was like legit, what, 0.2 seconds full dead?
Yeah, what was our slow-mo out there? Because the slow-mo made it seem longer.
It did.
I think it would be more impressive.
It is 30.
It would be more impressive.
Replay,
what if they sped it up?
Double speed.
Yeah, exactly. We're on the same page there. Show that fast forward. Can't even see the health bar.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's definitely been a bit of a tough one for the Varus, as kind of expected it to be, honestly, with all of this engage and not a lot of safety there for Scary Jerry. But DSG going to keep on fighting, now down nearly 13,000 gold, plus the Baron buff is there.
All right, Tomo on the tower.
Round 2 will
He's got it. He's got it this one this time.
He brought backup.
Okay.
It's like got beat up at school, but this time you bring back your big brother to help you out with the tower. Yeah, so they are going to be threatening here. Wall going to be thrown down by Abadaga, trying to pincer them off, and they're going to look for Surdy, but can't really find much. They get the seismic shove, but it's not even into the rocks, so it didn't do much of anything, and Kaney is already taking down that mid lane tower. An objective bounty was claimed by Castle down on the tier 2. They know they can't defend, so they're just going to try to split push. We'll see how much he can get, and if they can threaten anyone to force them back. Surdy does go back now, as he is on that inhibitor tower. How much can Castle get, and can they hold on the other side? They're going in for Abadaga, going to be throwing down the stasis, but they're just stacking in on top of him. Hui does a good job peeling out the engage, but Hui's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to get back, can't survive the damage. Castle has already knocked down in the hip. He's just pushing for the Nexus, but I don't think he's really going to be able to make it happen against Surdy. And meanwhile, a Nexus tower has fallen. It's just Scary Jerry, XU, and Abadaga. And look at that damage coming through from Kaney. And I think this is going to be it. The charm lands. The damage is done. Dignitas will take down DSG.
Walker blew up this game, I think.
Yeah, it's a cringe game, of course.
I think I should not have went bot lane. Just stay top.
When did you go bot?
I went to Yorick and then we did nothing. Combo. That combo, Jay, was really good.
Well, Dignitas able to get the win here against DSG. DSG, unfortunately, still unable to get their first win on stage. Haven't been able to have that victory bow. Haven't been able to have that celebration. But Dignitas, honestly, looking pretty dominant in this one.
Yeah, and they actually didn't even celebrate themselves. You notice right into the comms of reviewing what they could have done better in that game as well. So they definitely have their hopes set higher in the LTA than just this win.
And I think rightfully so. You know, they were really close in a couple of these games. We talked about it a number of times where they have been time and time again close. They were close against C9, against FlyQuest, against 100 Thieves. They were in good positions, and we have got Raz standing by with Isles on stage for the interview.
I was just asking you that one. First of all, congratulations on your first win of the split so far, Isles.
Thank you so much.
First question I have to ask you, how did that feel just generally coming out of that one? Because that was a clean game. To me it was.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not really happy with how we played the game. Not really happy with how I played the game. I think we missed a lot of opportunities early that we also kind of missed yesterday. Kind of our mistakes from yesterday is kind of still showing today. So still a lot to work on, but, you know, always feels good to win for the first time, you know, so can't be too hard on us.
Talk about that process a little bit, because you guys obviously have gone through scrims. For us, being able to watch the games, this week was like a 180 for you guys. Because it felt like, of course, with the control that you guys had versus 100 Thieves, like, it looked like you were going to win that game. Obviously, it must have felt a little frustrating. Talk to me how this week has been for you guys and how different it has been, because it looks like you guys are leveling up.
I do think that, honestly, I give a lot of credit to our coaching staff. I think we have really great coaches, and obviously we have 2 rookies to split, so we have a bit of inexperience and definitely a bit of a learning process, you know? But as we keep going forth and like we keep learning concepts, being able to screw them up once or twice and then continue to try and implement them into our game, you know, slowly, very slowly, as you can probably tell, it's getting better.
What are some of your personal goals? Because we're even hearing, after how difficult it was for 100 Thieves, them mentioning your guys' name as like a tougher opponent. Now that placement games are close to being finished and you guys go into the group stage, feels like everything can kind of feel like it's starting from scratch. What are your personal goals, and also what are you aiming for as a team?
I mean, personally, my end of year goal would be to go to Worlds, of course. I'm going to be pretty disappointed if we don't manage to win anything significant. Obviously, this split has had a bit of a slow start, but I'm confident that we'll level up come playoffs.
Oh yeah, that sounds great to me, honestly. Any final message for the fans out there?
Just thank you so much for the support, and hope that we can show a different dig with a bit of time.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm going to be sending this one straight back to the lounge.
Thank
Thank you very much, Raz. It's me and Emily here to kick off the end of the day. And what a day that was. There were a lot of really fun matches. Dignitas, they got their first win. Let's go.
It was cool to hear from Isles too, because it shows the kind of determination that the team has. Like he right off the bat was like, I'm not super happy with this win. I feel like we could have done a lot of things better, even though a lot of the early to mid game looked incredibly dominant from them. So that's really cool that they're just constantly focused on improvement. It's a good sign to like hear that.
Yeah, and they've been close. I mean, their first game against Shopify Rebellion to kick off the split, as well as their 100 Thieves games.
Yesterday,
exactly,
they definitely want
right?
that one back.
Yeah, like Dignitas have been almost there, and now they finally got across the line against Disguise, who have yet to pick up their first win. C9 was also a big win over FlyQuest. Now, if everything goes according to plan tomorrow, they could be first seed. They should be.
Yeah, and I mean, don't we all look stupid for picking
I know.
FlyQuest, you know?
There was
but
a lot of green
at the least, we did say that like this was a lot closer than the all FlyQuest predictions would have shown. And I think the other big thing is they've just had a phenomenal week, C9.
Exactly.
Like they've looked so like markedly improved.
Yes.
And from kind of some of the shakiness that we saw from them previously. So that's a great place to be going into best of threes.
Yep. And we got one more day of competition, but before that, let's talk about today's player of the games. Get him up on screen. We got Sniper, Loki, Umti, Shaden. Well, let's get Raz back in here as well. I don't know what you were doing off camera there.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was respectfully watching.
Okay, respectfully watching.
Raz, what do you have to say about? I'm just waiting for the. Looks like a lot of.
Quite a few junglers out there. You know, it's a jungle appreciation day.
There's two. There's half of the field.
Yes, but the other ones are solo laners, top lane and mid lane, and so they're outmatched and outnumbered.
Understandable.
Yeah.
I too can use my eyes. Let's take a look at the POG leaderboard. I don't think this has really changed that much, although we do have APA and Saint sharing space right there, just so we can get everybody.
And Loki's breaking out there.
Yeah.
I like the respect to River. River shout out there just because like he's been having great games overall. So. It's
but with that said, let's also take a look at the standings, because that's a big thing we've been talking about. This is the positioning phase. It's all about standings, where teams are right now, and also especially tomorrow to see what the seeding looks like going into group stage.
And the biggest thing is that if everything goes to chalk, it actually does mean that Cloud9 Kia, because of their win today over FlyQuest, does secure that #1 seed and will end up in Group A.
But I will say, harder opponent for them. They're up against Lyon and FlyQuest. Actually, can we even say that, Raz? Dignitas just won. They got the momentum.
They got some momentum.
Lost.
The momentum is there.
It's there.
They had two good like games this week.
Yeah.
Like if they were a little cleaner, obviously, in the first day, they're probably coming into this week like with strong wins versus 100 Thieves in a hypothetical world that doesn't exist. But no, you should definitely be afraid of them a little bit.
That's going to kick things off to start tomorrow. A reminder, if you've been living under a rock, it is Super Week. It continues tomorrow. Monday games.
Monday!
FlyQuest versus Dignitas kicking things off, then Lyon, C9. I think that's the big one that everyone's going to have their eyes on. Can C9 maintain their wins here? And then Disguise, can they get a win? Their first one before group stage, and closing off with Shopify Rebellion versus 100 Thieves. That's it for us here, but to close things off for a special treat and a surprise for Raz, let's bring him out. Raz, we brought up the question at the start of the day. How many peeps can you fit in your mouth? So while I do the close, we're gonna count along both of you. First off, can you open the eggs? There we go.
Oh, I can't.
God.
I feel like they're gonna go everywhere.
She's already
we'll be back tomorrow on Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for FlyQuest versus Dignitas. Happy Easter, everybody. Count along with us. That's what, is that 2? Is that 4 for Raz? Emily, how many are you at? Is that 3? You can go. I believe in you. Can Raz get 5? 5 peeps in the mouth. Thanks for watching LTA North, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for Monday Games.
Flash.
Go on rail. Go on rail. Go on is. Enough. Focus on
Guys, now Talia can go.
Xanthi, no flash. No flash. Look, Baron flash on.
Baron.
I'm on Zen.
Try to kill Bar if you guys can.
Baron's dead.
Ajir coming from mid.
We still win.
I got Cassante.
I deserve a ban, but...
We're just a lose early game into comeback game now, I
yeah,
guess.
actually, don't think good mental as well. Like, nobody tilted too.
100 Thieves will continue the reign of terror of the top 4 teams
I'm down to TP as well. I'm gonna TP a bit late.
Yeah.
Looks interesting.
I'm best. She can't ult me. Matsu, just fight.
Yeah. Rhino ulti.
I hit.
Flash though. Ulting him.
Yeah.
Come on, 3 seconds.
I'm coming.
Come on, 2 seconds.
Look,
I'm looking bars. I'm looking bars.
Look,
Okay.
guys, no flash. Or has flash, maybe?
I think he already used it.
Okay.
I'll go ahead, B.
I'm dead.
2. FlyQuest is gonna fall. C9. Take him down. 17-5.
Looks like the Fury's there.
Okay, bud.
Okay, can we go here, guys?
Yeah. Ash. I'm lucky Ash.
I have Q in 3 seconds. I gotta flip him.
I'm gonna flash. Guys. Jump.
GG. TL finish the job. Take down Shopify.
Shit. Cancel Aria's TP. Yeah.
No flash.
Ari not TPing. Nice. Good play.
No flash burst.
Can you come through?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Bars low place. The Fury dead. Kill Nolos, no flash.
No flash burst.
Bar star.
Dignitas will take down DSG.